Talk Shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 73, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 609, Aeterno, which is Latin for since a very long time, which is appropriate since we've been waiting for Richard's backstory
since a
for
very
a very long time. Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. Ever since he showed up and recruited Juliet, he was mysterious.
Yeah, Mr. Middle-earth, huh?
Yeah.
We just want to give you some work, Comes with, paid time off, and you get to work on an island.
Sure.
And, he said it was in Portland.
Well, he said that.
What was it? What was his line? Wasn't it something like it's outside of Portland or something? Or
no, that was your theory. It was supposed to be in Portland.
In Portland.
But the punchline of the episode was it's not exactly in Portland.
Not exactly in Portland. That's what I was thinking about.
Which meant the island.
But wasn't Ben born right outside of Portland?
Strangely, yes.
Yeah. So that was confusing. It's like, okay, that was close to Portland.
Yeah, it does seem like maybe Dharma had some kind of association with Portland since Horace was there, and that's where he picked up Roger after Ben was born.
Mhm.
So there is some kind of Portland connection with something, but from what Richard was saying, it was just a ruse, and maybe he picked it because of the history. Yeah.
Well, this was the Big Richard backstory episode that we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it.
You didn't like it?
I didn't like it.
Wow.
Now I will expand on that and say, I didn't hate it. I didn't hate the episode. I thought it was a good episode. But in terms of what Richard's backstory is, and in terms of how he got to the island and that whole series of events that we've been waiting on, I didn't like it.
I see. I'll agree. For me, the actual story of Rich was okay. I didn't think it was bad. I wouldn't say I didn't like it. I didn't think it was great. I don't know. I didn't really have any expectations for what it would be, and I guess since I liked the content of the episode in general, that outweighed the fact that Richard's actual backstory, wasn't that amazing.
No, it was pretty. What gets him into the actual situation of getting to the island, I think, is the worst part. Once he gets to the island and what happens there, I don't really have a lot of problem with.
Okay.
But the impetus to him getting to the Black Rock, I thought was just really heavy-handed. He's got this. He's in love with this woman and she's dying, and it's like, okay, fine. And he goes to this doctor who is just the worst doctor ever. He's just like, hey, I'm not riding all the way to Maine for that. I got some medicine that might help, but I don't know what's wrong with her, but I've got some medicine. And then the way they have him kill the doctor was just, it's very hard to get away with accidental murders. I think it's hard to portray that, convincingly a lot of the times, especially when it's a time like this where Richard's just so upset that he's, shaking the doctor, and oops, I threw you into something and you died instantly. And it's
whoopsie-daisy.
It's so... And the reason why I think that kind of scenario for accidental murder doesn't really work well is because it doesn't have a lot of gravity because it's barely his fault.
Right.
You know what I mean? If that doctor, had feng shuied his home and, things were, his furniture was different, he may not have died. And so it's it pins the murder on this, so quote unquote guilty person, but it's like it was such part happenstance, and there was no motive. He wasn't trying to do it. So anytime they have that accidental murder thing, and then the whole crux of the rest of his his life depends on that. Everything that happens after that is really kind of about that murder.
Yeah.
And not his wife and whether or not he saved her in time, which was sort of his guilt, which we'll talk about later, because I think the conversation with her at the end is kind of weird because she doesn't know what's going on.
No.
But so anyway, that's kind of the gist of why I didn't really like what we saw, for Richard's backstory.
I see. Yeah, I'll admit those things are true. I guess my senses that didn't bother me as much. I guess for me it was sort of like yada yada yada, get to the island.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really care that much about what the setup was.
Yeah, but it's like I was kind of. I mean, I wasn't yada yada get to the island, but I think the setup matters when the reason that he's on the island is based on what happens before. Like, it's important that we know what Kate did if that's what got her to the island. You know what I mean? If her choice, all these people's choices is what leads them to the island.
Yeah.
So it is important, and when his backstory, his pre-island stuff is just, handpicked out of the cliche handbook, it's just really lackluster, and it's just like Richard has been steadily declining in terms of being an interesting character for a while, and then we get his backstory, and it's like even that's not interesting, really.
Mm-hmm.
He's really just sort of a pawn in this game.
Yeah.
Even when he gets to the island, so it's just like, man, Richard, you didn't have a lot going on for you.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, and I think that's kind of disappointing.
I see. Yeah, I guess I already felt braced for it because I already had the sense that there was less to Richard than there seemed to be. So I knew that it was clear when this episode was coming. I was expecting, and also, they really squeezed in a lot in a way. I mean, there's a lot they left out still, but it still felt kind of rushed. I mean, I looked at the time, like he gets to the island in about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And so
and I think that's why it was so heavy-handed, because they had to just go really fast. They had
to rush it, and so it definitely felt less weight. And that's the other thing, Kate's backstory has been very thoroughly developed over a number of flashbacks, and so it just feels a lot less crappy, than this, where I think this is really all we're ever going to get.
Well, I feel like this is all there is.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of getting to the island, what else could they show? I mean, literally, the night his wife was about to die, he goes to the doctor. As soon as he gets back, they take him to jail. The very next day, he is about to be hung and then gets sent on the Black Rock. So it's like the only other stuff they could show us is stuff on the Black Rock trip, more of that. So, there's just, I think, less to his story.
I agree, but I think, if they had time to draw it out, they could have told a better story.
Yeah.
I guess. I feel like it's tricky. When you tell a story that quickly, it's hard for it not to come off as superficial.
I agree. Yeah, that was my point.
So, I mean, it's like his the most important events in his life are encapsulated in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's kind of...
Well, but those events can still be interesting.
Yeah, they can be. It's true. They don't have to not be, but I think it's an obstacle.
I mean, look at Rousseau's backstory. I mean, what we saw of her getting to the island, Jin's there, and it's like, hey, that's interesting.
That's true. That definitely, I mean, in a way that bothered me, but it made it more interesting.
Yeah. So what did you think this episode?
And plus, Rousseau was like the highlights. We got to see all the good parts, I really enjoyed the episode. I'll agree that Richard's backstory was not all that impressive, but this episode had a lot of stuff about the island in it, a lot of stuff about Jacob and the Man in Black, as he now is officially called, and basically the way they set up this episode, it's really about how Richard came to be the guy on the island in the role he's in who doesn't age.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the latter part of that story. I like the on island part of that story. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
There's once they crash and he's locked in the hull of the Black Rock for the extended period of time. Like, I really like that whole section. And once he gets out, I like this episode a lot. It was not as sort of strong on a character level as maybe some of the other episodes, but as far as like giving us stuff that we didn't know about the history of the island and stuff, it was a big one. So,
I was kind of conflicted with all the mythology that we learned. I obviously liked that they told us some stuff, but I also felt like, some of the stuff they said just isn't true. And they sort of led to certain conclusions that I don't think they want to really make us believe are true. So that kind of deterred me from really liking some of the stuff that they revealed. And some of it was just kind of stuff we already got from Jacob and Smokey. A lot of that was kind of like, part two of that scene. Really it is. It's the, before the Black Rock comes, part two of that whole scene of, I want to kill you, remember? I just told you that the day before.
Right.
I'm looking for a loophole, and I just found one, but it's not going to work this time.
Right.
But I'm not going to stop trying. Yeah, I don't know. Something about this episode I liked a lot of the parts. I liked a lot of parts of it. I'd give it a C plus, B minus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, no, this was an A episode for me, absolutely. I really, I think a lot of what they tell us is true. And, one of the problems is there's this whole hell metaphor. I don't think that's literally true.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that really comes from Richard and his, background. I think he's the one that sort of causes that to become a part of the story. But aside from that, I think the stuff we learned is real. And even though a lot of it, we sort of surmise, it's nice for me at least, to see it really play out and see what the island was like in the 1800s, for real, instead of just kind of speculating.
It was the same.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. There's your answer. What was it like? Oh, it was the same. It was less people.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed that. What can I say? It was, I didn't really know. I didn't know, did Smokey exist back then? I wasn't sure about that. We hadn't seen him any time earlier than, when Rousseau's team showed up in, like, the 80s or something. So I didn't really know, when we saw the Man in Black character, I didn't know if he was turning into Smokey at that point. It cleared up, what's going on with the connection between the old story and what's going on now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, any other general feedback? Reviews?
I have a couple things. Let's see. I have a couple things I want to bring up. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if any of this. I don't know if any of this is relevant, but I just want to throw this out there because I was digging through Lostpedia again and came upon That's yet another thing I want to bring up. Okay, so last week I mentioned that about the guy who played Jacob in The Man Behind the Curtain, the prop master guy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So on Geronimo Jack's Beard, Jorge Garcia confirmed that was the guy, and then also brought up the guy who played the eye. The guy whose eye comes up in the window in the first episode of season 4.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the guy who plays the eye is actually the same guy as the guy in Some Like It Hot who calls out the numbers as they're being stamped onto the hatch door.
Yeah.
Like, it was that actor.
Okay.
So once again, you know, looking at that eye, trying to figure out who that was is not going to yield anything.
Yeah.
They were just putting random people in there. I don't know, you know, I mean, maybe they just didn't want us to know who they were at the time, or, you know, they just hadn't cast them yet or whatever. So it's unclear who those characters are supposed to represent, since, you know, they're played by different actors.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to make of that, but it's, you know, I mean, at the time there was a lot of speculation about who that eye was, and I don't think anyone guessed it was just some random actor.
Yeah, no one would have guessed that. I mean, that's interesting. Definitely doesn't help figure out who that was supposed to be.
It doesn't. Yeah. So I'm not sure why they did that, other than just to make it hard to figure out who it was.
I mean, I would say they probably wanted to, you know, cast a good eye.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they want to make sure you got I mean, the guy who reads out the numbers is a very interesting looking guy.
Right.
So I you know, put him in something.
Yeah.
Same with the guy who plays Jacob, who played, you know, Jacob in that episode, the Podmaster guy, you know. He's got a very standout face, you know. Right.
So I'm not sure if we can infer from that those are different characters, or are they the same character played by different actors? You know, it's hard to tell. I don't, you know, because the Prop Master was still there in season 4. You know, they could have used him for the eye if they wanted to.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just thinking about all that, and like Jacob's who's in the cabin with whom, and you know, from this episode, I think we can pretty much clearly say that it has to be Smokey in the cabin with Christian. And I say that because Jacob basically says he's not in the business of telling the people who come to the island what to do. And Smokey and Christian have been telling people who come to the island what to do. So I think, you know, they have to be on the same team, and I think that eye has to be Smokey's eye. It would make no sense to me at this point that was supposed to be Jacob's eye. You know, and it fits in with the idea that Jacob has always been at the statue, you know, or at least, you know, Aeterno has been at the statue. Did I use that right?
I think so.
Put some Latin into my regular speech in an episode that uses that phrase.
Sure, it works.
That should be worth some points, right? Do I get some points for that?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Why not? 7 points.
7 points. Only 7?
Yeah.
Jeez, if I should get more than that.
Well, I don't know.
Like,
I mean, this is the episode title. Like, if you had just come up with some other obscure Latin phrase, that would have.
Yeah, but don't you get points for using the episode title in a sentence?
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, 7's a lot of points.
All right, to you.
I take points very seriously.
Apparently you do. So I mean, anyway, I feel like that's my case. Case is closed for me on whose eye that is.
Okay. I still think there's some confusion about. I agree. The guy who was in there with Christian should be, and at that point the cabin's moving around, so it seems like that guy should. But I feel like there is some connection between Jacob and the cabin, and I think there's at least a chance we're supposed to believe that the guy in there when Locke and Ben go there as Jacob.
Mhm. Oh, I could buy that. I could buy that. That might be Jacob.
I don't know what to make of that scene. And, I think about the fact that, Ben says that he's never seen Jacob, and he was just making stuff up, and he was surprised, as Locke was, when things started moving around. But, in that scene, I was reading the transcript, in that scene, when stuff starts moving around, he grabs Jacob and says, okay, you've had your fun, stop now. So he's stuff's happening, and he's continuing to play along.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I mean, I guess Ben is just, just that deceptive, but it really didn't come off like he had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, he was good at pretending.
Yeah, and I guess that's what we're supposed to believe now. But yeah, I think there's still some serious unresolved issues, and I don't know. I agree. It looks like Jacob was in the statue probably 99.9% of the time.
Yeah.
But I think he had something to do with the cabin at some point. Because Ilana seemed to think that as well. So. I don't know what to do with that, but it was a little more information about the mysterious figures. Okay, another thing I wanted to bring up along the same lines was that actually, I didn't remember this right, but it was actually Christian who told Locke about Hawking. He's the one who gives Locke the name, Eloise Hawking.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
Else?
What?
Did we say it was somebody else?
Yeah, I thought it was Widmore.
Widmore gives that to
Desmond.
To Desmond, yeah.
Yeah. Because when Locke comes out and he talks to Widmore, Widmore thinks, or at least says he thinks, that Ben tricked Locke into going off the island.
Yeah.
And Locke doesn't want to tell him what he wants to do at first. And so then eventually he tells him, and he's like, okay, I'll help you, but they never discuss Hawking at all.
No.
Locke doesn't tell him about that part. So you have apparently Smokey instructing Locke to go to Miss Hawking. I don't know what to make of that.
What do you mean?
It just doesn't seem... why would Miss Hawking play along with a plan that comes from Smokey?
Well, I don't see... why do you think she knows it's coming from Smokey?
Well, I guess no one would have gone to her if it weren't for Smokey.
Yeah. That doesn't mean she knows the directive came from Smokey.
I guess, okay. So you think she's just thinking... Because at that point, Christian Shepherd is still...
Look, that whole crap, man, all of that stuff with, leaving the island and we weren't supposed to leave and we're supposed to go back and Hawking's the only one who can... I feel like all of that, so much of that was just, a reaction to the circumstances. So, so Miss Hawking and Ben and all the others, off-island others at that time, just figured that for the best interest of the island, they needed to get the people who left back. No one, and it wasn't like Jacob told them. It wasn't like this was a directive coming from on high. It was like, this is what we're supposed to do. And I think that's just how I think it just worked out in Smokey's favor, that no one was waiting for, no one was questioning if they should be doing this or not.
Right.
They just knew it was the thing to do, and they went and started just doing it. Because they, God help us all if we don't, So I don't think she was doing it under any directive other than, Ben came to her and said, hey, I need to get these people back to the island. And she's like, hell yeah, you do. Let me help you.
Mhm. Yeah. But it's just, how does she even know that they were on the island? How does she have any... I don't know. It's okay. I just want to throw in that I think it's at least possible that part of the reason they had to go back is connected to the fact that they're candidates.
Mhm.
I feel like that's...
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah,
we didn't really understand that because obviously the lock part of the plan plays into Smokey's hands, but getting the candidates back on the island is playing into Jacob's plan. So that at least gives him a reason for wanting these people to come back.
Well, yeah, and I think the fine line there is Jacob obviously wants them to come back to the island, but did they have to come back is a different question. I guess I'm wanting to say that somehow, just as Jacob drew them to the island originally, the fact that they felt like they had to go back was something coming from Jacob in part as well. I would buy that, but the evidence we see is it's mainly Locke who is trying to get them to come back.
Yes.
Like, everyone's kind of fine. I mean, Jack is obviously having his problems. But right before they go back, most people are fine, if I remember correctly. They're not, like, itching to get back to the island. They have no sort of desire to go back to the island.
Right, yeah, no one wanted to go.
Yeah, no one, wanted to go. No one was feeling the pressure to go back. And it was really Locke that was the main force in getting that meme in everyone's head that we got to go back.
Right.
And then, of course, Jack picked up the slack when Locke died.
Right. And eventually they had their reasons, except for
Saeed. Yes, and then see, and that's the whole thing.
Of course, Jacob did intervene with Hurley directly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ben was trying to make sure people had reasons to go back, and
right.
The whole thing with Cade and Aaron and all that stuff. So he was doing his part to make people go back who didn't even want to go back.
Right.
Well, that's what's weird about it is, you have this. We've talked about this so much, but you have the conceit. We got to go back to the island to save everyone who's still left behind. But that is a different issue than they have to go back to the island because they're candidates. Right. I feel like
Yeah, I agree. Those don't fit together so well. But I guess I want to say that. Just as the explanation for the plane crash really is that Desmond left the hatch and to follow Kelvin, and the counter ran out, and that caused the plane to crash. That's. Mm-hmm. I think that is the explanation for why the plane crashed. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like the idea is supposed to be Jacob somehow exerts his influence so that these events happen. And so the reason why they end up going back to the island is, there's specific reasons that seem to have nothing to do with Jacob for the most part, but I feel like he's influencing it somehow. Doing whatever he does that brings people to the island.
Mm-hmm.
Choices they make aren't choices.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like with Jacob and getting the people, the losties to the island, I felt like whatever he was doing, his end goal was to get them sort of on the plane because he knew that Desmond would play his part.
Yeah.
So once he gets them on the plane, then he can.
Right.
Then that's the end part of that goal of getting on the island. But yeah, I think he was definitely doing something, over their lifespans, to affect their choices.
Right. And they all had their individual reasons for being on the plane, that make sense internally. But still, I think we're supposed to believe that Jacob had an influence on it.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think it still doesn't quite make sense. I don't know what to do with all the time traveling. We have to save them part of it. But I do think that's supposed to be part of the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize that until this episode, so that was nice to have. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like for that part of the show to be coherent, and I'm just hoping that somehow, if we learn enough, it'll make sense. And now we at least know a reason why they should be on the island. Besides having to save them, which was never quite convincing.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Because, as I said, they didn't really need saving. The only problem seemed to be that they were stuck in the 70s.
Yeah. And everything was great.
Yeah, and everything was great.
Please, save us quickly.
And I don't know if Jacob intended for them to detonate a hydrogen bomb and all, or if that is in any way part of what Jacob wanted to happen. It's not clear.
He should have known in the 50s when he should have known they were on the island then messing with the bomb. So
yeah, that's true.
If he wanted them to, I mean, that's the whole thing is he seems to try to not interfere when they get to the island. Maybe that's when he's hands off. Like he'll make them come to the island.
Yeah.
He'll affect their choices, but when they get to the island, then he's hands off.
He's done. Yeah. He wants them to work it out themselves.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, so maybe that is going to turn out to be some kind of thing that, they're responsible for.
Mhm.
Independently of this Jacob thing.
Wait, they're responsible for what?
For detonating the hydrogen bomb and possibly creating the sideways timeline.
Oh yeah.
That's not necessarily part of Jacob's plan, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, there's no confirmation to that, but it just seems like it could be true.
I mean, I feel like, in this episode we see him bring Richard to the island and then Richard attempts to kill him. I don't think that was part of his plan.
Right. Sure.
So, yeah, so he's not psychic. I don't think he can see the future.
I agree.
And I think he can only just, affect his change in the present, like he can just course correct like anybody else.
Right. I mean, I think he can make inferences just like normal people can, and so I think he was he knew that he needed to make some kind of plan for people to replace him at some point, and so I think he's trying to get that going, and yeah, that doesn't mean he can foresee everything that's going to happen. I agree.
Yeah.
So
alrighty.
Yeah, so that's it. That's just that's very very much tangential to this episode, but not to the show in general. So I just wanted to throw that stuff out there.
All right, duly thrown.
Yes.
Are you ready to do the recap?
Yes.
Alrighty, let me get out my notes as I will be doing the recap this week.
All right.
Surprise. And here we go. So we start on a determined eye amid bandages. Whoa, it's Alana. Jacob comes to see her and asks for her help. He tells her there are 6 people she needs to protect, and they're the remaining candidates. This is what she's been training for. First scene.
Boom.
All
right, so this was a WTF for me because I didn't think they were going to go back to this scene.
Yeah, back to this.
It was really weird to revisit this. In fact, this whole opening section of the episode plays very strangely.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's really not like anything I'm really used to on Lost. It has this like storybook quality.
They kept cutting between different things and different people, and like, we would be seeing a scene that someone else is telling the other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different. Yeah.
And I really didn't think there was any more to say about this hospital scene in terms of like afterwards. Like I guess I thought the fill-in would be how she got there.
Mhm.
I guess I thought it was obvious what he asked Alana to do, but apparently not, because this isn't really what I thought he would say.
Yeah, it just seems like this is deleted scenes from that episode, and it just seems like they decided to use that footage to cut together, this explanation instead of having Alana just tell the guys what was going on.
Right.
We get to just see the footage of it. And it's weird for them to cut back to a scene and to show us stuff in that scene we didn't see before.
Yeah.
I think they've done that once or twice, but I can't remember what off the top of my head. But they haven't done that a lot.
No. I remember in Meet Kevin Johnson they have that.
Yeah, I think it was a Michael thing.
Yeah, the setup for the episode is like Saeed slams into a wall and says, "Tell me how you got here," and then the episode proceeds to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're supposed to imagine that Michael is just telling them this story that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Something similar is going on here because they sort of respond to the scene we just saw.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, like, this introduces the idea that Alana was training or preparing for something and she didn't know what it was. Jacob had her doing some kind of exercises or something, and maybe that's how she got injured. I don't know, but she's not. She doesn't know who these people are that he's talking about, but she seems to understand that she was working towards something.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's kind of like Richard in that he recruited her but didn't really tell her what she was supposed to be doing eventually. And it's sort of like now he's telling her what the point of it all was.
Yeah. Well, I think what's weird is apparently, Jacob, he tells Richard, hey, you can be my advisor to people I bring to the island. Okay, well, that's my job. But, you don't know that there's all this other stuff going on, and it seems like he could have just told him the people he brings to the island are candidates to take his position, which so far seems like the main thing he didn't tell him.
Yeah.
That we know. I guess there's other things going on, too, with the rules and bigger things with Smokey, I guess. But he really kind of told him the gist of everything, except explicitly saying, the people I bring are candidates.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, so the same thing with Alana. It seems like, hey, you're going to be training for something, okay, but it's training to protect these candidates.
Right. It makes you wonder, like, I'm just confused about how this even happened. Like, how did he meet Alana? Did she go to the island for the first time on 316 and just, like, walks around to the temple and the cabin and all these locations and just, just because she's been told about these places? And it's very odd to me that he's just, like, grabbed this person from the real world somehow, and there's no evidence that she's ever been on the island before.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a lot of precedent for that.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more. I don't know what they're doing with Alana. I mean, this was her father figure. Yeah, that part's strange too. I guess they'll probably tell us more about that. Yeah. Maybe Alana is like, and maybe she doesn't even know, but maybe she's like one of his descendants or something. Maybe his great, a couple more great granddaughters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they could do that. So that's one of the things that comes out of this episode. It kind of makes it seem like Jacob is a guy holding an office. Like if Jack or Hurley or whatever can just step in and become the new Jacob, that means that the original Jacob didn't necessarily have to be anything other than a normal person. Yeah. So maybe there was a Jacob before him, I mean, maybe his name really is Jacob, and Jacob isn't the right name for the office, but, he's a guy doing a job, so he could have descendants, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it would seem weird.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty clear they're just regular guys.
Yeah. And they're sort of no longer regular guys, but at one time they were.
Yeah. All right. I feel like I should go through a couple of these scenes because they go back and forth.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of back and forth here.
So let me go up until I'll read a couple and see, and I think we'll stop.
Okay.
So the next one, we're back on the island. Alana is telling the story to Jack, Hurley, Son, and Frank. Richard's also there. Son confirms that Alana told her that they are candidates to replace Jacob. Alana is not sure what to do next. We go back to the scene with Alana and Jacob. She's healed now. He tells her to ask Richard what to do after she brings the candidates to the temple. He says Ricardus. Then we go back to the next scene, and Hurley says, "Who is Ricardus?" And it's Richard, of course. Alana asks Richard what to do next. He has no idea. Richard says everything that Jacob said was a lie, including that Richard would know what to do now. Richard reveals that the primary secret of the island, which is that they're all dead, and the island is hell. Lost.
Nice try, Richard.
I'm
going to end the show right here.
I'm going to end it, guys. I don't care when your finale is scheduled. I'm going to end it now. So Richard thinks it's time to start listening to someone else and walks off. So anything here? This is all pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah.
The main thing being Richard thinking that he's in hell and that they're all dead.
Yeah. That's a theme for the episode. I want to say two minor things about this. First, Son says she said I was one of them, but she didn't quite say that. She said she might be one of them. She didn't know whether it was Son or Jin or both. So a little off on that, but okay.
And it was nice that Son actually knew something for a change.
It was bizarre. Son is explaining stuff to someone.
Son is like, ooh, I get to explain something that someone else doesn't know.
She knows that they're candidates to replace Jacob. She knows about Locke. She knows more than Jack at this point.
Yep.
Very strange.
She's catching up.
But yeah, very nice. Okay, and the other thing was we cut to this little bit. I guess it looked like they were still in the same hospital in this next bit. So it's like Jacob has just magically healed Alana, I guess.
Yeah.
And he tells her to go to the temple, and then she's supposed to ask Ricardus what to do. So I'm taking that to mean that the stuff that went down at the temple was not according to what Jacob planned to happen.
Yeah.
That he maybe that's why he was doing what he was doing with Saeed and stuff. Like he wanted to make sure something like that wouldn't happen. But it turned out it did. So I think they're kind of off book at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they can get back on track, but they should be at the temple right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it definitely got off track because she had to go. Alana and Bram and those guys had to go to the statue,
right,
to potentially show Jacob who they're up against,
right.
Instead of heading to the island, so she did to the temple. So she didn't even she didn't even know who the candidates were. Oh no, she did know. She knew their names, but she didn't have them in custody even at that point to even go straight to the temple.
Right.
And then after all that, yeah. So it's like the plan was definitely off. By then. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's gotten a little chaotic, but it's at least consistent with what they showed her doing before. But one thing that kind of bothers me is that Jacob tells her, these all important candidates, but he just tells her the last names, and she still has no idea, exactly who the people are.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like Jacob should have been a little more specific about who the people she was supposed to protect are, since they're so important.
Yeah. Yeah, the Quan thing is the confusing part. It works. It's a fine plan if you're just not married.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're gonna throw open that door, you gotta start thinking about other people with last names. I mean, they haven't considered it, but like I don't see why it could be Son or Jim, but it can't be, relatives of the other candidates.
Well, because they're not on the island.
Oh, because they're not on the island? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's only 6 left, and if you're not on the island, let's just say you're not one of the 6.
I see. No, I mean, I think that's true, but it's like the confusion just seems unnecessary.
Yeah.
But I guess, just them being married creates the problem.
Well, because you could say, okay, there's a candidate named Smith. Well, why didn't he just say Sarah Smith? Well,
yeah.
What if there's 2 Sarah Smiths in the same family, and it's just like, what do you want, the Social Security numbers on there?
Yes.
And what do you do for other countries who have a different system to track their citizens? And
right.
Yeah, last names works with one minor exception, and you blame Son and Jin like you blame them for everything else.
Okay. Wow. It's a lot. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, and this idea that they're in hell, I just want to say, Richard, you're not the first person on the show to say that. This was also Locke's dad's theory. So, although I guess technically he thought of it first, but still, not first on the show.
Yeah. Oh man, it was very, 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 very weird to be watching Lost in season 6 and have Richard say, "Don't you know? Don't you know what this is? We're all dead. This is hell." I'm like deadpan looking at the TV screen.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, you can't be serious, my friend.
Yeah.
You can't be serious.
Yeah. I was searching for something. Like what Hurley said, you mean figuratively.
Mm-hmm.
But as the episode went on, I sort of realized that, where that came from and why he was saying that. But when they showed this, I was just thinking, no way, they're not going to, please don't do this. Please don't do this.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for this.
I think he gives Hell too much credit. I feel like Hell should be pretty simple.
Oh.
And the island is really complicated. Like, what's going on there and all this stuff is pretty complicated. Hell should be like, I'm burning for eternity. You
think Hell should be simple?
Hell should be simple.
Man. I don't know. There's like 9 circles, and there's all kinds of shit going on in there.
Well, that's the Dante's version of Hell. That's why is that the real version?
That's the real one.
Why?
I don't know.
Because he wrote it first.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think the basic concept of Hell, is just like, I don't know. I feel like if it was me on the island, I'd be skeptical this was Hell because I just feel like there's too much going on here.
Yeah.
This is like life. This is complicated, Yeah. Hell should be simple.
Right.
I think it can be complicated, but I would expect it to be just sort of a simple torment, not this. Sometimes we're happy and sometimes we're not, and and some people live forever, and this is, electromagnetism, and it's just like there's too much going on here for it to be Hell for me. I would be skeptical.
And you can go back to the real world sometimes.
And that's the whole thing. You can go back to exactly. What are you talking about?
Hell's just an island in the middle of the Pacific. No one's realized that yet.
No one's realized. Yeah. Hell, I guess that means heaven might be an island somewhere too. Wow.
Yeah, Richard obviously is supposed to be not really thinking straight at this point. He's just he wanted to kill himself, and I got the sense Jack sort of got him back on track. But I guess this episode starts with him losing it again, basically.
I don't think he found it. I think he convince Richard to stop trying to kill himself for a second. And that was about it.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't expect that, you know, the course that he's on emotionally, it would be bad if they brought him back from that just after what Jack did with him. Like, he's still going to, it's really what Hurley does that I think makes any real change.
But, I agree. But I guess I thought the idea was that Jack proved that some aspect of Jacob's plan was still in play, and you know, that would convince him that, you know, that Jacob wasn't just making it up.
I agree they should have, but I think all it did was prove that there's a purpose. But I don't know, I mean, the fact that Jacob is dead, it's like, well, what, you know, if he couldn't see the future when he was alive,
yeah,
you know, how is his plan going to necessarily come true now that he's dead, you know?
I see, yeah.
And he says everything Jacob said was a lie, and it's like, well, from what we saw him say, it seemed pretty true. I don't know what else he told you, but so far, from an objective standpoint, it seems right.
Yeah. That's. I don't know. I'm going to assume he's using hyperbole there.
Yeah.
Because, I think Jacob did tell the truth a few times.
Once or twice.
Yeah. That's what I thought, at least.
All right, you ready for the next scene?
Yes.
All right, so the next scene, Alana prepares a gun to go after Richard. She tells Jack that Richard must know what's going on. Jack is skeptical. The group tells Jack, the group lets Jack in on an old secret that Locke may be dead, but he's actually Smokey. Well, he doesn't, okay, yeah. They don't tell him it's Smokey, but that it's occupied by somebody else.
Yeah.
Jack sees Hurley talking to someone in the distance. He assumes it's Jacob. Hurley doesn't want to tell Jack who he's talking to. Ben tells Alana that Jack is right, that he doesn't think Richard knows anything. He tells the gang that Richard doesn't age, and Frank wonders why. And then we get a flashback to tell us.
Boom, yeah. That's basically the setup line for most of the episode.
Yeah.
And
thanks,
here's
Frank.
how.
I wonder if Frank hadn't said that line, the camera would have just like hung around that scene until somebody was like, I wonder why. You know, the camera's like just waiting, like, all right, no one's wondering, so I can't show anything.
We're just stuck at the campfire.
Yeah, or Frank said, you know, oh, I wonder what would happen if hot dogs fell from the sky. And then, like, we just see hot dogs falling from the sky. That's the power of the island.
The camera just has to obey them. Whatever they say, that's what it shows.
Yeah, that's what it shows.
I like that. So I thought it was weird to see Ben in this scene because Ben is sort of he's just like Ben now.
Yeah.
Like he's, you know, redemption, whatever. He's still Ben, and his thing about his thing about how Richard doesn't know anything. It's like, you know, as we find out in this episode, I mean, Richard does know some stuff I don't think Ben knew until very recently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I don't think he's totally right about that.
Yeah, he's kind of right. I mean, what does Richard know?
Well, Richard.
Here's the thing. I think the bottom line here, I think, is that Richard knows something, but he doesn't know that what he knows is important. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I think that's really what's going on here. It's like, hey, Richard, what do we do next? I don't know. But if you asked him, you know, did Jacob ever mention blah, 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 he might be, oh, yeah, you know, there's this thing that he doesn't think is related to what's going on.
Right.
I think that's what's going on. So, I mean, I think Ben is right in a sense that he doesn't know, that he's not, I think Ben is just reflecting what the audience has been saying for a while. It's like, okay, well, this guy has been around a long time, but he doesn't know anything, you know, more than other people, really.
Right.
But I think I think there's some little thing that Richard knows that'll come into play at some point.
Yeah. But I guess, it looks to me like Ben didn't even know about the existence of this Man in Black character,
mm-hmm.
and that he had a conflict with Jacob. Sort of
the
fundamental story. What?
We don't even have a name for it.
Right, right. He certainly did. I don't think he knew Smokey was, a conscious entity.
No.
At least not in this sense.
Yeah.
In the way he's portrayed now. So I think he just learned that really recently.
Well, and honestly, I feel like Richard learned that this episode too, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like Richard never intimated that he knew this prior to this episode.
I see.
You're
right. That's true. But they will have us believe that he knew that all along.
Yeah.
That's what they indicate. But I agree. It's a little. It didn't really seem like he knew that before. But still, like, the fundamental final conflict of the show, like, Ben wasn't even aware that it existed. He had never even met Jacob.
Yeah.
Until very recently. So I think Richard has that over him.
Well, Ben's not arguing that he knows anything.
That's true.
He's just saying Richard doesn't know anything.
That's true. I'll give him that.
He'll take it.
He will. It's just, yeah. Okay, so yeah, they're just kind of doing some information sharing here.
Yeah.
It would be nice. I think someone should also inform Jack that the guy who's Locke is also the smoke monster.
That's a huge one, guys. That's big. Please someone tell him.
Yeah.
Son, we're looking at you.
Yeah, please. Ben knows, Son knows, Frank knows. Do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everybody knows, right? Does Alana know?
Yeah, Lana knows as well.
Yeah, Alana knows.
Yeah, just do it. Come on.
Man, if Frank knows, Jack needs to know. Come on.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Yeah.
Right,
I don't know what Frank's doing at this point. Besides flying that plane.
Yeah, right. That's really, he just seems like he's waiting around for his next flight, right?
Yeah, that's this is like the lounge at the airport for him.
Mm-hmm. With less peanuts.
Right.
Next scene?
Yes.
So next scene is a flashback, if you remember what that is.
A what?
You mean when they flash to an alternate universe, right? No.
You mean when they flash to a different time period, right?
Yes.
When they were time traveling?
No.
Oh, they're flashing forward then.
Yeah,
future.
To the future, right? No.
What then? Where else could it be?
Flashing to the past.
Ah!
In the same timeline.
Holy shit. Yeah,
I know. Lost is breaking ground left and right, I'm telling you. TV will never be the same after the flashback.
This is not the show I thought I was watching.
I can't believe that they're actually flashing backwards into these events that happened before what we are watching now. Like, it's pretty crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't know how it's going to affect the show. I mean,
yeah.
Now that we're seeing stuff in the past, I mean, how is that going to affect the present?
I don't know.
No one knows.
It really seems like they might have jumped the shark with this one.
I don't think they can come back from this. I mean, how are you supposed to know what characters are going to do next if you know what they did in the past?
Yeah, exactly.
Carlton and Damon, I don't know someone needs to put the pants on and, get back on the ball.
Put that banjo down and
put the pants on. So we're back into the Canary Islands. Tenerife, I think this is... Sorry, I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce it.
I don't know. I was saying Tenerife, but that's probably not right.
I want to say Tenerife.
Tenerife, maybe?
Tenerife, yeah. 1867. Richard rides a horse and arrives at a small house.
Yes!
In Spanish, he speaks to an ill woman, Isabella, lying on her deathbed. Spoiler alert.
What?
She coughs up blood, and Richard decides to get a doctor. Isabella gives Richard her cross necklace as a payment for the doctor. Richard vows to save her and leaves for El Doctor. The next scene.
Leaves for what?
El Doctor, the doctor.
Just checking. I thought that was some mystical location.
Do you have anything on this scene?
No, not really.
Nothing big. Isabella, the dying wife.
Yeah, this is the contrived explanation for the entire story.
The entire story rests on this. If only she, had an orange and didn't get scurvy or whatever's wrong with her.
I hope it's scurvy.
I know she's not a pirate, but still, I think it's a risk, nevertheless.
Sure.
So the next scene, Richard is riding in a dark, wet night towards the doctor. He barges into the doctor's home and asks for help. The doctor doesn't want to travel the distance to Richard's home, especially in the rain, and offers to give him some medicine that will help. Richard gives the doctor what money he has, but it isn't enough, so Richard offers the necklace. The doctor claims the necklace isn't worth anything, throws it on the ground. Richard begins to plead with the man. Richard heavy-handedly, accidentally kills the doctor and leaves with the medicine. Anything on this scene?
Ouch.
So the doctor?
When I first watched this, I had the impression that, the doctor had some kind of magical elixir that just cured any ailment.
Well, because it's the 1800s, right? You
Exactly.
just assume they had magic.
They must have. How did they survive back then?
How else did they get through the Civil War if they didn't have magic?
Exactly. I guess because Richard gives him the most vague explanation of what's wrong, and he's like, I have medicine that can save her life.
Yeah.
Damn, doctor, you got a diagnosis already?
Yeah, no, I think my response was sort of with the same setup was, I'm thinking he's the worst doctor ever. He doesn't give a shit about this cheap peasant guy and his dying wife. He's just going to give her something that at the very least will be a painkiller, and that'll be it. He doesn't know what's wrong with her. It could be anything. So yeah, I think he's just going to. I don't think it's magic. I think he's just going to give her something that's probably some sort of painkiller, and that's it. Or maybe something with antibiotics, but I don't. It looks like some sort of powder. So. Yeah.
Did they even have penicillin in the?
I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure penicillin was 1900s.
Yeah.
So I don't really think he gave him any antibiotics or anything. So yeah, I bet it was just some sort of painkiller or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we went in separate directions. I thought he was a magical witch doctor.
No, think about how he doesn't want to go to see what's wrong with her.
Right.
He just doesn't. I don't think he really cares about this guy. First of all, he's a doctor, and if you see how big his house is and the fact that he has a servant, he's making a lot of money.
Yeah.
For the time, and so I feel like he's not like a village doctor.
Yeah.
He's not that kind of guy. I think he's more of a upper crust doctor. Right.
It's not just folk medicine or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I guess I thought he was telling the truth. We never get to see him try to use the medicine, so we may never know, but I think your explanation is much more plausible than that it was a magical elixir. So
yeah, the doctor should be magic.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess he thought he could make a little money, and it wouldn't.
He didn't care.
He didn't really.
This guy lives in a village way far away.
Yeah.
He didn't care.
Yeah. Okay. I have a little more to say. Maybe I'll say it after the next one.
All righty. Well, here's the next one. Richard arrives home just in time to save Isabella. Oh, wait, he's too late.
Ouch.
She's dead. The authorities bust into his home.
Oh.
All right. Should I keep going?
Are you still there? Okay. Yeah, this is where I'll put it, I guess.
Okay.
I just think, like, it's hard for me to really fully invest in the drama of of a couple that I just met a minute and 30 seconds ago. Like, this is supposed to have enough weight to, like, carry the entire emotional, like, arc of the episode, and I just don't think, like, 2 like 30-second scenes is really enough for me to invest in this relationship.
You know, you are a cold, heartless robot. 60 seconds of television emotion can't bind you to this couple for eternity. I don't know who you are anymore. I just don't know.
I guess not.
No,
yeah.
I agree, and that's the crux of my whole point of why I don't like this part of the story is that it's just really contrived. It's really heavy-handed. They didn't give us any reason why they love each other.
Right.
You know, what makes them love each other? You know, answer that, Carlton and David. Why do they love each other? You know, I don't know why they love each other. I don't know why their love is so strong, besides the fact that they're married or something. And believe me, marriage is not, love is not predicated on marriage. So,
ooh,
not that I'm married, so don't take my word for it. But yeah. So what do you continue your point?
Yeah. It's I think we're just supposed to accept that, Richard cares about this. Like, I'm invested in Richard as a character. He's been around enough for that. So I care about it to the extent that he does, but I can't really care much about her character. I mean, it's hard to. Like, we get so little of her.
Yeah.
Before she dies. Like, she's on her deathbed, as you said, when we first meet her. And a minute and a half later, she's dead. And it's just, compared to other sort of tragic romances that they've portrayed on the show, even Alex and Carl got more. Ouch. Yeah. Wow. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I agree. It was when they split up, it was way more dramatic. It would be like when Locke meets Helen, and Locke meets Helen in one scene, and the next scene, I'm leaving you, John.
Right.
And it's like, okay, let her leave. She barely knows you.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, if this had been developed to a certain extent, maybe I could get invested in this. But it's just not enough. And they are hanging me. So, like, I can sort of buy into it in terms of just saying, okay, I care about Richard, and he seems to be really into this, so I'll just go along for the ride. But I feel like it is tricky to tell a story like this and expect it to really have as much impact on the audience as it's supposed to have on Richard.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the weakest link in the story for me.
Yeah, exactly. You off the weakest link.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had to bring that back.
Yeah, I didn't really mean to make a reference, but it's there, so it was appropriate.
Alrighty, next scene.
Okay.
Richard is in jail. He receives a visit from a priest who offers him food, but Richard declines. The priest notices that Richard is reading an English Bible, which impresses him quite much. Richard tells the priest he and Isabella were planning to start a new life in the New World. Richard gives his confession that he killed a man. Richard asks for forgiveness, but the priest says he cannot grant absolution for murder. Richard thinks there must be a way to earn God's forgiveness. The priest says Richard must earn God's grace through penance. But there just isn't enough time. They're going to hang Richard tomorrow. Then the priest says that the devil awaits you in hell. May God have mercy on your soul. This whole time when the priest tells Richard there's not enough time, I'm thinking, Richard's like, I can make time.
If only you could.
I'll just play more piano, Mother.
Yeah. This reminded me of that whole like Smokey Echo thing where he's telling him to confess, and I guess Echo was like, "No, I won't confess," and then he killed him. And Richard's like, "I want to confess," but the priest was like, "Ah." No.
Yeah, it seems like it was almost like it was kind of comical of like, okay, confess. All right, I killed this guy. Ooh, man, if you had told me, you committed adultery or you stole something. I've got enough power to grant absolution for that.
You took the Lord's name in vain, maybe.
Listen, I'm only a level 12 priest. I can't grab absolution for murder. You need to seek a level 15 or higher for that.
I didn't realize that was the problem.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough mana for it.
He hasn't leveled up enough.
He's got to level up. He needs to do some more raids or
go out and vanquish some demons. So let's see. There's a couple of things I want to say about this scene. First of all, at the end, when he says, the devil awaits you in hell, and then he says, may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, and it's like, I thought about that. I'm like, well, obviously God doesn't have mercy on his soul if the devil is expecting him. Like what? How can he have mercy if the case is closed?
Yeah, it's kind of like he just said God's not going to have mercy.
Yeah.
So it's like
listen. These priests just say anything. They have a bag of tricks, and this is one of his things he says.
Yeah, it's like he said that just because it was his tagline or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just felt obligated, but it doesn't apply in this situation at all.
Yeah, Richard should go, oh, God may have mercy? Really? I think the priest says, oh, no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. No,
I just have to say that. It's in my contract.
You're going to hell straight away, buddy.
Don't worry. What I said before still stands. Yeah.
Because it's like, and even if he means when Richard gets to hell, may God have mercy on your soul, it's like, well, isn't the devil in control at that point? Isn't that the whole issue here?
Yeah, I thought that was the point. If God had mercy, then it would he would accept Richard's confession.
Mhm.
But he tells him he doesn't. Okay, so another thing is, I'm a little confused about how Richard is able to learn English just by reading the text of a Bible in English.
You have no idea how to read, do you? How reading works.
Well, I didn't want to give that away, but could you tell me how that works? Obviously, I don't know.
Well, what's funny is, I agree. It's like, even if you figure out what the words mean in another language, that doesn't tell you how to pronounce them.
Right. He can learn sort of how to read English from the Bible, but I don't think he can learn how to speak it from the Bible.
And if he did, he should sound like he's, King James.
Right. That's right. You're right. He doesn't use nearly enough, like,
vowels and
Renaissance England expressions.
Yeah, he really should be using a lot more of that.
He should be saying thou and thy and all those crazy words.
Hast not. And
yes.
I don't know. They just make up stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were.
This is the whole reason he gets on the Black Rock.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing of like. And honestly, I feel like if his wife was, if they didn't have the story that she was dying, or dead at this point, they would have been like, yes, my wife is teaching me English.
Oh.
And we know we've seen that before.
I see. Oh,
but,
yeah.
I think it's just, I love the realization with the immediate sigh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Just a hint of disappointment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, another contrivance that he is, where did he get this Bible? Like, when they arrested him, they let him take his English Bible with him? Like, come on, people. Really? Really?
Yeah.
That's what to believe?
It's a King James Bible, so it's not a Bible that Catholics really should want to use. Just, for religious accuracy, I guess it's like the go-to Bible for English, but it's not. It's a Protestant Bible, so
yeah.
So I don't know what to do with all this.
Ignore it and continue to the next scene.
Pretty much, but I want to say something else about this. I do kind of like this priest character, though.
What?
Call me crazy, but I just
crazy.
I found myself liking him. Not like I think he's a good guy, but I just sort of liked his demeanor. I just found him amusing.
He was an awful character and a really bad priest. Not an awful character. I mean, a good character, but an awful person.
Yes. I won't deny that he's an awful person, but I sometimes I like bad characters.
Yeah, he had quite a bit to do with these little, scenes, but. Yeah, the next scene is a big one.
Right, yeah. Yeah, like I thought his, for as little as we get of him, I feel like we get a sense of what kind of guy he is.
Mhm.
So that's pretty good in contrast with Isabella, where I feel like we never really know who she is.
Who?
I
didn't hear what you said. The phone kind of was breaking.
Oh, you're serious. Isabella.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
Richard
Isabella. Oh, okay.
Like, you're just like, I don't know any such person.
Yeah, it would have been fitting.
They're dead to me.
Literally. Yeah, let me do the next scene.
Okay.
The next day, the guards come for Richard. The priest orders them to blindfold him. They take Richard to an Englishman named Whitfield. Whitfield asks Richard if he can speak English. Richard stays silent until he sees that it can save his life. Whitfield pays the priest for Richard, who is now property of Magnus Hanzo. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, man. Yeah, so they totally dodge the Hanzo issue.
Yeah, they bring it up so they can dodge it.
Yeah.
Because basically it means Hanzo either died with the rest of the officers or was never on the ship.
It means what? What did you say? The first
that
thing?
he died with the rest of the officers. Like, if he was on the Black Rock, he's dead.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, he wasn't on the Black Rock then.
What?
Hanzo?
I'm confused. If he died, then he wasn't on the Black Rock?
Well, I'm saying we don't. I mean, I'm assuming he didn't die in the Black Rock, right?
Yeah, there's a if you listen when they first crash there before Whitfield comes down, you hear someone say, "Captain Hanzo is dead."
Oh, okay.
So he's supposed to have died, I guess, in the crash on the island.
He's the captain. I forgot he was the captain. I was thinking he was, that he was just some like guy who had a fleet of ships or something.
Yeah.
But he was actually the captain of that. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they have established sort of canonically that Magnus Hanzo was the captain of Black Rock, and so I think they were obligated to make that be true.
Yeah.
They clearly didn't want to go any farther than acknowledging that it was true.
Well, I mean, it seems like I don't know what else is there to say about Hanzo, because it seems like at this point, then it just means that he had no special quality to himself.
Right.
And the idea is supposed to be Alvar Hanzo finds the island because he's looking for the Black Rock. which is what his ancestor was the captain of.
Mhm.
Is that right? Like, that's the sort of quick and dirty
I think so.
explanation?
Yeah.
All right, wow. Glad I could sum that up in 10 words or less.
Yeah, I think I guess because, because in season 2 the idea of Hanzo seemed to be like central to the show, or at least people took it that way, including me. So I guess since they have an opportunity to show a Hanzo character in real time on the show, I was just surprised they didn't do it. Like, we never see him. He's only referred to.
Yeah.
So it was clear that he's got no significant role in the story, and they just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, he exists, but, no more than that.
Yeah. Anything else on this scene?
Yeah, so here's where the priest takes the money for Richard, which is it's kind of, he does end up kind of saving his life in a way by doing this, but I don't think that's really why he's doing it, so he doesn't really necessarily get credit for that.
I'm surprised why the priest is in charge.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Like, is he the one doing? Like, I figure it should be who's ever the head guard, whoever the warden is, or something. Like, this should be, like, to me, a typical version of this story would be, it's the warden who's sort of selling off prisoners, and he's not really supposed to do it, but he's selling off prisoners, and but yeah, it was weird that the priest was the guy. I don't know. Yeah,
like, I wonder if the warden knows about it.
Yeah.
Like, is the priest, like, doing this behind his back, or is he authorized to do this, or, does he give the warden a kickback, or, does he skim a little off the top? Like, I wonder what the story is supposed to be there. It's not clear at all. Because as far as I know, priests aren't generally in charge of, like, holding convicts and, getting them to their executions.
Mhm.
I'm not aware that that's ever been a common practice.
Yeah. I don't know.
Why do you think it takes Richard so long to start speaking English?
When the guy asked him if he can speak English?
Yeah.
Drama.
Okay.
And to make it clear that, this is why he's getting his life saved.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was curious what the reason was supposed to be. Like, he just looks at him, and it's like it takes him a minute for it to sink in that it's worth. I guess he realizes if he doesn't respond, he's going to die. Yeah,
exactly.
But at first, he's skeptical.
Because he already thought he was on his way to go die. Like,
right.
He was expecting to go die, and this guy's like, "Do you speak English?" And he's like, "What? I'm on my way to be hung. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who are you?" And then he sees, like, "Oh, okay, I cannot die, so that'll work."
Right. Okay. All right, that's good.
All right, next scene?
Sure.
Next scene, we're on the high seas. A storm ravages a familiar ship. It's the Black Rock, matey. Richard and other captives flail about on the lower deck. One says he can see land. It's an island. The captive peers through a crack in the hull and sees what appears to be the devil guarding the island. We know it as the statue of Toweret. The Black Rock drifts towards the island. Then we see an impossible wave carry the Black Rock directly into the top of the statue. We're all collectively as an audience flabbergasted.
was that actually part of the scene?
That this is the explanation that they've given us. And scene.
Yeah. So when I saw this, I thought it was pretty much hilarious.
Yeah, right. Like my thing is like I don't mind that the Black Rock hit the statue, Well, and I don't mind, okay, that's one thing. I do mind that it hits the top of the statue, but I would let them have that. But what I really mind is that it hits the very top of the statue. Like, it didn't hit kind of the middle top. It hit, like, almost the very top point of like, any higher, it would have just chipped it.
Yeah.
You know, like, and it was the biggest wave ever.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they were doing with that. I mean, I know, you know, waves get pretty crazy. We've all seen The Perfect Storm, although I haven't seen that. But you know what I mean? Like, you know, it to me that had to have been like a mini tsunami wave or something. Like,
right? Yes.
What's going on? You know?
Yeah, and because when they first show the Taweret statue, the water is like below its feet.
Totally. I mean, the statue is it's not just the height of the island. It's like, you know, from what we see, it's like really tall. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and so that wave must be just the biggest wave ever.
Yeah.
And the way they cut it together, like they don't give you the perspective to understand. Like they show you the one shot of the ship from afar away from the island, and then just all of a sudden it's like going into the statue's head.
Yeah, I think that was part of what makes it funny. It goes from everything's kind of normal to wah wah.
Yeah,
top of the head. Like, what?
Exactly.
No, that was weird. I think another shot of to let us know that the waves were getting that high.
Yeah.
I think would have been good to know when we see, you know, a wave getting really, really high, and we go, oh, okay, we can kind of get the sense that, you know, something's going to happen, and then we see it hit the black rock. And of course, the other thing that this big wave does is explains why the black rock's in the middle of the island.
Yeah.
And not like crashed, shipwrecked on the shore.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so they basically killed two mysteries for one. Like,
yeah.
This is how the statue lost the top part, and how the black rock ended up in the middle of the island.
I was so Vince, are you listening to that? He has to go and
yeah.
The question.
Yeah, those are definitely.
That was for Vince.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, my whole theory, was it was going to be explained with a little bit more, I don't know, magic or something, or island mysticism of.
Me too.
That the island had moved or something like that. And it was just a big wave. Just a big wave.
Just a really, really big wave.
Yeah. Now, you know what? At this point, what crackpot theory I want them to tell me is that the big wave did come from a tsunami because of the underwater volcano that erupted or something.
Mm-hmm.
I need them to tell me why that wave was that big. Come on.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But they could also explain the ash.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do think something like that is going to come into play at some point. So maybe they actually will do that.
Yeah, and it might even tie back to why in the Flash Sideways the island's underwater.
Right.
This is a whole show about geology.
Yeah.
People giving people rocks and things, and I'm telling you. You're a geologist. You probably know what's going on.
I think I'm developing a sense of what Lost likes to do with mysteries like this. I mean, I think, they really go for fairly simple things, and they also like it if they can just knock out more than one thing at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I never would have guessed there was any connection between the statue and the Black Rock. I really thought those are totally separate issues.
Yeah, totally.
I actually thought that the statue had been, I thought it was a lot longer ago that it was destroyed. I imagined it was, I imagined it just being sort of natural weathering that knocked it down. Incidentally, there is a Popular Mechanics article about this, sort of explaining the extent to which this is possible.
And they probably gave it it could happen.
Yeah, it is possible. It would take a major tsunami to get a wave that big.
Yeah.
And they said sort of the way they depicted it didn't look big enough to really make this happen, but theoretically it is possible for a ship to get up that high and to knock a statue over.
Did they talk about whether or not that ship would have been, blown to pieces by that impact?
Yeah, it could have gone as far inland as it did, but yeah, it should have been probably more damaged.
Yeah.
Than it was, and probably more of the people should have died in the hull.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least like some aspect of it is kind of plausible, and that's, what can you do? I mean,
that's good enough.
Yeah, since I thought it was like completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Obviously my sense of what's possible is a little off, because if anything remotely like this is possible, then that amazes
that's the
me.
Thing. As long as they're willing to go to the length of telling us, like it wasn't just a normal wave. It was, a tsunami wave. I'm like, I'll buy that. I'll buy a wave to get that high.
Yeah.
It just was like, first it was just a regular storm, and then it's like, holy crap.
They didn't give us enough context to understand that something like that was even in the cards. It was.
Yeah.
It just like. It's like, okay, it's just a little storm. We're riding out this, and we're at the top of the statue. and the shot is just the shot from the front where you see the statue's head. Like that's just completely hilarious. Every time I see it, I'm just really amused that, like, I mean, it's such a momentous thing for the show that they're showing, and I just can't believe how silly it is.
Yeah.
Like. This is our final word on the Black Rock.
Yeah, there's some weirdness to seeing a ship hitting a statue, and thinking about a plane hitting a building.
Mhm.
And just that was weird to see.
Yeah.
Like, this is weird. I've never seen a ship hit something really tall. And, they're not supposed to do that.
Right. Yeah. It wouldn't be something anyone should really try to do.
No.
I mean, if I were you and I had a boat,
Hey, what we should do with your boat? We should attempt to knock down a statue.
What we still don't really know is where that statue came from.
Nope.
I don't know if that might be something we never learn. But
well, in keeping with when they're done with mysteries, they destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the statue destroyed might be like, well, guys, this is as much as we'll ever learn about it.
Yeah. It's but still, there's something. There is something. I get a little bit of excitement out of seeing the Black Rock actually sailing and. Seeing the statue in full form and, getting origins on all that is kind of exciting. I appreciate that. As silly as it is.
Yeah. Well, I want to say, speaking of silliness, though, or whatever, not only was this scene weird, but if you put it in context with what we first saw with when the statue was fully built and Jacob and the man in black are on the beach and they're looking at the Black Rock, like, we're supposed to believe this, like, later that night, later that day, the storm just happened? Because they were right off ashore, and it was clear as day.
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes. We are supposed to believe that happened later that day.
Okay.
I only say that definitively because they addressed it on the most recent podcast.
Okay, good.
Like, that's exactly what we're supposed to... Because there was a lot of rampant speculation about, maybe it was a different ship or whatever, a continuity error or something.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, that's what they had...
Maybe it's a different ship. Come on.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens.
Why did you bring a different ship to the island? Yeah. Okay, yeah, as long as I was wondering if they would address that, because it was definitely weird to go from, a clear sunny day to the worst storm ever.
Yeah. There's supposed to be something weird with the island going on as far as that goes, I think. Like when when the helicopter with Desmond leaves, like it's totally sunny and clear skies, and then like all of a sudden there's a giant storm.
Mm-hmm.
Not as big as this, but you know, pretty significant out of
Rousseau,
nowhere.
there was a storm.
Yeah. Yeah, so like there's something about drawing people to the island or getting near the edge of the island or something that is related to the storms, I think.
Could I venture to guess Smokey makes it storm?
You could venture to guess that, yeah.
That's his way of trying to kill them before they get there?
If you want. Yeah, you could do that. That might work.
Yeah.
I don't know what the limits of what Smokey can do. So
He's got telekinesis.
I don't think that's off the table. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, there's a distance between unbuckling a thing and creating a storm, but it's we have no reason to limit his abilities so far.
I think once you say a character has telekinesis, you're much closer to like saying they have almost anything.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised they went there, you know.
Because he's also telepathic to some degree.
Yeah.
So he's almost an X-Men. Instead of Wolverine claws, he can turn into smoke. And,
Mhm. Yeah, you're right. He really could be like a character in a comic book, and that's his powers. That's weird. I never really thought of him that way. But
yeah, he's got powers, and he's just trying to get home.
He's just trying to go home. Yeah, I guess they could do a whole like Adventures of Smokey on the Island series.
Mhm.
The
comic book should be he gets out off the island.
Oh,
and
he gets
goes to
out.
the real world, and he's got then of course they send all the like superheroes after him.
Oh, okay. I see. I thought it was going to be all about how he wants to leave the island.
That's a series they do later. And,
oh, okay.
They'll go back and do that afterwards.
The prequel series.
The prequel, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Anything else with all this, all these shenanigans?
I guess I feel like this is where Richard gets the idea that this is hell and the devil is here and all that stuff. I think this plants that in his mind, and that's why it comes out later.
Yeah. Especially when the people you meet talk about the devil and agree that it's hell.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
Hard to be labeled as crazy when you have people confirming your crazy theories.
Right.
But maybe, Richard, they're crazy too.
Uh-oh.
All right, next scene?
Yes.
So, let's see. The next morning, the ship is in the middle of the jungle. The captives wake up, mostly all alive. Above deck, the crew talk about their situation. Whitfield comes down and begins to flay the captives one by one. He explains that they are shipwrecked, no food or water or supplies, and that there are only 5 officers left. Richard asks why he's killing all of them, and Whitfield says that if he freed them, they would eventually try to kill him. Whitfield goes to kill Richard, but the familiar sounds of Smokey distract him. The officers above scream and get creamed by Smokey. And after a beat of silence, Smokey grabs Whitfield. Smokey then floats down and observes Richard, and after some flashes, Smokey vanishes. So, I was thinking we'd see Smokey transform in that shot. He got really close.
Where do you think he got really close?
Like when he went up to Richard, and he was like the shot where he's like kind of getting close to. He kind of forms a sort of human form, kind of a vertical column almost,
Oh yeah, okay.
Like if someone was standing there, so I was like, oh, are they going to show it? And they didn't show it.
No. I wonder if they're ever going to show it.
They might. It seems like I feel like they're getting closer and closer to showing it. There's been some progression, so.
I see.
With how they portray Smokey,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it went from, especially that one episode where it went from, like, us seeing through his perspective, and from his perspective to seeing Lost.
Right.
So I think it seems like they're sort of progressing towards something, towards a more direct just showing him transform.
Right.
It probably would look really weird, and it probably would just really make Locke's character seem really crazy to know he can do whatever it looks like they're going to show him that he could do.
Yeah.
Because you don't really know what it would look like.
Right. Right. Yeah. I really have no idea how they would try to depict that. I don't really have a picture of him in my head because he always just ducks behind something.
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't have to see it. So yeah, I'm just wondering if they've just decided they don't want to show it and they're not going to.
I bet they will. I think they still have time, and I think it would be pretty nice. It'd be pretty cool for them to see.
Okay.
Pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
All right. So Whitfield kills all these guys. I love that he explains the situation, but of course most of them don't speak English, so they have no idea why. Even if they believe his, even though he gives them the sort of philosophical reason behind why he's killing them, they have no idea what he's saying.
Yeah, that doesn't help. Yeah, it's kind of amazing because it's like they just crashed and he decides to do this really quickly.
And again, contrivance. Because I have to say, if I was those guys, we're shipwrecked on an island, like we're just shipwrecked, and I've got like 10 slaves I just bought.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might want to keep them alive to help me make it and survive in this wilderness.
Right.
I can have these people work for me and help survive and go find. You know what I mean? Like it seems like that'd be the least you would want to do would be to, that's like if you shipwreck with. I mean, I hate to say this, but with any animal or resource or supply, like, and the fact that they are literally keeping them like slaves as property, should solidify that idea of like, this is your resource you're destroying.
Mm-hmm.
But he has his reasons. But I think it's a real contrivance that just immediately he kills them right away.
Yeah, and I thought
he could have just left them chained there.
Right. In a way, that might be crueler, but I still found this scene really shocking. Like just a series of murders all of a sudden. Like it's just I'm not used to seeing that many murders in a row, I guess. At least
when Saeed's not around?
Yeah, exactly. At first, like I actually thought he was claimed or something, like when he just starts stabbing them and doesn't say a word.
Yeah.
But then when he explained, it was like, oh no, he's not claimed, he's just doing what he thinks makes sense.
Yeah, I thought he was claimed too. I thought that would have been cool to have him be claimed, and this is what he's doing. But then he explained. It would have been more cool if he was claimed. Yeah,
I thought they were going to use this as an opportunity to maybe clarify what that is. But
I mean, could he be claimed?
I mean, we can't really rule it out, I guess, except for the fact that Smokey kills him. Which I guess, there's no particular reason to think he won't kill someone who's claimed, but,
Yeah. Yeah, and I just don't understand this whole beginning part of why he's even interested in Richard. Like, he kills all the officers instantly, and then he waits, then he goes and he goes up to Richard. And I don't know, it seems like he said something about Richard automatically. And maybe he knows that's who Jacob wanted or something. Or I guess Jacob didn't even want Richard. What am I talking about?
Right.
I'm sorry, this was Claude from last week and previous. when I thought, Richard was intrinsically
we just had a
special to
flashback.
Jacob. Yeah. Sorry, now I just forgot that Jacob didn't want him in particular.
Jacob's never even heard of Richard until
Never
this
even heard
episode.
of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not true then. I don't know. To me, it was just weird how he just decided to single Richard out, and instead of indiscriminately killing him like he did everyone else.
Right. Yeah, I almost got the sense that, well, yeah.
Because I originally thought what was happening was Woodfield had been claimed, Smokey had already sort of scanned everyone and knew who was interesting, and what was actually going on was he was trying to set up this whole plan of, obviously first would be killing everyone around Richard, so Richard's alone, then presenting himself as the wife, and then, you know what I mean, like that whole sequence of events. I thought this was the beginning of that, and it would start with, needing everyone else to be killed. So that, Richard could be by himself and that, and then Smokey could do his plan. But yeah, I guess it just seemed like that wasn't part of it, that he killed everyone first and then was like, oh, here's somebody who's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that, except he kills the people first, and then he decides to scan Richard before he kills him.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like sometimes he doesn't do that. Sometimes he kills people.
Weird. Yeah, it's like, how do you know who to kill and not to kill? Like, especially when he seems to somewhat often find people he doesn't want to kill.
Right.
So it's like, you might want to find, you might want to scan more people, dude. Like,
right. Yeah, like maybe Whitfield could have killed Jacob for him.
Oh, totally. Yeah, Whitfield would have stabbed him, no question. Before he spoke or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So it's it does seem kind of arbitrary. Like Smokey just randomly decides, maybe I'll just scan this guy, or he plays some kind of like scan, kill, or whatever game.
Yeah.
And so when he goes down there, I think that light flashing where he's in front of Richard is just him scanning Richard, and I think that's where he gets this stuff about Isabella and about it being hell, and that's where he sort of comes up with how he's gonna manipulate Richard.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't really get that the first time. Like I was totally confused about the events of this episode until I watched it 3 times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty clear. The initial part is kind of confusing. But I think once he scans Richard and the story goes from there, it makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that's a very fine point, and it's like, how many people are going to get that from one viewing? Or how many people are going to say, well, Richard thought it was hell, Richard told the Lofties it was hell, and the Man in Black said it's hell.
Yeah.
Jacob says it's not hell, though, so maybe.
Yeah. Like I thought when he confirms it, I thought, wow, why is he just going along with this? I just didn't really understand what he was thinking. But yeah, if you know what Smokey's about, it makes sense. But yeah, it does seem surprisingly subtle.
Yeah.
For a show that like a lot of times goes out of its way to make clear what's going on.
The man in black, that's Smokey, the man in black that's Smokey that turns into Locke, the man in black that's Smokey that turns into Locke who's dead?
Exactly.
Something like that.
Exactly. And at the beginning of the episode, like they reestablished that Richard doesn't age, just in case anybody missed that. And set up the question why, and so it's like you come into this, you've never seen Lost before, that. You know that he doesn't age, even if you don't know anything else about the show.
Yeah, I'm thinking now, that when we saw Richard, when Ben saw Richard as a kid, and Richard, when Richard, the one time Richard looks different.
Yes.
It's kind of what he looks like, in the Black Rock days.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seemed like they were trying to do something with that.
Actually, I have something on that. I meant to bring that up at the beginning. Yeah.
You have a news update. We have a lost news update. This just in.
I have my final theory on what was going on in that scene.
Okay.
So there's a recent little, very short, lost official video podcast with Nestor Carbonell, and he's talking about this episode and about Richard Alpert in general, and he references that scene where you see him. He talks about how he looks the same all the time except that one time where he has the long hair and stuff, and he referred to it as 70s garb. So I took from that that the costume designers were just trying to make him look like a guy in the 70s.
Oh.
And that's the explanation for why he looks like that. Because he did specifically say he looks like he's in the 70s, but he hasn't aged. Like he had that in mind at the time.
Who said that?
Nestor Carbonell.
He said what?
He said that he had in mind that you know, he looks like he was in the 70s, but he hadn't aged.
Oh, okay. When he played that scene?
Yeah. I mean, I inferred that because of the way he referred to it. You know, he basically said, yeah, you know, most of the time I look exactly the same. There was that one time where they put me in 70s garb, but I still hadn't visibly aged.
Yeah.
You know, and he was talking about that in the context of wondering what the deal with Alpert was.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So it sounds to me like when he filmed that, he did have, you know, they did mean for him not to look aged, but they wanted him to look like he was from the 70s. And then I guess at a certain point, you know, the memo came in, just make him look the same all the time.
Mhm.
Don't worry about the time period.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think that finally is what was going on.
Wow, that was supposed to be 70s. You look like you're from the 1800s.
You know how fashion is.
Fashion is typical, right?
Yeah, you're right though. I didn't really make the connection that it's kind of like old school Richard Alpert.
Yeah. Like that doesn't. I mean, I get the long hair and I guess the beard, you know, is a 70s thing, but the clothes didn't. From what I remember, they didn't look 70s.
Yeah. Well, he seemed to think that's what was going on. So
yeah, I'll buy it. It makes sense. I mean, that's logical. That's the kind of thing you would do. Well, we're in the 70s, so let's make Richard look like in the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that's the typical. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're finally like understanding some of the behind the scenes stuff that's been like really mysterious for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that proves, you know, the point of like so many mysteries and so many things like we could know. It's like, well, the answers are in like these little decisions they make that's not on the show. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, there's some behind the scenes stuff. Oh, and I think we brought this up before. Just another minor note. There's a deleted scene from season 4 involving Claire after she gets blown up in the house, where she's in a bedroom with Hurley, and she says she sees her father, but Hurley doesn't see him, and then she asks Hurley if they're dead. And
I forgot about that.
And Hurley.
Yeah.
Do you remember that now?
Keep going. I forget. Some of it sounds familiar.
That's pretty much a whole scene. Hurley, the punchline of the scene is Hurley says, if we're dead, then heaven sucks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I didn't remember. I think we have discussed it, but I had forgotten about that scene. That's another scene that suggests that Claire might be dead.
Yeah.
Or might have died, I should say. I don't know if she's dead now.
Yeah, I can see that. Something's going on. It seems like another scene suggesting they're in hell, too.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, anyway, that's just, you know, playing cleanup with some of these old things.
Yeah, right?
They hang around for a long time before we get any resolution.
All righty. So, next thing.
Yes.
So, still chained, Richard tries to loosen a floorboard. It begins to rain, and Richard tries to drink some of the falling water, but he can't get close enough. Later, Richard frees a bolt from the floorboard and uses it to chip away at the wood around the anchor that he's chained to. Later, Richard sees a boar doing something inappropriate with a dead captive. Richard yells at the boar, which flees, but causes Richard to lose grip of the bolt and possibly his sanity.
Oh, no.
Later, she is awakened by a beautiful voice. It's Isabella. She says that they are not only both dead, but both in hell. She says they must leave before the devil comes back. But it's too late, and Smokey returns. Isabella attempts to escape, but the sound design implies she is killed by Smokey. Richard cries. Richard cries at losing her a second time. That's the scene.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt the need to say the sound design implies it because that's all we got.
It's true. Yeah, the way the scene played out was also why I was confused about what was going on. Because we hear stuff outside apparently, and you hear the smoky rattle, I guess.
Yeah.
While she's running, and so it's like, what is Smokey do? Because I think this is supposed to be Smokey here. Like, can he make his sounds while he's in the form of somebody else?
He's like, you're saying, can Smokey throw his voice, basically?
Yeah.
Like, can he do two things at once? I don't know what was going on. I mean, I would have to imagine that he... I don't know, man. It's weird. And I think it gets really confusing, especially since Smokey later tries to tell this version of what happened to Richard. And it's really weird. It's like, yeah, it was me, but I was running from him. She was running from him, but I'm in the smoke. But Jacob did it. It's like, what are you saying happened? And I think it's the same thing in this scene. It's like, what is happening up there?
Yeah.
Everybody freeze. What's going on?
Right. Yeah.
Like a dog chasing its tail or something. I don't know what was supposed to be going on up there. I just assumed somehow there was that she was sort of still there as, like somehow that apparition of her was there and sort of scared and running, and Smokey was there too and bashing about, and I don't know after that.
I guess, I think this is Smokey because this whole thing with his wife, plays, I mean, the story's ridiculous, but it becomes central to the plan or the way that Smokey gets Richard to go try to kill Jacob.
Yeah, no, I mean, it can't be Jacob.
Right.
Right.
I know it's not Jacob, but I think it has to be Smokey. I think this apparition, if it's not him,
as opposed to actually being his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to the thing we see at the end with Hurley.
Yeah.
Where I think that really is him. I mean her.
Mhm.
In ghost form or whatever, but he can't see her.
Oh shit. That's weird. That just made me think of something. You totally made me think of something I didn't think was true. Because I agreed with you, and then I thought, well, is that true? The scene at the end, in that scene when Isabella is talking to Richard and Hurley's there kind of translating, or whatever, and then we see that shot of Locke in the distance looking at them.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to take that, and now that makes me want to think that might not necessarily have been Isabella. Like, maybe we're supposed to think that was him doing that.
No, I think we're supposed to think he's there because Richard was calling for him, asking if the offer still stood.
Oh, okay. That's weird, though. Okay.
Yeah. So because I mean, there's as far as like Hurley saw the ghost of Jacob. Like I don't think that's Smokey.
Yeah.
You know, and no one could see, like Hurley's ghosts seem to be a special thing. Like no one else can see them, whereas Smokey's apparitions everybody can see apparently. You know, so I think those are different things. It's confusing because they put both in the same episode with the same character.
Yeah.
And I feel like again, if you're new to the show, you're like, how are you supposed to know that those are different?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, but also, you know, the apparition tells Hurley they have to stop the Man in Black from leaving the island. I don't think Smokey would say that.
Well, but don't forget he's a man of plans, and that could just mean he wants him to drive Richard to him.
Oh.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
You got to read between the lines, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's what's going on, but it's possible.
Yeah. What else? What's this? Oh, yeah. So yeah. Isabella appears, but it's really Smokey.
Yeah, and since at this point he's scanned Richard, he knows about her.
Mm-hmm.
He knows about the idea that they're in hell. You know, I feel like it should be a little weird to Richard that his wife is in hell.
Yeah.
And it's also weird, like the idea of being in hell and like the devil goes around killing people in hell.
Yeah.
Like I don't really understand that. Like, what happens when you die in hell?
Mhm.
Like, what then?
Yeah, and I think that's what the point Jacobs makes later to Richard is just like, if you're in hell, then you know, why do you feel alive?
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, it's just I feel like Richard should be more skeptical of Isabella here.
Hey, it's the 1800s, you know. They didn't have TV yet.
I see. Yeah. But it is a weird scene because it's like she runs outside and it's like this whole drama that Smokey puts on for him.
Yeah, it's like a play. It's like a one-man show that he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to, like, I don't know how this works, but it's like, you know, it's him making Isabella do those things and say those things, and, you know, and it's kind of weird if it's Smokey, you know, if that's Smokey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he sets up this scenario where Richard feels like he has to go rescue Isabella.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it's just so implausible because the way he sets it up, it really seems like Smokey's doing it, and at the same time he admits that he's Smokey.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it seems like he should have said, "Yeah, Jacob's the Black Smoke."
That's what he should have said, and that's I think that's why that scene is weird, is because he's trying to be truthful, but at the same time lie.
Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, I'm the Black Smoke, but you don't have to worry about me. But I'm the one who took your, you know. Well, wait a minute, no, I'm not. I was like, he's the one who killed all the men, but not the one who took your wife. But like what?
Exactly. Yeah. The Man in Black's too honest sometimes.
Yeah, because it's like he heard the smoky noises, and he saw the men up there get killed.
Right.
And he saw the Black Smoke kill Whitfield.
Yeah.
And then Isabella's around running from the noises, and she has to assume the Black Smoke took her.
Right.
But then he's like, no, I saw the other guy take her.
Yeah.
I was there. And even though I'm a pillar of smoke, I couldn't do anything to help.
Yeah, I guess that's what he wants Richard to believe. Like,
yeah,
Jacob just came and took her, and he really wanted to stop him, but he just couldn't.
Yeah. But a strong gust of wind came and it was holding me back.
Exactly. Yeah. God.
All right. Next scene.
Yes.
Oh, I mentioned the thing about the boar who was, I guess, supposed to be trying to eat the dead person.
Oh, yes.
But it was messing around with his belt in his crotch area, and it just seemed really weird. I don't don't know why they put that on network TV, but you see his belt come like unloosened, and it's like, what's going on, Boar?
Yeah, that was weird. I think we're supposed to assume. Yeah, this is pretty strong stuff for network TV. I was really surprised at how many murders, and like they imply that this boar is eating this guy. And
yeah,
it's like I couldn't believe they were really doing all this. It was really
and not a very smart boar. It goes to the guy in the back first, which is a little weird.
It is.
Like he passed all the other dead bodies. That guy in the back looks pretty tasty. Because boars eat people.
I think this is a callback to when there were the boars in the part of the plane.
Yeah.
That were eating the people.
Yeah, boars eat people. It's just the truth.
It's just At least boars on this island do.
Yeah.
I actually, for a second, when the boar is seeming to run at him, and he says, "I'll kill you," I actually thought for a second that the subtitles were for the boar, like the boar was saying, "I'll kill you."
Oh man, that'd be awesome. The boar's like, "You're a dead man, Alfred." Wow.
Like the way they cut it, it really, like if the boar makes the noise, it really looks like that's what the subtitles were.
Oh man, squeal, squeal, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it was weird because it made it seem like the boar was charging towards him, not trying to eat past him.
Right.
And I thought he was going to catch the boar. And I'm like, no, he just kind of, nothing really happened.
Yeah. Man,
I wish that boar would talk. Oh, that'd be great. What, all the stories that boar could tell.
Exactly.
Watch out for that hurly bird.
Wow. I hope that boar knows about the hurly bird.
Oh man, everyone's got to know about the hurly bird.
Is it still saying Hurley in the 1800s?
I hope so.
It's just waiting for Hurley to show up.
Mhm.
I'm not going to make sense until Hurley gets here.
All the animals are like, I don't know who the fuck Hurley is, but man, when he gets here, it's all going to make sense why we're here, guys. Because even the animals don't know why this. The boy's like, this is El Inferno. Oh, man, I love it. All the animals are like, why are we here? What did we do in a past life that we're on this miserable island where all these humans kill us for, like, one of the many things they have to deal with.
It's a good question. I wonder what we're supposed to believe about that. Did the wildlife and vegetation and stuff just evolve there, or did it come from somewhere else? Did Jacob bring it there?
Well, if there's one thing I can say about Darwinism, it's that there should be some unique species on that island for as long as that island has been its own environment.
Yeah. That's
Although
what I'm
apparently
thinking.
there was that whole thing about birds coming and migrating there.
Oh, yeah.
But that would probably make it more interesting a little bit.
Mhm.
But there should be some stuff on that island that probably isn't anywhere else.
Yeah. Maybe that's what that Hurley bird is supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. Like its kind died out long ago, but it's the one that's left.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. Got a whole species of birds that just fly around.
They all say Hurley.
Saying Hurley. So ridiculous. But why not?
Oh God, the Hurley bird. Yeah, that's probably why they died out. Was I can imagine flocks and flocks of birds saying Hurley, Hurley, Hurley. Every other animal in the world was trying to kill it.
its natural predators were all life.
All other life.
Wow.
The viruses are like, we have to evolve so we can kill that thing. Quick, mutate some more. All right, you ready for the next scene?
You think we'll see the Hurley-bird again before the end of the show?
You know, I feel like that's one of the little gems that if, you know, I doubt it, but I feel like it would be a really minor special thing if they did.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it, but at the same time, you know, I don't think we will.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess I can imagine something like
a quick thing.
Yeah, something like what they did with Nikki and Paulo.
Yeah, it could just be such a quick thing of you just seeing it, or it's they don't have to spend a lot of time, so you can throw it in almost anywhere.
Yeah,
so that's why I feel like they could do it, but at the same time, it's such a minor thing. It's like I don't think they, you know,
right.
It would be surprising.
Yeah.
Although I said I wouldn't be surprised. So. The answer is both yes and no, and all of that.
Okay. Well, it's resolved then.
Next scene?
Yes.
Next scene, Richard lays motionless on the floor. A figure carrying a lantern and a thermos arrives. The man touches Richard's shoulder purposefully, and Richard soon awakens. The man offers him some water, and we see the man is the man in black, Smokey. The man says he is a friend and confirms they are in hell. The man tells Richard he has been on the island long before the ship came. Richard tells Smokey that his wife was there but was captured by the Black Smoke. Smokey confirms that the Black Smoke has her but wants to help. He produces keys to the chains but wants Richard's help in return. Smokey uncuffs Richard and observes that it's good to see him out of those chains.
Ooh.
Smokey then helps Richard up and tells him that if he wants to escape hell, he must kill the devil.
Oh.
So here's the whole thing of where he's saying, yes, the Black Smoke has your wife.
Mm-hmm.
But later I'm going to say that I'm wrong.
Right. Right.
That's not confusing.
Not at all. Not at
Who
all.
wrote this episode? This was a little sloppy.
Greg Nations and
Ooh.
yeah.
Ooh. Was it Greg and who?
Greg and somebody else, I forgot. Let me look. Melinda Taylor?
Okay. Well, I don't know. Some of that was a little sloppy, guys. A little sloppy. I don't know who this Melinda Taylor is.
Yeah, I think she's sort of new. She might have been around last season.
The Little Prince, Some Like It Hot, The Substitute, and
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I know I said earlier, and I keep saying, and I probably will continue to say, that in The Substitute, when Locke goes to recruit Sawyer, that it reminded me of The Stand. But this scene really reminds me of The Stand, since he's literally locked up and he actually has the key, and he says, "I'll let you go if you do what I say," and like it's even more overt. And in the official podcast, they confirmed that was the inspiration for this scene.
Interesting.
So this really is a Stand reference.
Nice.
Here. Yeah, and I have to also note that, you know, once we have Hurley actually calling this character the Man in Black at the end, you know, that makes the name kind of official. And I think it's weird. It didn't really occur to me, but the Man in Black is actually a character from the Dark Tower series. I thought that name reminded me of something other than just, you know, the Men in Black movies.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It's that character. So it strikes me as odd. to use that name for this character. I guess they're still withholding what his name's going to be. I don't really have a clue what they're going to do with that, but
yeah.
But it has
maybe his name is Awa.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't say that.
The island is Pandora, and everything here wants to kill you, including the Man in Black. But yeah, I don't know why they're withholding his name. I can't imagine unless he's a shepherd or something. Like, what's the big deal?
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, it just reminds me of how at the beginning of season 3, like the ending of one of the episodes was Juliet revealing what Ben's name was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, so what? I mean, you know,
yeah.
Like, okay, his name's Ben. I don't see why that's supposed to be a big deal. Like, I'm wondering if it's going to be like that. Like, he's just going to turn out to be, you know, I don't know.
I'm wondering if it's just like, because I'm trying to learn from past mistakes of being confused on why they do things, and then we find out what happens and it's not a big deal.
Right.
So I'm wondering if it's going to be the scenario, instead of like your scenario like that, maybe it'll be a little bit different, and it'll be like Jeremy Bentham, where there really isn't any mystery. The mystery is only a product of how they're telling the story.
Oh.
And that at some point we'll see the scene where his name is revealed, and if they would have just told the story like a different way, we would have got the name way sooner, you know.
I see. So wait, but does that imply that he's a character we know?
No, that just implies that I think that whatever, you know, whenever they tell us, like, I don't think he's necessarily a character we know, but for instance, we might find out his name in the Flash Sideways or something, you know. Like, if the Flash Sideways are directly connected to this timeline, then somehow, like, when we get to the end of that, it'll be the beginning of, you know what I mean? Like, the way they're telling the story might be just affecting how, you know, well, it is affecting it, because it could tell us already, so.
Okay. I see. Okay, like some character, okay. Like Dogen or something.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's any way that's what it is, but for example.
Yeah.
Or like Jack's son's name or something.
Mm-hmm. David.
Or Principal Reynolds. Yeah, David.
Something weird like that, yeah.
Yeah. Or Saeed's brother. Yeah, just any number of, okay. And so if they told us, then we would have some kind of reveal.
Mm-hmm.
But then once you know, it's no big deal.
Yeah, once you know, it's no big deal, you know.
Yeah.
Or it could be, it is a big deal, and that's why they're waiting.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, let's see. So, yeah, here we get the origin of It's Good to See You Out of Those Chains. And I guess we're supposed to assume, based on the ending of this episode, that Richard did not see him again until on the beach in LAX when he repeats this line.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly, Richard never changed his mind, so up until then, so he never... Now, that's the thing, I mean, he would have had to have seen Smokey at some point, right?
You would think so, yeah. Yeah.
But he's supposed to know that Smokey is that guy.
Yeah. It's just, I wish he should have told Ben that at some point.
Yeah, right.
Like, I feel like it's worth knowing that Smokey is this conscious entity that wants to kill Jacob. Like, if you're the leader of the others, I feel like you ought to know that.
Yeah, that should be in the handbook.
It really should. Really should. And it just, I don't know. It seems like it wasn't.
All right, so we also see, obviously this is Smokey's, as far as we know, first attempt at the loophole.
That's right. Yeah.
Which I think kind of says a lot. Now that we can compare what Smokey is tried to do with Richard with what he did with Locke, it looks like it didn't need to be, leader of the others.
Apparently not.
The whole thing about, seeing Jacob and, only, you can only go in if you're invited and only the leader can see Jacob, like all of that seemed to not matter. That was all just totally bullshit. No, I mean, Jacob did seem to make himself appear to Richard, but I feel like, he would have seen him anyway. Yeah, so I think that helps clear up some of the parts of the loophole, which is that it's really just someone else kill him. It's not anyone special. It's just someone else do it.
And that's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it. The loophole is, I can't kill you. I'm going to get someone else to kill you.
Yeah. Okay. But, I mean, that's so simple.
Yeah, right? It's just very lost, right? It's just so simple. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's all it takes.
You can't kill him.
That's just so... Okay. I'm still totally confused, but for that part of the story, okay, I guess that's all there is to it. But there's like some other details here that I don't understand about what happens here, what ensues from all this.
From this here or the other loophole with Locke?
Both, a comparison of the two.
Okay, what do you mean?
Well, so I mean, there's all the stuff that's about to happen, and also the stuff with Dogen and Saeed, which they very explicitly parallel.
Yeah.
And I really don't know what to make of all that. I can go through it, but it depends on the scenes that come up. So I'm not sure. I feel like I should wait.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's some stuff to talk about, and some stuff I think we can assume about things. Like the knife, I don't think is special at all.
Okay.
I just think it's just it's like the compass. It wasn't special. It's just the compass he had.
Mm-hmm.
I think the knife is just the knife he had. It is a nice looking knife, though. I got to say. It's very gilded. It's very intricately designed.
Yeah. Makes it seem like it's special.
It does, yeah. But it's like the fact that Ben killed Jacob with just a regular knife, I think, that makes the point that it doesn't matter what knife you use.
Disproves the, knife is special theory.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. I mean, there's also the question about, we see Man in Black here, and he's already, he's turning into Smokey at this point. The implication is that he's been like that for a while. But we've never seen that character, in the present time. I've been under the impression that he stopped being able to appear in that form for some reason. But maybe that's not true. I mean, maybe it's just a contrivance or not a contrivance, but just a reality that they didn't have that actor until very recently. And he could have appeared in that form. It seems like that's sort of his real form, quote unquote, whatever that means. Maybe that it just means
whatever form he came to the island on, whatever form his past life was in.
Yeah.
And what confuses things is he claims Jacob took his body. So what Smokey really looks like should be what Jacob looks like, and what Jacob really looks like is what Smokey looks like. if you believe Smokey. So
right.
that's what's strange is because they're perfectly cast in terms of the actors, but we're supposed to believe in terms of the characters that their bodies should be switched. And so it's like, ooh, that's not who I want Jacob to look like.
See, I thought the took my body thing just meant he took my body away from me, not that he took it over for himself.
Oh, is that what he means?
That's what I thought he meant.
Oh, whatever is the least crazy, I want to believe here. Okay. Let me look at the line again. Well, we'll get there, but
yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, the thrust of this scene continues in the next one.
Yeah. So let's go to the next scene.
Okay.
The next morning, Smokey watches as Richard eats from fresh boar. He tells Richard he will find the devil at the remains of the statue. Smokey gives Richard a dagger and tells him to stab the devil in the chest before he can speak a word. Smokey confesses he is the Black Smoke, but says Isabella was not running from him, but from El Diablo. Smokey says he saw the devil take her, but couldn't do anything. Smokey says the devil took his body, his humanity. He tells Richard that if he wants to get his wife back, he must kill the devil. Richard is reluctant, but finally agrees. So here's a line about he took my body.
Right. So I'm taking that to mean like he's like a smoke monster now instead of a corporeal entity, and even though he can sort of still assume that form, somehow he's not really that anymore.
Well, that's confusing.
It is confusing.
So the idea is Jacob imprisoned him here. He had a body, which if he's evil, why did he? He had a body, and then Jacob, as some sort of punishment or to keep him there or something, he takes away his corporeal form.
Yes.
And somehow that makes Smokey lose his humanity.
Right.
So it seems like he was fine before Jacob did this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously he wasn't if Jacob did this.
Right.
So that's weird. So he can only look human, but he's not. He can't actually be in real human form.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. What show are we watching?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like any show I've ever seen.
Why is there a smoke monster? Oh, because the other island deity took away his corporeal form. Yeah. It's just something that happened.
Yeah, the humanity thing is strange. I'm not sure how deep to go with that.
But what is he says he betrayed me. See, that's what I don't know. The he took my body thing. I just jumped to the conclusion he literally meant we swap bodies because the whole body swapping stuff that's going on, shape changing and all that. That's what I thought he meant. Of somehow at some point with that they were trying to tell us, that Jacob did something to him and that somehow they swap bodies.
I see.
And I thought that would be somehow he imprisoned him there too. Somehow that tied into that whole thing of being locked there.
Right. I want to think that that's true. That there's a connection between doing that and the fact that he's trapped there.
Yeah.
They didn't make that clear here.
So maybe the idea is since he is smoke, since he's a cloud of smoke, he can't leave the island. Because I guess you can't put a cloud of smoke on a ship. And so, barring however you explain that, but he can't leave the island just physically because he is smoke. And, and he can only turn into a human on the island or something like that. So, but if the conceit is he can't leave the island from it's not magic, it's just physics of whatever his condition is, and that the only way he can leave the island is he has human form, then it makes sense of what he did with Locke. In effect, what he did with Locke was two birds with one stone, is killing Jacob so he can leave, but also getting a body so he can leave.
Mhm. Yeah, because it seems like it was two things. Like even if he could leave, Jacob wouldn't let him.
Yeah.
So he did need to kill Jacob first. But yeah, maybe that's the idea. He also needed a body.
He also needed to be back in physical form to get off the island. But to me, what's weird is that he can still be Smokey.
Yeah, it is weird. Because
it seems like he's doing the same thing. He's going from physical form to corporeal form.
Yeah.
Or to Smokey form to physical form, whatever. But so it seems like it's the same. It's weird. It's like I feel like we almost cracked the case.
I know.
But it's just weird that it seems like he's doing the same thing, but it should be different.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a big distinction between Locke and this Man in Black character.
Yeah.
The only difference that they've told us is that now Locke can't take the form of other people.
Mhm.
You know, but he could before he killed Jacob. So, you know, somehow that's connected to that. Which is really strange. Oh God. Okay. So all right. So all right. So here's the scene where we get this stuff about he gives him the knife. It looks like the same knife that Dogen gave Saeed.
I think it's the same knife.
I think it's the same knife. He says, stab him with this. Don't let him talk. If he speaks, it'll be too late. Mm-hmm. You know, the same, you know, not quite verbatim, but almost verbatim what Dogen said.
Yeah.
To Saeed. Now, what the fuck? Like, how did this knife and this story get in the hands of Dogen?
To me, it seems like they're trying to tell us that this is some sort of rule and about how to defeat one of these two deities, and you know, it's I forgot what I was going to say about that whole thing with Dogen. Wait, he gives him the knife. Oh yeah. He says, "Oh yeah." So the other thing with this whole knife and killing thing is, you know, with the whole you have to do it before they speak a word, and if they do, it's too late.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to tie that with this whole, you know, being very persuasive thing or very convincing. And I feel like that's part of it. Like, you let him talk to you. They both said that too.
Right.
You know, you let him speak. You know, you let him convince you into not killing him, basically.
Right. The parallel gets pushed even further.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes me, since they both have that conclusion of you fail to kill him, and you know, because you let him speak, then it seems like the first part of that must be true, that, you know, if he speaks, then you can't kill him.
Okay,
right?
well, you know, I got to throw in the problem. When Ben killed him, Jacob had spoken to him.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. No. Then, wait, what did I say? Oh, no. Then it must mean. No, okay, sorry. What it means is that not that you can't kill him, but that if he talks to you, he can convince you out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Him. But like, it's the way they phrase it. It's like the very act of their speaking stops you.
Yeah. They make it seem like it's magic when it's more like kill him before he has a chance to tell you not to.
Yeah, see, and that's what I think is really going on. Like, it seems like they're both just saying they're very convincing. And if you let them talk, they'll probably be able to convince you not to kill them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I guess so it's not, but they both make those explicit statements that, you know, that don't let him say a word.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they show Locke saying hello, Saeed, and it's like, fuck, it's too late.
Too late. He said a word.
Yeah, and so it's like we'll never know what would have happened if he hadn't said a word.
Yeah.
You know, and then, and on the other hand, we have the actual death of Jacob where he does speak words. So obviously that itself doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
He needed to try to convince Ben not to kill him, which of course he didn't do.
He did the opposite.
He really did the opposite.
But he was really hoping he was wrong.
He was hoping he was wrong, but
even though he knew he wasn't.
He knew he was right. Hoping against hope, I guess.
Hoping against hope, yeah, I guess that's what that means. Jacob started that.
He did.
He was the first hope against hoper.
But I really got to wonder if this story has its origin with Man in Black. Like, where did this come from? Where did this knife come from? Where did this idea originate? Like, you know what I mean? Is this the origin of the story? Like, does Richard later tell Jacob about it, like the full story, and then Jacob tells Dogen? Like, why does it?
Who has the knife? Does Jacob still have the knife?
Yeah, well, the knife is over by Jacob's at the end.
Okay.
I mean, they never really established what it's.
So, because I always I every time Jacob gives the rock to Richard, I always want to think he's giving him the dagger. So I keep remembering him giving him the dagger to give back to Smokey, but he gives him the rock.
Yeah.
So that means so Jacob just kind of keeps the dagger for a while, and then somehow he gets to the temple.
I guess, I mean, that's my best assumption, because, yeah, he throws it in the sand, and we never see it again, I think, and so yeah, Jacob, I guess, takes possession of it, and then eventually gives it to Dogen, but the part I don't understand is, you know, I'm assuming he also tells Dogen this story about how to kill this guy, but does it, like, you know, as far as I can tell, this is a Smokey story, and I don't see why this would kill Smokey if it's a story about how to kill Jacob. I mean, is the idea supposed to be you kill both of them in exactly the same way?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, why? Okay, it should kill. See, what's weird is it shouldn't even kill Smokey, right?
Well, that's the other problem.
It kills Jacob.
Saeed stabbed Smokey with the knife, and
well, here's the problem though. He stabbed Locke with the knife.
That's true.
It was a different scenario, but I feel like if Richard would have tried to stab the Man in Black, he definitely wouldn't have died. I feel like he really shouldn't have died. You know, that shouldn't have had any effect.
That's not what I thought you were going to say. Wait, I'm confused. So, are you saying?
I'm saying he didn't die when he was Locke, and I really don't think he would have died before he looked like Locke.
Okay, right. So it looks like that story is just bunk altogether.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, how did this get passed down? Where did Smokey even get this idea to begin with? Like, it's like I'm just.
Well, here's the thing: is simply put, he's just telling him to stab Jacob in the chest, which will kill him.
Okay.
And I think the stuff that goes on top of that is he's just trying to tell him, do it before he gets to talk to you, because if he talks to you, he'll convince you out of it.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Now
Okay, so that makes sense, right?
I have no problem with that part.
Okay, now throw in another problem, and I'll see if I can fix it.
Okay, so what I don't understand is then apparently the reverse, so the Jacob part of the story may very well be true. It may just be he's just being hyperbolic about the don't let him speak. Like, speaking is okay. You just don't let him convince you not to kill him, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anyone goes to try to stab Jacob, it'll work. They'll be able to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
The end. Okay, fine. We don't have any evidence to the contrary. Now, why would that story end up being told about Smokey? You know, like
I don't know. I could make something. You want me to make something up?
Well, yeah. Give it. Do you have? I mean.
I don't know. I mean, it could be that Richard tells Dogen at some point that the whole story that the Man in Black tried to get him to convince to kill Jacob.
And they just infer that he tells this thing about Jacob. Maybe that kills him.
Well, but you got to remember, Dogen wasn't trying to have the Man in Black killed. He was trying to get Saeed killed.
Okay, that's true.
So he was just using that story to get Saeed killed. He didn't think it was going to work.
Oh, so maybe it's just like a folk tale, like that was passed down, like from Richard. Like he just.
I think it's a pretty direct connection. Richard can just tell Dogen, hey, guess what? Like the Man in Black had to give me to kill kill Jacob once. He told me this thing, and then Dogen just decides to recreate that whole thing with the knife. And I mean, the thing is, it's very convincing coming from Dogen and having the ceremonial knife and all that stuff. And,
right.
Maybe they'll do something else with it to where it'll really be something important or interesting. But right now, it just seems like he just used that story just to use it.
And it's also weird because the parallel goes even further. Like Dogen calls Smokey evil incarnate, and here Man in Black is calling Jacob the devil. You know, like it's the same idea they're putting out there. So I guess the best I can do right now is that Richard just told Dogen about it, and Dogen decided, that was a good story to tell Saeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's just a simple. And Man in Black is really the person who originally thought of it. He's just Man in Black himself is quite persuasive. Yeah,
exactly.
So maybe just not quite as much as Jacob or something. But okay. That's the best I can do at the moment. It's just so odd. I like to make it a point to parallel the things and have it just be that Richard told Dogen about it. I want there to be more to the story than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they'll do something else with it later, but at this point, that's the simplest explanation.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. I wonder, where do you think Man in Black got that knife?
I don't know. Like I said, I just think it's the knife he had with him. He just had a knife.
Oh, like when he came to the island originally or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, like
they seem to have Jacob was cooking a fish, and they seem to have. There are the hieroglyphics and all the other stuff. There are tools and stuff around. I think.
Yeah. That's true. I just. So he just happened to have he would have given him whatever knife. Like Locke gets a knife.
Yeah. Like with the compass thing, I just feel like it's just whatever. At this point, my explanation is, it's just the knife he had. There was nothing special about this.
Okay. Because the knife that kills Jacob isn't this knife. It's just an ordinary knife that Locke has Ben, and similar to this, Yeah. He doesn't tell Ben any of this story, but I guess at that point. He really thinks Ben's going to do it. He doesn't feel the need to tell him this stuff about.
Well, what's funny is he didn't tell Ben the don't let him say a word thing.
Yeah, he let Jacob talk, in fact.
Yeah, I wonder if because he knew Jacob would say something to piss off Ben. In fact, I want him to try to convince you because he's going to piss you off.
Yeah, okay. So maybe that's the idea.
Or, either way he said, even if he told that to Ben and Ben listened and killed Jacob before he said anything, he gets him dead either way, I guess. But
Right.
But they probably don't want to use that all the time anyway.
Yeah, it would be a bit much.
Oh, you know what? But by the way, he did say, it was different with Ben because he didn't have to. It wasn't about convincing him to do it.
That's true.
Ben was already going to do it, so he just told him to do it.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to kill Jacob?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it would have been weird at the time, since we didn't know who Locke was. It would have been weird if Locke all of a sudden comes out with this story about don't let him talk to you and here's this knife.
Yeah, exactly.
If he speaks, it would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about, Locke?
Hey, that's not Locke.
Yeah, I mean, it was already suspicious enough, but having these this ritual would have been. So maybe that's also, or maybe they hadn't even thought of this idea yet. I don't know.
There's a lot of reasons.
There's so many.
How many more can we come up with? Let's try to reach 100.
Deleted scene.
Deleted scene. Dream. I don't know.
Yeah.
So he says, my wife Isabella, she was running from you. After the Man in Black agreed that the black smoke monster has her, and he says, no, she was running from him. I saw him take her, but I couldn't do anything to stop it. I'm only a cloud of smoke. And then he says, but if you are the black smoke, ... And then, then he changed the topics to the fact that the devil betrayed him and he took my body, my humanity. Yeah. He says he's not the one Richard needs to worry about. Yes, all this stuff is just lies and deceit. Okay.
Well,
he's just making. I mean, maybe he claims he lost something, but you know what? I don't even know if I buy that because he told Saeed, I just want to go home. Or who was it? Was it Saeed he told that to?
He's told a few people that. I'm not sure.
That. But but now he's upset because the devil betrayed him.
It's weird to say the devil betrayed me. Like that's you're not.
Like that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
devil didn't keep his promise.
Yeah.
That guy should go to hell. Oh, wait a minute. You might like it there.
Yeah, this whole scenario is just insane.
It is really, really, really. It's cool.
For Richard to take this seriously, if I were this would just blow my mind. I'm in hell. My wife is here too for no apparent reason, and the devil took her. And here's this other guy who the devil betrayed, and and he wants me to kill the devil to get my wife. What? Yeah. It's like some of what I thought was true is true, but I don't think I would have envisioned anything like this.
Yeah. I think Bill Maher would blame his gullibleness on religion. That's all I'll say on the matter.
I guess so, but it's not even totally. I don't think it's in line totally with what his religious belief should be.
No, but I think that's what fuels the belief.
Yeah.
That any of it's real,
Yeah. No, I agree, but I feel like he should be more skeptical when it conflicts with what his belief should be.
Oh, okay. You think religious people should be skeptical and things that contradict their religion? Okay.
I do.
You should tell them that.
Well, all right. Maybe I should. I don't know. Okay. I mean, I do think that's the idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just okay. The devil made you a smoke monster, and you tried to stop him, and it was we all agreed that it was the smoke that did things, and now it's not. It's this other guy.
I almost feel like one of the explanations needs to be there's two smoke monsters.
Yeah.
Jacob looks like smoke too. I feel like that's what they were trying to tell us with some of this.
It's weird because Man in Black has no reason to say he's Smokey. Why would he admit that?
I feel like he admits it because he's trying to be honest somehow.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. He's just a straightforward guy. He's honest.
Lying. Yeah,
he lies a lot. It's frustrating. Why?
That's the thing. He has to see. He didn't have to tell. Well, I guess he kind of did. I was going to say he didn't have to tell Richard that the Man in Black is the smoke monster, but he did have to tell Richard that Jacob isn't the smoke monster because Richard's lying. How can I kill him? He's black smoke.
Oh.
So the Man in Black is like, no. He's not black smoke, but he goes another little step and says, I am.
Oh, okay.
Which I think kind of ruined. That's where it goes downhill because it's like he's got him. He's got your wife, and he's the black, but he's not the black smoke monster.
Yeah. But it's weird because by saying I am, he's acknowledging that the smoke monster can take human form.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, maybe it's a bit much, but he could just say he doesn't always look like that. He can take human form. That's what you need to stab.
Yeah, and I thought, that's the same thing. I was thinking he was going to say something like, by the time you see him, he'll look like a normal man or something like that.
Exactly.
And but I think, maybe they didn't want us to think that about Jacob, so they steered clear of that.
Yeah. Part of me also thinks that they just wanted to make clear that the Man in Black is Smokey, just to
that's another thing too, yeah.
Put to rest theories that the Man in Black wasn't really Smokey at this point. They're separate entities.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jacob was some kind of crazy theories like that. This does put that to rest. And if they didn't have that line, we would never know that.
Yeah, that's true.
So it might just be partially writing pragmatism.
Mm-hmm.
You killed the officers on the ship. I'm not the one you need to worry about. What's that?
I was before when you were killing the officers on the ship.
Yeah, he doesn't deny it, but he just sort of dodges the issue altogether.
Yeah.
I feel like his response now is, I gave them a choice. They could have whatever, and and then I wouldn't have killed them. But he doesn't sometimes. That's why Smokey is just all over the place. Sometimes he'll just kill everyone in sight, and sometimes he'll give them a choice, and sometimes he'll scan you, and it's just not clear if he's following any kind of pattern.
Yeah, that's weird. Listen, you and I can talk all day long about what's right or wrong. I love that. Nevertheless, you guys still have the same question. It's that's right. The question's the same, but I might have a different answer depending on how much longer we talk about right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I might realize, hey, this isn't wrong, in my opinion. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I also want to throw out that what's dangling in front of Richard here is seeing his wife again. And that does seem very reminiscent of, what Locke works out with Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
Where he tells him he can give him anything he wants, and, Saeed implies, that what he wants is Nadia, and he basically implies that he can let Saeed see him again. He doesn't suggest that the people at the temple have her or something. I guess he probably wouldn't buy that.
Yeah.
But still, there's some similarity there. And it really makes me think that that's not true. That he's not going to be able to give Saeed that.
Well, yeah, and I think since we know that Isabella is Smokey, he wasn't going to be able to give it to Richard either.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Based on this, I didn't really know what Smokey's limits were. Not that I do now, but I feel like from this, it's clear that he's not going to be able to, give Richard Isabella back again. He's just using it as a ruse to get Richard to do what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, to me, the difference is Locke is trying to leave the island with Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
Here, he doesn't look like he's trying to leave the island with Richard.
Well, I'm assuming his plan would be the same. If Richard succeeded, I'm assuming he would still want to leave the island.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, but that doesn't mean to take Richard with him.
Yeah, maybe not.
And so that's because my whole thing is whatever people get from Smokey is the flash sideways has to do with that.
Oh, okay. See, I don't think that's connected to Smokey anymore. Based on this, I'm thinking that Smokey is telling that to people, but he doesn't have the ability to give them another universe.
Yeah, well, I want to believe him because he tries to be honest, And, he seemed, and Jacob does the same thing about, he asks Richard the same thing, like, what do you want? And he does sort of say what his limitations are.
Right. He doesn't say anything you want, which is what Smokey said.
Yeah. I don't know. Somehow I want to believe him. Somehow I want to believe he's able to do it.
My current theory about the sideways thing is that it's connected to detonating the hydrogen bomb. And it's really not, it doesn't really have anything to do with Smokey, except, to whatever extent he was involved with getting them, on the plane and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't create it. The detonation did.
Oh, I definitely think the detonation created it. Yeah.
Oh,
but I think somehow whoever leaves with him on the island, somehow leaving on the island is connected to the other timeline.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I find it very hard to imagine Smokey just walking around in the real world. Not that the sideways timeline isn't real, but I can't really envision that happening. I don't really know what I think he means by going home. Since it's clear, okay, well, at least from this, we know he's been there since 1867 at the, latest, and he says he's been there for a long time before that. Could be a lie, I guess, but we know he's there then. So wherever home for him is, it's got to be, pretty old.
Yeah.
It really shouldn't be there anymore.
Yeah.
In whatever form he left it. So, and he should know that. He should know
that's the thing. I feel like he should know. Like I said before, I feel like he just wants to go to whatever is there to where his home was. I feel like he should at least know he can't have his home back. It doesn't mean you don't want to go see what happened to the place you used to call home.
Mm-hmm.
That just would mean, you'd get there, then you'd do whatever, and then you'd have to do something else.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, they're both at Walmart here. What's Walmart?
Lost.
Oh, that'd be great. Man in Black becomes a greeter at Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Are you ready for the next scene?
I think so, yes.
All right. Richard heads out and arrives at the statue. He takes up the dagger and approaches. But a quick fist from nowhere knocks Richard to the ground. A few more punches, and then a man disarms Richard. The man is Jacob. Jacob asks where Richard got the dagger. Richard tells him, asks him where his wife is, a question that perplexes Jacob after Richard admits his wife is dead. Jacob asks if Richard has met a man in the jungle, man in black, and he asks what he was told. Jacob tells Richard what he saw was not his wife and that he isn't dead. Richard is convinced he's dead, but after Jacob makes him play a couple of rounds of Bobbing for Your Life in the ocean, Richard is convinced he's not dead. Jacob then returns Richard to the shore, asks his name, and then says they need to talk. We find out his name's Ricardo, of course.
Right.
Which begs the question, where did Ricardes come from?
It does.
Which I guess that's just supposed to be because they used to all talk in Latin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his Latin name.
Yeah. Then the others would just learn their Latin and giggle and talk to each other. What are they doing?
I like that they're giggling.
Yeah, it just seems like, we know Latin.
Yeah, you're right. There doesn't seem to be any point. I guess, okay, no, here's my theory. The point of the Latin, I'm going to say, is the way we saw it used. Just as
there's a point. It's still, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a point. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and my theory on the Latin, this is really a stretch. Besides, I mean, obviously, just for pragmatic reasons, it's like a code language to use, basically. When they're captured, like that's how it came up originally. But somehow I want to say it comes from Jacob. I'm taking the cue that he he had that Greek tapestry in his little abode in the statue. So I'm assuming that he's a fan of the classical era, and so he had him learn Latin. Yeah, but why? He's totally disconnected from them. It's like his whole thing is, it'd be different if like he knew Latin or something, or he was going to be speaking with them, or it's just. I mean, I believe your point, but it just seems like in terms of what we know about Jacob, it seems really pointless. Still, it just seems like. I mean, it seems like okay, he told them to do Latin, but it's like it has no effect on him, and it's just totally random choice for them. Yeah. Right. I mean, it could have been anything. I really am just assuming it was his personal taste. Yeah. I would assume, I want to assume he probably speaks Latin. Something like he's just that old or something. Mhm. Yeah. They show him speaking Russian to Alana, and they show him speaking Korean to Sun and Jin. I get the impression that he just knows a lot of languages. Yeah. Which I wonder why. For whatever reason, yeah. I mean, maybe only because he's been bringing people to the island for a long time, and. And you're saying he talks to them? Well, that doesn't really make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't. Keep going. Take two. Okay, take two. I don't know. He watches them or something, or maybe he steals their books. And he reads them, because that's how you learn languages. Exactly. If you want to learn another language, get a book written in that language. It doesn't matter what book it is. If you read it enough times. Yep. Read enough times, you'll be a master. Okay, so I'm avoiding the big thing I wanted to say about this scene. This was a really shocking scene for me. Jacob kicks Richard's ass. Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe this. We've never seen Jacob like this. Yeah. He's impulsive. He's emotional. He's violent. I was really taken aback by Jacob's demeanor in this scene. It's like it's really not like the Jacob I thought I knew. It's interesting. I kind of like that there's cracks in the Jacob Zen. Mm-hmm. To me, it makes him more compelling as a character. It's hard to really have any feelings one way or the other for a character who's just kind of always, at this like middle level of. Yeah. Everything is just sort of pitched at one tone. Yeah. Basically, like I sort of like that he isn't always like that. But still, really shocking. Like it makes me wonder, when he became the Jacob that he is now. It didn't really dawn on me that he was being dramatically different than we've seen him before. And it really was because of the context of the scene of having this guy coming to kill him. Mm-hmm. He just kind of did what I really wasn't surprised. I was like, oh, he's just doing what I guess I would expect him to do, which is basically defend himself, figure out why this guy was sent there, and that's pretty much what he does. And then he snaps the guy out of the delusion that he's dead by going to attempt to drown him and all that. It didn't really stand out that he was being totally different than he is. To me, it just made him seem like a normal guy. Yeah. No, he's behaving like a normal guy, but I never thought of Jacob as a normal guy.
Yeah. I just had that in my head that but that's the conceit they keep telling us, that these people are just supposed to be normal. Like Jacob and Smokey were just normal guys.
Right.
And we know Smokey has issues with his body.
Mhm.
But Jacob is still just like a human.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But, he hasn't, they haven't, so contrast this with when Ben goes to kill him. Does he kick Ben's ass? Does he disarm him? No.
Well, but
he just stands there.
It's a totally different situation. Like, Locke is there. He knows exactly why Ben is there. It was a totally different situation. This was like the first time the loophole was used.
Yes.
And he had no idea what was going on. So, yeah, different situation.
So, okay, here's another question. Why say you finally found your loophole if he already found it in 1867?
When did he say that?
When Ben and Locke first walk in. I see you finally found your loophole.
Yeah. Well, I think we took that to mean loophole in terms of killing Jacob, and now I feel like that must mean loophole in terms of your body or something. Like maybe he's talking about the fact that he's in Locke's body.
Okay.
The loophole for, there's the whole loophole for getting off the island, and you need a body or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's just, of course, just bad writing that, we saw that scene first, so he says that. And
it was just that, the dialogue connected killing Jacob with the loophole.
Yeah.
You know how much I want to kill you. One of these days I'm going to find a loophole. I'll be here when you do.
Well, but again, it just seems like there's two parts to getting off the island, and it's killing Jacob, but also probably needing a body.
But he didn't even reference getting off the island in that scene. He just talked about killing Jacob, and Jacob says, I'll be here when you do. And if it's not even connected with Jacob,
well,
the
why
loophole.
does he want to kill him if he doesn't want to get off the island?
Well,
but
we really didn't know that at the time. We didn't know what his motive was at all.
Yeah, but we know it now.
Right. That is why he wants to kill him. I agree. It's just that it doesn't. They didn't make the connection between the loophole and getting off the island.
But what I'm saying is, at that time, we only knew part of the information, so that's how we looked at the scene. But now that we know more information, doesn't that change how we look at the scene?
Yes.
So doesn't that answer your question then?
No, yeah, it's an answer. It's an answer. I just feel like okay, so there's two possibilities. The way they wrote it, it really sounds to me like the loophole refers to killing Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty strongly skewed that way. Now they can come back and say, no, it was really about him leaving the island, but I don't know. I feel like that's that's kind of.
But okay, I agree with you just on that point. But still, the reason to kill Jacob is to get off the island. So even if the loophole is killing Jacob, the reason to do it, the reason for the loophole is to get off the island. Right. Okay.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I feel like he needed a loophole to be able to kill Jacob.
Yeah, he needed someone else to do it, yeah. And I think that's the loophole, is getting someone else to do it.
Okay. So then just the problem is you finally found your loophole 130 years ago.
What do you mean?
So the line where Jacob says, "I see you finally found your loophole," he means like, and actually, according to the story, since that was the Black Rock, he found his loophole like, I don't know, a few days after he talked about it.
Yeah.
So having Jacob say that it really doesn't make any sense unless there's something more to it than having someone else do it.
Which I think the something more else is leaving the island. That's the other component of his major goal. So, and which again, I think when he sees Locke, he says, "I see you found your loophole." I feel like if this whole thing about his body is true, And they've talked about that several times. I feel like that he could definitely be referencing that, like, too, of like, and it's just encumbered with all the other stuff that's going on, but that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
But again, I think we saw that scene first, so he's going to say that,
Yeah, no, I understand. It is a thing that happens. It's just, I don't know. Somehow I want more, but yeah, I mean, maybe that's all
because
there is.
here's the thing. He does say. I was going to throw in the whole replacement thing too, of like, even if he kills Jacob, someone's going to replace him and all that stuff too.
Mhm.
So I think that goes along with his plan too.
Right. Okay, so but my other question is still, why did he let Ben kill him? Why not, kick his ass?
I have no idea. You have to ask Jacob. I don't know why I guess he figured someone else was going to take his place, or I don't know. I don't know why he let him. I have no idea.
Okay, so at this stage, I mean, he does have the idea that the Man in Black wants to kill him, but he doesn't know what Richard is doing here. He doesn't really understand. He hasn't put it together that maybe the Man in Black put him up to this. He doesn't put it together until Richard continues to talk to him. So initially, he's just fighting off some guy that seems to be coming to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
For a reason he knows not why.
Exactly.
Okay. So, but when Ben and Locke show up, he immediately knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And he's ready for it. I guess maybe that's what Their Coming was about. Maybe he knows that, the candidates are in place and it's going to be okay if he dies.
Yeah.
Still,
is that what Their Coming's supposed to be?
Well, I mean, yeah. What do you think Their Coming is?
I don't know. Their Coming means the candidates are coming? Coming where?
Well, some of them were coming back from 1977.
Yeah, and then the others?
And the others are just hanging around. They're coming, in the
royal sense. Yeah.
In the royal sense. They won't have to come very far because they're right outside.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're coming still. I don't know. Maybe, but yeah, put it on the list of reasons, sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's something he could be referring to.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
But the thing is, like, it just seems like Jacob can defend himself if he wants,
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, and I think he could overpower Ben if he wanted to. I don't see why let himself die. Like, there doesn't seem to be any particular reason to do that, unless there was something compelling him not to, I want the loophole to somehow explain why he let himself die, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, we all want a lot of things that we'll never get. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, hey, we were lucky enough to get Miles to tell us what was on Jacob's last thoughts. And he says he did care about dying, but he was just hoping he was wrong about Ben. I felt like it was a test of Ben. Like he had to risk his life to test Ben in this final test. And it just happens that if Ben fails, then that means Jacob has to die. And somehow, with I guess with Jacob's convictions that with his whole ideology about what he's doing there, he has to follow through with that, even if that means he's going to die.
Okay.
That's the best I can give you, buddy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it just seems like Jacob over the years has, and I guess with the Alana thing, it seems like the candidates issue is coming to a head, and it just seems like Jacob is even planning for this. Like he's expecting that he's going to need to be replaced soon.
Yeah.
I don't really understand that, but it seems like he's preparing for that, and very recently. So, and it also seems like he, he's just taken. I guess maybe the point is when we see him, he knows what's going on. He's not being thrust into a situation that that he doesn't understand, and that he's just reacting to emotionally. So maybe that's Maybe
that's why I feel like that's why I feel like this scene was just like you said, like he had no idea what was going on. There's just some guy who's got a dagger near this place no one's supposed to know someone else is, and he just basically subdues him and says, "What are you doing here?" And then he immediately realizes, okay, well, a man in black sent you, so
right.
He gets hit pretty quick.
Right. It's just, I don't know, the very calm demeanor that he's had in every other scene we've seen him in made this shocking to me.
Well, and I will say those are all scenes where he's in control.
It's true. And
as soon as he's back in control, he's calm again.
I guess that's the point. We've just never seen Jacob out of control.
Yeah.
And so that's what was shocking to me.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Jacob to be sitting on a rock expecting Richard,
mm-hmm.
and he's not. He's like, "Who are you? What are you doing? I don't, I have no idea what's going on here."
Yeah.
And it's just such a contrast to how I'm used to Jacob being. He's just been told a few mornings ago that Man in Black wants to kill him, and I'm assuming he's already expecting this, but he's not clearly.
Yeah. Should have been.
Should have been. I agree, but yeah, okay. Jacob also says that wasn't your wife.
Yeah.
So I took that as further, evidence. Jacob seems to have some idea of what that was.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he knows. It's weird that he apparently bestowed this power on Smokey.
It seems like a side effect of his power, of his punishment or something. I'm going to banish you from physical form, but then somehow he didn't seem to know or realize that the consequence that now Smokey can pretend to be other people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you think he didn't intend for that to happen?
I don't know. I'm just saying. It seems like it's. I mean, why would he plan for that to happen? Why would it seems like a benefit for.
That would be my question if it were true.
I feel like if anything, it was. I would hope it would be just some sort of side effect or some adaptation or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I just can't believe how evil this guy is. I cannot wait to find out what he did to just be evil. And you know what I mean? I just can't wait to see what they say. He's so, honestly, I feel like it's going to be like he killed his wife or something, it's just going to be some accident, and he's just the most horrible person ever. I don't know. I just can't imagine what, how is he so evil? I just don't understand. What could he have done? Because it seems like more about what he has done than who he is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He obviously still kills people all the time.
Right. Yeah.
And I guess, is that all it takes to make you evil, I guess? Killing people?
Just killing people all the time.
Yeah.
It's a step in the right direction.
I guess so.
It's a start,
But I feel like he was killing people on the island, but that's not why he's evil, because obviously,
right, it would
have been something before that.
He should have been evil before that. Yeah. I agree. There's also a lot of, what do I want to say? Maybe I'll say it after the next scene.
All right, let me go to the next scene then.
Yeah.
Later, Richard asks what's inside the temple. Jacob says no one enters without his permission and denies that he's the devil. Jacob introduces himself and claims responsibility for bringing the Black Rock to the island. Richard asks why. Jacob tells him that the island is like a cork, keeping an evil, rich, full-bodied darkness where it belongs. Smokey believes that everyone is corruptible because they are inherently sinners. Jacob brings people to the island to prove him wrong. Their pasts don't matter once they get to the island. But everyone so far is dead.
Their pasts really don't matter then.
Because it's all meaningless if Jacob has to tell them what to do. Jacob wonders why he should have to step in. Richard says Smokey will if Jacob won't. Oh! Oops, didn't think of that one. Jacob offers Richard a chance to be an intermediate, an advisor between Jacob and the people that come to the island, in exchange for whatever he wants, except bringing back his wife or absolving him of his sins. Richard then says he never wants to die, to live forever. Done! Jacob touches Richard's shoulder. Boop! It's like, yeah, really, I never want to die. Or no, I really want to, oh, you already gave me that one? Oh, I wanted $1 million in gold. Oh.
Yeah, actually.
Touch me too soon.
On Geronimo Jack's Beard this week, Nestor Carbonell's on there, and he talks about this scene, and he said the way he played this, it was like he thought of the things he wanted first, which is, he wants his wife back. He can't have that. Okay, absolve me of my sin so I don't go to hell. He can't have that. So then, like, he said the way he tried to play it was that just kind of offhand, he thinks, okay, well, I guess I don't want to die because then I'll go to hell. And he just sort of says it without thinking it through.
Mm-hmm.
And then just gets the gift before he's able to fully sort of commit to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's...
Yeah, Jacob's like, oh, you want that? Here it is.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It seems like Richard doesn't even know he got it. Like,
it does.
He doesn't, I mean, at a certain point, he's going to realize it, but...
Yeah.
But
I don't think Richard knows the significance of the touching.
That reminds me, we didn't talk about it. I meant to ask. When Smokey touches Richard, do you think he was bringing him back to life, or do you think he just woke him up?
I think he just woke him up. My theory on that is that they wanted the audience to think it was Jacob.
Okay.
So that's why they focus on the touching.
Mm-hmm.
Because, at least the, sort of more hardcore Lost fans know that Jacob touches people and that's significant, and they know that Jacob is the one responsible for what happened to Richard. So I think they were trying to trick the audience into thinking that this is Jacob, bringing Richard back to life.
Bringing him back makes him live forever.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why they focused on that.
Oh, those crafty guys.
But in reality, I think the Man in Black really is just waking him up.
Okay, I'll buy that.
That's my theory, at least. I don't really know, though. I mean, who knows what the Man in Black can do? It's, it's not been clearly defined.
So what did you have to say about this scene?
Okay. So, let's see, a few things. I don't think Jacob's the devil. I'm just going to go ahead and take that position.
Yeah.
This thing about no one comes inside unless I invite them in. I don't know how seriously to take that. Are we supposed to infer that there's just an open invitation for the leader of the others or something? He never explicitly invited Locke and Ben in.
I don't think there's any magic that's stopping anyone from entering. I think he's just giving the rule that Richard later repeats.
Okay. This is just what he wants.
This is what he wants, yeah.
It's just like no one comes on my front lawn without getting shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not like some universal law that applies. It's just what he would prefer.
Yeah.
Okay. This isn't like one of the rules.
Are you the devil? Man, that'd be such a hard question to ask. You know what I mean? Like, if you really were sitting with someone who you thought might be the devil,
mm-hmm.
Man, talk about a lump in your throat. Because you don't want them to say yes. But you do need to find out.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah. And he pauses, too.
Uh-huh.
It'd be a scary pause.
The longest pause ever.
Yeah. Yeah. If Richard were a little more delicate, I think he could have really lost it during that pause. Yeah, so I don't think he's the devil. He takes credit for bringing the Black Rock to the island. We kind of already knew that. This is just something he does in general, as he explains in the following monologue. Also, so this monologue gives us the closest thing we have up till now for an explanation of what the island is. It's a cork that keeps in the, what did you call it? The dark and rich, tasty evil?
the full body darkness.
Full body darkness. Thank you. It's just a slight
hint of something.
Fruity smell. Yeah.
A hint of fruity smell. We're winologists over here, apparently.
Yeah, so this, I think this is, okay, so that, but it seems to me like there's two issues that I'm having trouble.
Yeah, I feel like he's wrong.
Connecting.
I didn't like his analogy very much. What are you having trouble connecting? I have
trouble with a number of things, but so I think his analogy, I mean, it's okay. I mean, okay. Can I get a sentence? The
sentence.
Thank you. Wow. Zing. When he what am I trying to say? I'm okay with the analogy if it turns out to be true. I mean, it's I think it is. I mean, I think there's a sense in which his analogy is true. Just thinking of, in some sense, the island as something that holds evil in, and and somehow Jacob is in charge of that, among other things. But that's one of the things that the island does, and I think that's supposed to be true. I'm not sure what that means. It's all very vague, but I think I'm prepared to accept that.
Yeah.
But then there's this other thing. Then he talks about the island as the core, keeping the evil where it belongs. I'm not sure if that means on the island or, in general, like, is the evil on the island, or is it just that, the island is like a cork and the evil is like under the island, or, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure where the evil is.
This is why I didn't like his analogy, because you can't figure out what's what in the analogy. That's why I don't like it.
I see. Well, I know the cork is the island.
Well, because he says that.
Because he says that.
But here's the thing. I thought he was going to say he's the cork.
Oh.
Because I feel like he is just as responsible for keeping the evil on the island as the island is. Right? I feel like the island is the place. I feel like it should have been more like the island is the bottle that is encapsulating the evil, but Jacob is what's keeping the evil from actually escaping.
And Jacob's the cork.
Jacob's the cork. That's what I thought the analogy should have been.
I see.
Especially considering that he breaks the bottle later, and that would have been more like him breaking loose from the island.
Oh, you're right. He should have popped the cork.
He should have popped the cork.
I wouldn't have looked as good, but
nope.
You're right. The analogy they made it look like the island was the bottle. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the analogy I think they should have made. Was that the island is the bottle and he's the cork, instead of the bottle being nothing and the cork being what,
right,
what's keeping it in.
Right. I mean, what I mean is, like, having Man in Black break the bottle makes it seem like it's the bottle that's preventing the evil from getting out.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean? Because the cork, like, doesn't matter once you break
the
the bottle.
Doesn't matter once you break the bottle. Exactly.
So,
which is kind of, which again, with my version of the analogy, that would have been the loophole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bypassing the cork.
Okay,
sort of,
okay.
You know, sort of, but.
I see.
But yeah, it's so I didn't really like his analogy of how that all works, because I think it's just too I like that they're trying to be simple with us, but I think they just have also made it somewhat quite clear that there's two issues with them leaving the island. You know?
I see. There is also, like, I feel like there's the idea of the island, and sometimes that seems to mean Jacob, and sometimes that seems to mean Smokey, and possibly other times it's really the island itself somehow.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm wanting to say, like, you know, maybe we can think of Jacob as a personification of the island.
Uh-huh.
So that he really would be the cork. Even though that's not what he said.
But wasn't he a normal person? I mean, if Jack becomes, you know, the leader, if Jack becomes Jacob, then it's like, well, Jack was a person that's not the island.
Mhm.
You know, it's not the personification of the island in the literal sense.
True.
Life, you know.
Yeah. But in some sense, he is the island's caretaker or something.
Yeah.
You know, so he's not literally the personification of the island, but at the same time, like, in some sense, what the island wants is what Jacob wants.
Mhm.
You know, so that's sort of what I mean. Like, Jacob's interests and the island's interests are basically the same.
Yeah.
You know, so that's, you know, that's the best I could do to try to, like, rehabilitate the analogy.
Yeah.
Because I sort of like it, and I agree. It's sort of like, it's kind of like what they did with the record skipping to explain the time travel.
Mm-hmm.
And it also reminds me of what they did with the Swan Hatch and the energy. You know, the Swan Hatch was basically the cork. You know, keeping in the energy from being released. You know, and I wonder if that has any connection with this. Like, was the Swan Hatch containing evil as well?
No, I mean, I hope that they're saying something like whatever Smokey is connected to that energy. Like what they were detecting was him or something like that. Yeah.
I want to say that the point of some of that stuff was to tell us that there is, although this stuff is kind of crazy and outrageous, you know, there is a sense in which it's scientifically detectable.
Mhm.
You know, like, I feel like Dharma really serves to tell us that, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You know, if you study the
but there's
island,
other pockets. There's other pockets, other places.
Oh God.
So you know what that means.
I want those other pockets to go away. I don't like to think about those other pockets.
There's the man with 25 pockets on it.
It's true.
Show me things a man with a lot of pockets would say.
Yeah, survey says a lot. I actually, okay, just as a personal note, I am actually a big fan of pockets. But on the show, I'm not sure what to do with it, because I really feel like the point of the show should be the island is uniquely special, and it just bothers me. Bothers me that you know, it's just one of many places like this. Like
places that are less special.
Yeah. Yeah, at the very least, those places should be less special.
Yeah.
And also, like, that's season 2 stuff.
Yeah, it's old. You know, I don't know what they have to do with that. But anyway, let's talk about this whole thing here.
Oh yeah, I got more on this. That was only
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's just the first part.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the first thing I was going to say about. I think I was going to say about the first part.
Oh, you wanted to say something about the.
Oh, so he says, okay, here it is, the wine swirling around the bottle, unable to get out because if it did, it would spread. So he seems to think like somehow Smokey's going to go corrupt the world.
Mhm.
You know, which parallels the whole Dharma thing of if the button isn't pressed, it's going to destroy the world.
Yes.
You know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, okay, so then, what?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to go to the next part.
Oh, damn, okay.
I mean, not the next scene, but just the next part of his discussion here.
Right. See, and I'm having trouble connecting the two parts, so that's why I'm sort of splitting up my thoughts. Because I wanted to say something about that, the idea of the evil escaping, and like, what does he say about it? It's spreading.
Mm-hmm.
Spreading. So when he talks about the evil, is he talking about Smokey, or is he talking about some more general phenomenon, and Smokey is just an instance of it? Question one.
He's got to be talking about Smokey, right? Maybe.
Okay. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Smokey...
Well, here, let's follow the logic. Because with the logic, let's see. Okay, so Richard says this place is hell. The island is hell.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob says, think of the wine is what you keep calling hell, which is the island.
Right.
Which is the place. And so Jacob says there's other names for it, too. So he is saying that the island is evil. That's what he kind of seems to be saying.
No. I don't think he's saying think of the wine as hell. Richard is saying the island is hell.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I don't think
Yeah. But that's what he... Okay, but he's saying think of the wine as hell, and Richard thinks of the island as hell.
Right, but I don't think Jacob's saying the island is hell. I think Jacob's saying, instead, think of the wine as hell.
Oh, okay. So it would be bad to connect that to what Richard thinks hell is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. So he's not... Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Just confused myself. So he's saying, okay, the wine is evil. The wine is what's evil.
Yeah. I thought this first sentence was a little strange, too, because he says, think of the wine as what you keep calling hell. There are other names for it, too. Malevolence, evil, darkness.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for me, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm biased. For me, hell is not a quality.
Yeah.
It's a place. It's a location. You know, it's a realm. You know, it has those qualities. It's something that possesses those qualities, but it is not a quality. So I found that very odd phrase to say. But okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
The point is the wine is hell, evil, malevolence, and darkness.
Yeah. The wine is bad. The cork is good.
So what were you going to say about it?
Nothing. I think I get the first part. The first part is making sense.
Okay, good.
The whole analogy of the bottle. That's
you were
fine.
just trying to make sense of the first part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what was your question?
Okay. What was my question?
Yeah, weren't you confused about something?
Oh, I have a question, but I haven't asked it yet.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking about the future question that I just had a flash forward. Sorry, you just flashed
forward?
I just flashed forward, yeah.
Wow. I hope it was real.
Yeah, it was a lot better than the ABC TV show.
Oh! Ouch.
Yikes.
We're really going to lose that ABC sponsorship now.
Well, do you think it matters on a Lost podcast? Oh, wait, it might.
Maybe I should cut this part out.
Yeah, cut this part out. Those ABC bastard executives don't need to hear this.
That's right.
Oh, wait, cut that part out, too.
Okay.
Don't forget now.
I have nothing but respect for all the fine people who work at ABC, a subsidiary of Disney.
Thank you. We don't want to lose our Disney sponsorship.
That's right.
Okay, so let's go to the next part because that's so we're fine on the first part, right?
Okay, the wine is evil. We got that far.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then he says, So then we go to the next part, which is about why he brings people to the island. So he says the man.
Oh, that's the next part?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to get clear on the rest of this. So the wine is the evil. It's swirling around in the bottle. It's not clear what the bottle is. Like he never gives an analogy for the bottle.
I think in his explanation, the bottle doesn't really matter. It's just the idea that the wine is otherwise trapped if it were not for the cork.
Okay. So he doesn't have an analogy for the bottle.
The bottle just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The bottle doesn't represent Earth or something.
No.
Okay. It's not like evil swirling around Earth.
No.
Okay. And the island is the cork. Okay. All right, I'm ready.
All right. And so, but then he says, the man in black believes that everyone is corruptible because it's in their very nature to sin. And he says that he brings people to the island to prove him wrong. I love that. I love that Jacob is just playing this game to make this philosophical point about the nature of humanity. And honestly, to me, this is the core of what Lost is, right?
Absolutely.
Like, did he just tell us what the whole point of the show is?
Yes. I think this is the closest we have so far to an explanation for the show.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is a big one.
And what's weird is in season 2, it was all about is pushing the button an experiment or not. And it's like, whether or not that was an experiment, this whole thing is an experiment.
Yes.
Like, Dharma thought they were the scientists, but nope, they're just the subjects.
Yeah, it makes that seem like a warm-up for this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, them wondering if they were subjects of an experiment was kind of the right thing to wonder about.
Yeah, exactly.
They just had no idea on what level the experiment was being conducted.
You know why? Because the person who was conducting the experiment didn't tell them.
Right.
You know? It's like a rat. Like it's like if you could just tell the rat to run the maze and get the cheese, he'd do it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not going to do it because he doesn't know what you want him to do. Right. You know?
Right.
What are you supposed to do? And then you shock him. You know, he gets shocked when he doesn't do it. And it's like, well, I could tell you what to do, rat, but then you just listen to me.
Right.
And what fun is that?
Exactly. Exactly. Talking to rats is not fun at all.
No. That's Widmore.
Of course.
We would agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then he says when they get here, their past don't matter. I don't even know why he says that.
I think... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say because it does seem to matter. Because your past, that's who you are. It's what your past is.
Mm-hmm. I think I want to take your past don't matter to just mean that... What do I want it to mean? Just for a specific...
Going.
What?
Keep going.
For a specific example of your past doesn't matter, I feel like, Kate not having to be on the run from the police anymore.
So he's saying...
You sort of...
But that's like... Okay, but if you put Rose in that situation, or she got cured, so that doesn't matter anymore?
That she got cured or that she had cancer?
That she had cancer.
Oh, yeah, right, exactly, because she's cured now.
Yeah, but what if she wasn't cured?
Well, she was.
But what if she wasn't?
I mean, maybe that's what Jacob does.
Is he just saying you get to start over? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah, it's like a blank slate. You get to wipe clean your past, basically.
Oh, okay. But I feel like, yeah, I'll buy that explanation. I'll buy that interpretation of their past don't matter. But also at the same time, what happened to them before the island does matter. Because it's who they are, and it's like the choices they make off island come back to haunt them. Yeah, I mean, it's an exaggeration to say their past don't matter, period. I feel like he's trying to say they get a chance to start over, and learn from their past. Which isn't starting over. All right.
Yeah, I mean, fresh start.
And then they're all dead. It seems like I want to know why they're dying. It seems like because Jacob isn't stepping in to help, but it seems like, are they just dying because Smokey is killing them, or are they actually dying because they're failing his test?
It's a good question, yeah. Also, for me, it's really, he okay, God, I have so much I want to say. So it's like he brings people to the island, but he doesn't want to step in because he feels like if he steps in, he's just telling them what to do, and he wants the point to prove his point, he needs them to make the choices that he wants them to make without him telling them to. But the thing is, everyone he's brought to the island is dead. And, if you look at what happened with the Black Rock, the most recent example of someone he brought to the island, they got there. 5 minutes later, Whitfield is killing most of the people there, and then Smokey shows up and kills the rest of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, great work, Jacob. What a waste of time. You bring people to the island, and you somehow expect that they're going to be able to fend for themselves or something, but there's this Smokey guy out there who can just kill people. How does that how is that worth doing?
I honestly feel like he didn't factor that in. I think he kind of floors Jacob, it seems, when Richard says, well, if you don't step in, Smokey will.
Yeah.
He's not bound by this honorability contract or something. Like, your honor doesn't allow you to do what he doesn't give a shit. He's going to come in and, So, yeah, it seems like Jacob didn't really plan for that. And it also seems like he forgot about the Black Rock or something. Like, what did he think was going to happen when it got to the island?
Exactly. How does he expect that they're going to be able to deal, it's asking a lot to just say, hey, take care of yourselves, particularly for the slaves who are chained up in the ship.
Well, I think it's asking a lot to have some people crash on an island with no hope of escape and ask them to make good moral choices. Right. For the when it's like you're faced with your own death almost every day. Right. That makes, so even if you were a moral person, it would make you go to the edge if not cross the line. Right. And I feel like you got to take that to account, right? I don't know.
I feel like we're supposed to see Whitfield as making the wrong choices, by killing all the slaves. But it's like the slaves were just stuck there. There was nothing whatever choices they made didn't matter. Yeah. They just got stabbed to death, and I don't see why that's a good idea. Yeah. It doesn't help anybody to just bring people. Okay, and then the other question is, so are you thinking that Jacob just doesn't even realize that Smokey's been killing everyone he brings to the island?
I'm kind of feeling I don't know. I mean, I'm getting the sense that
shouldn't he want to prevent Smokey from doing that? And we've seen Smokey attack a lot on the show, and there's never been a sense that Jacob prevents Smokey from killing people.
Here's a question I didn't think I had to ask.
Okay.
Does Jacob know about Smokey? Does he know about the smoke monster?
You really shouldn't have to ask that question.
Does Son need to give him a little lesson about the history of the island?
But now that you've asked it, it's like, well, wait a minute. Does he?
Yeah.
Is it possible that he's not aware that the Man in Black can turn into the smoke monster? He made the Man in Black that way, but he didn't know that he gave him the ability to do that?
Something like that. I don't know.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens. Oh, by the way, I want to say real quick, a little off topic, is that I think I wonder if we'll see if they'll wait to reveal the Man in Black's name because they're going to reveal it on a tombstone or something, or when we see his name, it'll be important.
Oh, like the way they reveal the name is the thing?
Yeah.
Not like what the name is?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they could do that.
Okay, so what are you saying?
Oh, I was saying, I guess, okay, so we know from this conversation that the Man in Black does not, doesn't believe that humans, he believes humans are corrupt and they just kill each other and destroy things and they're a waste of time. And, we also see him, killing a number of them, presumably because of his contempt for them, among other things.
Well, he's corruptible himself, I guess, right?
He's corruptible himself, sure. He probably embraces that. So, but the thing is, like, Jacob knows he has that opinion. Jacob knows that he wants to kill Jacob, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows he has murder in his heart or something. So, like, I don't see why Jacob wouldn't think that he might be a threat to the people Jacob brings to the island.
Well, didn't he tell him? God, am I making this up? Didn't he tell Jacob he would kill people who he brought to the island or something? Or am I making that up?
I don't think so. At what point do you think he said that?
When we first see the Black Rock coming to the island, doesn't he make some? Isn't that what the whole progress thing? Oh, he says they come here and they fight, they kill each other.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
They fight or something like that.
Yeah, he puts it all on them.
Yeah.
He doesn't take credit for any of the deaths.
Yeah, I don't know if Jacob. I mean, I feel like Jacob has to know about Smokey. I feel like he just has to.
I do too. But technically, we don't have any in-show evidence that he does.
Nope.
Okay. Oh, the closest thing I can come up with is he knew somebody was going to the temple.
He knew Locke was going to the temple.
Who was dangerous, who might kill people there. So he seemed to understand at that point that Locke was a threat.
Are we supposed to believe that Locke or Smokey and Jacob have not seen each other since Jacob gave him that wine?
Yeah, the way they play it kind of seems that way.
When he says like something to pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
He tells him, and then he leaves, and it's like,
yep.
Okay.
And he says sooner than you think, and sooner than you think is 130 years later. I don't know what Jacob thought, but...
Yeah, he was like, ooh, I was 137. Not sooner than I thought.
It definitely plays that way. But the weird thing is, like, I got the impression of Jacob and Man in Black as, like, these two characters who can't kill each other, and they just have these, like, conversations.
Yeah, and to me it seems like they never talk to each other. They're just both stuck here. Jacob does his little thing of bringing the people to the island. Smokey kills them, and they just don't talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, Smokey doesn't even know where Jacob is, I think. Like, I don't think he's supposed to know about the temple, right? I mean, the statue?
Well,
I mean, I know he knows at some point.
He sends Richard to the statue, so...
Yeah, he knows at some point.
He met Jacob there himself.
Well, why can't Smokey just... So you tell me Smokey can't, like, go and, like, hit a part of the statue and knock some stuff and hit and make it smush Jacob or something? Like...
Apparently not. I don't know why that's the case, but apparently not.
So at what point do we need to talk about the candidates and why someone automatically replaces Jacob, and who set that up?
That's God. Yeah, that's another issue. I don't know. I have no idea. He brings it up at the end, and so yeah, the question would be like, when did that start? And like, I actually feel like the people he brings to the island are not all necessarily candidates.
Yeah, totally.
Like the candidates are somehow selected. Like he goes out in the world and finds them.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas it seems like the people he brings to the island, like Richard in this scene, I mean, he doesn't seem to have a clue who Richard is.
Yeah.
Like he just brought the ship to the island just as part of his. So like it seems like there's his experimental subjects, and then there's the candidates.
Yeah. God, really? There's two groups of losties now?
Two groups of losties.
Wow.
Yeah,
I wanna keep them the same somehow. I wanna say like he just refined his, like because it's weird because I think he tells Smokey, someone will just take my place if you kill me, right? Doesn't he say that?
Yeah.
But if no one's on the island, who's going to take his place? Is what I would say.
Exactly. But
yeah,
like if Richard had killed him in this scene, no one would be there to take his place.
Well, Richard would be, right? So,
I get, but why would Richard take the place of Jacob if he's the one that killed him?
No reason. Yeah, so I think I want to keep it the same and just say, he knew someone was going to replace him, and he just kept bringing people to the island for his experiments. But in terms of, he just decided at some point he wants to actually find, like it wasn't working. Like people kept dying too fast, or he couldn't figure out who amongst the people he brings to the island was good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And so then he starts to go out and direct people to the island more directly.
Right.
But how did he even bring the Black Rock to the island?
Well, it's completely unclear.
Yeah.
And how does he pick the ships? Like, do they just happen to be passing by and he's like, I'll have that one. And then he kind of drags them in, or does he pre-plan like what they're doing? The other thing is like the Black Rock was over on the other side, it was in the Atlantic side of things. It was supposed to be going to the New World, So
yeah, they're taking a long way.
So is that it? Oh man, wow, that's really the long way.
Long way.
So they were gonna like land on the other side, like on the western side. Maybe we're supposed to think the island moved or something, but it does seem like I want to say the island is still in the Pacific, and so I want to say that somehow Jacob like transported them or something, near the island.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
That's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy, but like, okay, what's the other option? I guess that the island was in the Atlantic at some point, which is also possible.
There were plenty of, ships that went to North America going that way from Europe. There were people who took the long way. So it's not unlikely that they could have gone that way. And so the island could still be in the Pacific.
I think it's unlikely. I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah.
I think the more popular route would be the easier route. It's a really long way the other way.
It is a really long way, but they were people who went that way.
Yeah, it's not that it's never happened.
Yeah, they went that way purposefully to do other things along the way.
True.
There are other places you could stop.
True.
Before you get to where you're going.
True. So. Okay, so your theory is they took the long way.
I'm just saying it's likely they just took the long way.
Okay.
I don't think that they moved. That he teleported the Black Rock.
Yeah, I want to say either he teleported the Black Rock or the island was in the Atlantic.
I can see the island may have moved at some point. I don't mind the island having been in a different place at that point.
They establish it being able to move, so
yeah,
it's at least within what we've seen.
Yeah.
Whereas we haven't seen Jacob transporting a ship. Great distances.
Exactly.
Outrageous distances.
Implausible distances.
Ridiculous distances.
Unlikely distances.
Magnificent distances.
Okay, now we're going the other way.
Okay. So here's my problem, though. There's the first thing, right? The metaphor about the bottle and the island and the cork, right? Then there's the thing about the man in black thinks people are corrupt, and I bring people here to prove him wrong. I don't see what the connection is between the bottled wine cork thing and the I got a debate going with man in black, so I bring people here to prove him wrong thing.
To me, what's funny is I think Jacob's. First of all, I think he's wrong. I think people are corruptible. I don't know if it's because it's in their nature to sin, but I think people are corruptible. So I think he has a problem with what his goal stated. To what he's trying to prove, I think, is just weird because he himself says the evil will spread if it gets out, and it seems like that would mean that the evil would go and corrupt people, right? I mean, it seemed like one aspect of it spreading it would make other people bad.
Yes.
So to me, it kind of would mean that if that is what would happen if you escape, then people are corruptible.
But it would seem like that means it's not in their nature. It's like some outside force, like making them that way. So that wouldn't necessarily prove them wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So then he's saying we want to. So is he trying to set up a scenario where? See, what's weird is I almost want to. God, it almost makes sense that he's trying to set up a scenario where an environment that has no evil, so people can't be corrupted, to sin, and then to see if they sin, and then you can say, well, it's because of their nature and not because of outside influences.
Right.
But it seems to me that if the evil is corked by the island, then people in the outside world to be proof of his conceit.
Right.
So he should be looking at the people in the outside world, not the people he brings to the island where there actually is evil, but he says that's there. So that's corrupting people. So I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he's trying to do. It seems to me like I just think he's wrong.
I see. Yeah.
I just feel like he's just wrong. Like maybe it is in their nature to stand or whatever it would be.
Yeah. I wouldn't use those words. That's not really what I think is true. But people are corruptible. I can't really argue with. The thing I really want to say to Jacob is, what world do you live in? Like, have you ever been off the island before? It's not a beautiful place where everything is good. Like, you're keeping the evil in. Like, the world we have is horrendous. Like, calm down.
Just ask the man who was sold into slavery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, just the latest example of atrocious things that go on without the evil escaping.
Well, hey, maybe Jacob would say, just imagine if the evil escaped.
Maybe he would say that, but I want to say to him, look at how bad people are.
Yeah.
They're not even influenced by the evil, and all this is going on.
Yeah.
If you look at the history of the world, Man in Black is right.
He is right. That's why I feel like
it does always end the same.
Yeah, it does.
I feel like Jacob is naive if he really thinks that like the world is not tainted by evil at all. Like it's just like I guess that's supposed to be the idea. It'll be even worse if the stuff gets out. But I feel like that's why I can't make the connection between keeping the evil bottled up and the experiment where I want to prove the Man in Black wrong. Because it's like, okay, that experiment's over. Like, you're wrong. You can bring people to the island all you want.
Why did you even start that experiment? It seems like the setup of that experiment fails the experiment.
Yeah, it's like you can bring people to the island all you want. The Man in Black can just point to human history and prove you wrong. Like, why does it have to be on the island? Like,
Well, that's why I want to say that somehow the island would be different in that since the evil on the island that is sort of isolated from the rest of the world, this evil is somehow encapsulated, but and somehow, like I said, I want that to be Jacob's, testing scenario of like his, what do you call it, the control group or something. The island is a control group where he can isolate the evil from influence and then see what the humans do.
I see. So
that's what I want. That's what I want the experiment to be, but it doesn't seem like that's exactly right.
But it's confusing to put that with the fact that the island is keeping the evil bottled in.
Yeah.
Because it's like, so the evil isn't out there, and yet it seems like it is if he's saying he has to bring them to the island to sort of, make it a control group.
Mm-hmm.
So I also wonder, like, why does he feel the need to prove the Man in Black wrong? What's he going to get out of that? Like, once he does it, once he has these people and he says, "Ha-ha, you're wrong," then what? Like, I
don't know.
Like, why does he feel that competition with the Man in Black? Why? What drives him to care what Man in Black thinks?
Mm-hmm. Maybe because the Man in Black is maybe I wonder if this has to do with his backstory and the whole thing with his mom and his mom making him, his crazy mom.
I forgot about his crazy mom.
Yeah, and maybe I can't think of a good reason, but I'm thinking something like the Man in Black blames his apparent evilness on his mom or the circumstances of his upbringing, or something like that, or does that work? And Jacob is trying to prove that he is good, like he is inherently good, and the Man in Black thinks he's just inherently evil. And somehow, if Jacob can show another human that is good and not, in his nature to sin, then somehow that'll reflect on some point Jacob tried to make the Smokey at some. That's the best I can do for that.
Okay. Okay. So it goes back to somehow their origins.
Yeah.
Okay. Which we really don't know at this point.
Yeah, we don't know.
See, I'm taking this like this is everything, and I guess this isn't enough to tell the whole story.
This is episode 9.
This isn't the end of the show.
No, there's more. You didn't cancel your subscription to the Lost Fan Club, did you? You thought this was the finale? Come on.
Yeah, I'm done. I mean, this is What more can we possibly get?
Yeah, because the Richard story, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Nothing left to say.
Yeah. Okay, so I think your theory that the reason he wants to prove Man in Black wrong is tied into their history is a good one. I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
That sounds plausible, because I just can't see any reason why he would care about Man in Black's opinion in general.
Yeah.
It seems like there should be some specific reason. Okay, but I still don't see the connection between the debate and the function of the island as the cork. Like, are they related? Maybe that goes into the history as well.
I think they're probably related, but I don't think they're like the same thing. I feel like to me, what I think the beginning of the island is, it's something like Man in Black did something bad, and Jacob is the marshal, somehow gets him to the island, which is the prison. And, and his sentence is just to be locked here forever, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But while they're there, the Man in Black is trying to, maybe convince Jacob to let him go or to do whatever. And then they get into this discussion about all this stuff. So that's what I feel like happened is it's more about, after the cork and the wine scenario is set up, then comes into play this whole thing about bringing people to the island and sin and all that.
Okay. So that's the second thing that happens.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like Jacob doesn't really distinguish between the two. Like he just segues right into the second thing, like it's part of the same thing.
Mhm.
He doesn't make clear what the distinction is. So that's why I was confused.
Yeah.
And still am, really. I mean, I still don't fully understand what the deal is. But yeah, okay, if they really are separate issues, then that makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're just separate. I think he basically says, the cork of the island is only keeping the darkness where it belongs. By the way, that darkness thinks everyone's corruptible and, everyone will sin.
Right. Okay. So, do you think that the evil in the darkness really is Smokey, no more, no less?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm not clear on that. Okay, now, second question. Do you think... I love it. I just get to ask you these things.
Yeah, I have to answer.
Yeah, it's great. It's really handy because when I ask myself these questions, I don't know what the answer is.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's possible that this evil that the island is containing is in some sense around on the island, or has what I want to do is connect that with the claiming thing. Since they made it clear, or they really said with Saeed, like the idea there was a darkness growing within him, and the scale showed that he tipped towards evil. Like that really connects with this idea of the island as containing the evil, and like is the idea that the sickness really is like people being infected. Like, does the sickness show what would happen if the cork ceased to contain the evil?
Are you saying that if Smokey got off the island, he would resurrect all the dead people and there'd be a zombie apocalypse? You're saying Jacob is trying to prevent the zombie apocalypse? Then yes, I agree with that 100%. Thank you very much. Jacob is trying to prevent the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, I like it.
I didn't really make the connection with the zombie apocalypse, but apparently that is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I want to say that that's a great idea. But, oh man, I wish they would say that. That would be great.
It would be. And see, I want to tie that in with the zombie season.
With the zombie season, yeah, totally.
Like they've had something like that in mind for a long time.
Yeah. And that basically all the claimed zombie people would just kill all the human people, the live people, which would just turn to zombie people. So everyone would just be under his. But to what end? What kind of? I don't know what that is. But anyway, what was the question?
That was a great ending. After all that, what was the question again?
Something about Smokey.
The question was, I want because Dogen specifically connected the sickness with just evil growing within you. Like I want that to connect with this thing that Jacob's talking about, with the island containing the evil, and if it isn't contained, then it will spread, and
Well, I mean, I think you have to go back to what Dogen said about Claire and Saeed and under the influence and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it still goes back to Smokey being the evil.
You're right. I mean, the sickness seems to be connected to Smokey as well. So even if what I'm saying is true, or to some extent, like it doesn't mean that the evil goes beyond Smokey in some way.
Yeah.
So you're
I
right.
think he's the focal point. I mean, I don't think there's just like this sort of general evil that's out there and that can somehow corrupt you. I don't think that. I think it's pretty directed. I think it's from him.
Okay. So Smokey actually like emanates evil or something, or can direct it where he wants.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, the whatever influence he can have over people would be that's what he means about being corrupted. Okay.
All right. Like, yeah, I wasn't clear if, but I think you're right. No. Here's what I want to say. I wasn't clear if whether Smokey himself was the evil, or if the idea was Smokey is representative of the evil. You know what I mean?
You mean like he's a part of the evil?
Yeah. Exactly. Like
I think he's got to be the evil because if he leaves, then the evil leaves, right?
I think that's the idea, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like he's the evil.
Okay. But I wasn't sure if, like, somehow his, I don't know, if there was a disconnect between the two. But okay, I think I agree that they're supposed to be the same thing.
Yeah.
But Jacob doesn't make that clear.
Surprise, surprise.
He does. Ouch. He doesn't say, this stuff swirling around is that man you met.
Yeah, so he goes, I want to talk about this whole thing about Jacob not telling people what to do when they get to the island.
Okay.
I just hate that. I just hate that so much. He says, why, if you brought them here, why didn't you help them? Because I wanted them to help themselves, to know the difference between right and wrong without having me to tell them. And it's just like, but what if people don't learn the difference between right and wrong the real way in the real world or something? His test just seems to make certain assumptions that I think if you're doing a test, you have to question your assumptions. Because he's assuming people know the difference between right and wrong.
Right.
Although so far he's been proving wrong, like, apparently.
Right.
And
I think also he's just been sloppy. Like, it seems like with the Black Rock, he didn't really take care to see that they even survived.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of how good or bad they were.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like the captain was just killed on impact. And it was like, and, in the plane crash, too. Like, a lot of people were just killed in the plane crash. Like, What good did that do to them? Like, how can you really test someone's morality if you just kill them on arrival?
Yeah. They made a bad choice. They sat in the wrong seat.
Like, I think this is supposed to be a central thing about Jacob, and they've hit it a few times. Like, he's really big on people making their own choices, which isn't to say he doesn't.
Even when they don't know they're supposed to make a choice.
Right. He does seem to have a belief that people can be sort of inherently good. Mm-hmm. And I think for me, that's the main reason why I think he's the good guy of this show. Mm-hmm. I think someone who has that belief, and also, conversely, someone who has the belief that people are innately bad is the villain.
Yeah.
I think any story written by humans is going to have that pattern. Mm-hmm. For the most part. I mean, And on this show, I think that's what they're going for. A very classic kind of idea.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jacob seems to have this belief about people, and so that's why I feel like he thinks if he just wipes away their past and whatever their pre-existing problems are, their innate goodness will cause them to make the right choices. That seems to be what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. But it's always like, how many right choices do you get on the island? You know what I mean? It's between, do I kill this person? Do I go steal this thing I need?
Yeah.
It's like, there's so many times you're presented with a bad choice and a worse choice.
Also, as you pointed out, a lot of the choices on the island are just about basic survival.
Mm-hmm, exactly, and that's the thing. When you mess with people's survival, they're going to do things they wouldn't ordinarily do or even want to do.
Right.
They're forced to do it. That I'm either going to die or I'm going to kill this person.
Right. That's been a running theme on the show.
Yeah, and so so the choice you make to kill that person is bad, even though you know the difference between right and wrong.
Right.
Doesn't mean you're going to make the right choice.
Right. Right.
And it's like, it seems like he would expect someone to just let themselves die, like he did. I guess that was, again, like I said, like he tested his own conceit, I guess, about, when he let Ben kill him, like he had to he had to do that, I guess.
Right.
But I just don't. I like the idea of what Jacob is doing, just the idea that he's just kind of playing this game. Mm-hmm. An important game in terms of what it says about humanity. But
a grandiose game, yeah.
Yeah, a grandiose game. But at the same time, I don't like the details of the game, and I don't like what he's trying to prove.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's trying to prove like a meaningless point. Because you know what I mean? Because okay, so what if he proves that it's not in human nature to sin? Okay, how does that affect the rest of the world? You know, like.
Well, that was sort of my question earlier. Like once he succeeds and proves himself right, you know, then what?
a light pat on the back will suffice.
Exactly. I don't know what he wants. Like a Nobel Prize or something? It's not. And who's even gonna know? Like Man in Black is the only one who even knows about this up until now.
He's gonna Facebook it, of course.
Of course. I forgot.
A little Twitter, maybe. A little tweet. I was right. LOL. Yay, humans are good. That's what I'd imagine. What else is he gonna do? And then he's like, wow, I'm glad Facebook is around by the time I prove my point.
Yeah, what would he have done if he proved his point, like, 20 years ago?
I don't know.
He just would have had to, like, cold call everybody.
Hi, my name is Jake. When you don't know me, I just want to tell you people are inherently good. Got a lot of phone calls to make.
Yeah, that'll...
Good thing he speaks a lot of languages.
Keep him busy. Exactly. He's going to have to speak them all.
All of them.
Go, Jacob.
And he's not going to reach everyone. Of course, not everyone has a
True.
phone. But,
good point. Shit. I guess he'll have to mail some letters as well.
He's going to have to mail some letters. And he's going to, some people don't have mailboxes.
Some people don't have...
Here's the thing. He's not going to be able to tell everyone.
He needs to get in touch with all the town criers.
Yes, exactly. Because we had a lot of those back 20 years ago.
Didn't they just get rid of those 20 years ago?
Yeah, you're right. The town crier just died out. The
I don't know. I remember those from when I was a kid. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just old.
I don't know. Did Jacob touch you?
Better not have.
Or was it the Pope? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Too far.
Wait a minute. What podcast is this?
That's where it hurts.
Ouch.
Literally.
Okay, let's go to the next scene. Here.
I must say I totally take your point. I don't get why. Okay, so I think the theory is that it's tied in somehow with his past with Man in Black. Somehow that's why he feels the need to prove him wrong. Mm-hmm. And so maybe once we see that, we'll say, aha, it all makes sense now. I don't even believe myself while I'm saying that.
Eureka! We discovered it. It makes sense. Yeah, right.
As the words are coming out, I'm like, God, that's so
aha, it all makes sense now. Yeah. No Lost fan has ever said that.
That's the best I could hope for. But,
yeah, you're right. That's the best you could hope for, which is not what we're going to get.
Yeah, it probably isn't what we're going to get. But at least we can go, oh, I kind of see what they were doing, maybe.
Oh, that's a little less confusing, but brings up two more questions.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, okay. So the island keeps evil in, and Jacob is running a science experiment.
Mm-hmm.
That's our takeaways from this one speech.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we move on to the next part of this scene?
Which is?
That was a lot on that. I want to say a little bit more about this idea, when Richard tells him if you don't, he will, and then he gives Richard the job. Of the intermediary. So
yeah,
right. So I have a couple of problems with this.
Okay.
The first problem is it seems to like go against Jacob's idea or ethos to have an intermediary. He just said why he didn't want to do that. why is that invalid? I mean, I understand the Man in Black will step in. I feel like the answer is I should stop the Man in Black from stepping in.
I feel like what he's trying to do is first of all, they're just setting up something they have to set up. But I think in terms of why he decides to do this, I think the idea was Jacob doesn't want to be the one. You know, Jacob is the one who holds all the cards, or he's the head guy, right, in terms of the experiment.
Right.
So he feels like he would corrupt the results if he was directly in charge, interfering, I guess. So then Richard says, okay, well, this guy, the Man in Black, is going to be interfering. So I think Jacob is just saying, well, I need someone on my side to interfere too, and that way it's fair.
Oh, somehow the two interferences will cancel each other out.
Yes, exactly. Well, there's the people it brings to the island can listen to both sides.
Okay.
Versus, him trying to stop the man. And even though I think that would probably be the best solution, but that doesn't give you a TV show.
Well, that's out then.
Yeah. So I think that's the idea of he was saying, well, I don't want to do it. I need someone to do it. Why don't you do it?
Mhm. Okay. So he accepts the idea that he's going to have to interfere, but he just wants to put as much distance from him to the people.
Well, I think he feels like he's not interfering.
Oh, okay.
He's just got someone who will balance the scales, but Jacob, I think, is still. I mean, obviously, he's interfering to the extent that he tells people what to do and gives them lists and whatever all that stuff is about. But in terms of like directly coming to them and telling them what choices to make and stuff like that, like he's out in that context.
I see. Okay. So that's the first part of it, and I'll buy that.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you.
So the second thing is this seems like an origin story for Richard's position in the others, right?
Totally, yeah.
Now, at this time, according to Jacob, everyone on the island is dead except for Richard.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that means Richard is the first other.
Pretty much. And what I have to say about this is I feel like we know, or at least I get the feeling that people are able to stay alive a lot longer on the island, it seems like, after Richard gets this job.
Right.
Like, obviously Dharma comes, but the others have a pretty long history.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like it actually did help a lot that they had this, they had someone who could tell people that came to the island, this is why you're here. A man named Jacob brought you. You know what I mean? Like, it did give them some purpose, and they didn't just sort of die off, just doing nothing. So it's pretty crazy that this is sort of the origin of all that, and to know that, like, this is going to make hundreds of people blindly follow Jacob, and you really get to see it how Richard he had no clue who this guy was when he got the job, barely has any clue now. But just the idea of how quickly it became that people were following Jacob and really had no idea why they were following this guy.
Right.
I'm following this guy because this guy told me. Well, this guy told me that this guy said to follow. Well, this guy told me Richard did. It's like, it's like these links of something.
Right. But I think this is supposed to explain why Jacob doesn't just go talk to the others himself.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
And, Richard is really the one that meets with him.
So why doesn't Jacob care about it's like, the whole time it was like, okay, Jacob didn't seem to care about the others.
Right.
And it's not that he didn't care about them, he just stayed away. Right.
It's part of his belief system, I think, to not get involved.
Yeah.
So I think that is good enough for me for why he didn't really seem to really play a big part in.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Play a part in the.
Two on that one.
Oh, good. Yeah, play a part in the day-to-day operations of the others.
Yeah.
It seemed like he had abandoned them, but yeah, it was by design.
Only someone would have told him that.
But here's the thing. Yeah, I know. It would have helped. But okay, yeah, like maybe someone should have told Ben that at some point.
Yeah.
That might have helped if he understood that. Like Richard. Oh well. Okay, but here's the thing. Like, what's going on?
Oh, I'm just charging my phone.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought something was wrong. But here's the thing, though. The idea here is, what Jacob says is you can be. What does he say? My representative and intermediary between me and the people I bring to the island. But like what we've seen Richard be is really an advisor for the others exclusively, who are not everyone that Jacob brings to the island.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like what Jacob is suggesting is that the others really should just be the people he brings to the island.
Hmm? You mean that everyone he brings to the island should be others?
Yeah.
Well, if they didn't get killed by the existing others first, yeah.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
okay.
that's the whole thing.
So that becomes my point. Like, how did the others become the others? Like the original
the ones
idea
to protect the island from everyone else. It seems like they don't know Jacob is bringing people to the island.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Richard knows. Richard knows that Jacob does this.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, he's right there. He even brings the list.
Maybe that's part of the bad decisions that they're making.
Okay, I guess that's the other part of the story. The others are part of the experiment themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess just because I always thought of them as like Jacob's people, but they're not somehow doing his bidding necessarily. I mean, although he does give them stuff to do.
Yeah.
But like he is looking at what they do as like part of the experiment.
It seems like it.
So stuff like the purge, I don't know what to do with. Like, are we supposed to think that Jacob actually ordered that, or are we supposed to think that's an example of the others making the wrong decision?
I would say the others making the wrong decision.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to think. Like, because Jacob does not have the attitude of, kill all the outsiders who come to the island, since he's the one bringing them there. Yeah. Right. So it's just weird that the others acquired that attitude.
Well, the thing with Dharma, I don't know if Dharma is supposed to be people Jacob brought to the island.
Okay, you're right. Dharma isn't. But the others seem to have that attitude about anyone who shows up. Yeah,
totally.
And particularly people who crash on the island.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be...
Who get there by total accident.
Yeah, exactly. That seems to be the people you should be suspicious Jacob might have something to do with, especially if you're Richard.
Yeah.
And that's how you arrived.
He forgot. It's been so long.
Wow. It's so simple. So it's very strange to me that, what started as a nice idea of Richard as the intermediary, he becomes an advisor for this hostile group who, starts attacking all the outsiders.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think Jacob had that in mind.
But see, that's the thing. I think Jacob shouldn't have had anything in mind, right? I mean, obviously he has his hopes for what people will do, but But he didn't know how this was going to play out.
Well, okay, what I mean is that's not what he wanted to happen.
Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, I think he wanted some sort of peace.
Yeah.
You put people in a hostile environment with limited resources, and taken away from their homes and their families, and all they can think of to do is escape because they feel like they're there, by accident, or they don't want to be there for the most part. You're going to get them to do some things that they themselves wouldn't want to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, like in the early part of the show, they were fighting over the drinking water.
Yeah, and it just seems like he's, instead of like bringing people to a paradise where they have no wishes or they have no wants or needs for anything, and everything is a paradise, I think he easily prove, oh, look, everyone's great. Like, no fighting here. And I guess that wouldn't prove his point. because it seems like he's doing the opposite. He puts people in hell. He makes them go to the brink of their mental capacities and physical capacities, and then he says, well, let's see if there's any good people left.
Right.
You know, which is just like, if you find some good people, then you really found some good people, you know, but you might end up not, versus the other scenario, the paradise scenario, you'll find a lot of good people, but they won't be necessarily as good, you know, because they're only good to the extent that they don't need to be bad.
That they're comfortable, yeah. Right. That they're not in a desperate circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, I mean, that seems in line with something he would think. So are we supposed to think that all those lists really were, you know, Jacob really would like watch the people and pick out the good ones and then like give the list to Richard and then the others would take those people and, you know, like, is that the idea?
I guess so, and I guess, you know, Pickett said Jacob wasn't, Jack wasn't on Jacob's list, and I'm guessing maybe Jack hadn't done something to convince Jacob he should be on the list yet, and that was around the time of the Ben surgery.
Right.
So maybe when, and I don't know if this happened before or after, but I'm thinking after, so maybe he wasn't on Jacob's list, and then Jack decides to do the surgery for Ben, and that gets him on Jacob's list, something like that.
Okay. I mean, he did use it to, like, hold Ben hostage so that Kate and Sawyer could escape, but maybe he was okay with that.
Maybe that's a good thing.
It seemed like a good thing at the time.
Yeah.
And Ben is evil. I mean...
Ben is bad,
I mean, you know, no matter what he is now, you know, he's definitely one of the most monstrous characters on the show.
Yeah.
And he was the leader of Jacob's people. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And like even Widmore's been like less bad off the island, but when he was on the island, he was like, "Go kill that baby."
Man, I'm telling you, yeah.
Like,
the others were not proving Jacob's point.
It's like, Jesus, kill the baby? Is that really what Jacob wants you to do? Like, I don't know. It really seems like the others got off track.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we are supposed to believe that Jack had to prove himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like I'm not sure. I want to say that the list of people that the others kidnapped are different from the list of candidates.
Yeah, I'd imagine the list of people were interesting. You know, this person, go get them, they might be good or something.
Like they're for, you know, the lists are for rank and file others, seemingly. Like Cindy, you know, I don't think Cindy's a candidate.
No.
And the kids, you know, like I feel like they're people who are, you know, they're good enough to be the others, but they're not going to replace Jacob.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, about Jack not being on the list. I mean, Jacob visited all of them. Well, not all of them, but most of them before they came to the island. And Jack in particular.
Yeah.
And touched him and stuff. So, like, he already had Jack. I mean, I guess the flip side of that is, you know, he touched Saeed, too, and Saeed's obviously gone evil.
Yeah.
So just because he touches
I feel
him,
like you can't prove if someone is good or bad until you see what they do on the island.
Yeah.
So I think for Jacob, I think for all of the candidates there has to be something that Jacob can look to say, okay, well this is the proof that they're good.
Mhm. Yeah, okay. So he selected them. I guess that's the idea. They're candidates. They're not automatically good.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, here's some people who might be
candidates, not finalists.
Yeah, okay. So some of them sort of fail to live up to the standards, and
some of them literally fail to live
up
to the standards.
Yeah, and sort of get eliminated. But I guess I'm saying that okay. So the idea can still be that Jack had yet to prove himself sort of worthy of the office of Jacob.
Mhm.
In the earlier part of the show, at the point when Pickett says that, I guess I want what Jack did to deserve it to be something more than that. But I mean, I don't really know what that would be.
Yeah, I mean, he saved the life of a man who was keeping him kidnapped and, kidnapping his friends. I think that should count for something.
You're right. It's a good point. It does. Okay. All right. So, but do you think that applies for the rest of them? It does seem like, like I wonder where the rest of them stand.
So, like Hurley, what could Hurley have done to make Jacob think he's good? He passed out all the food. Remember that? It was great. He gave some people some food and then he threw away the rest.
All right.
No, I don't know. I can't think of what would Hurley's big thing be on the island. He created golf. Yeah, he invented it all by himself.
Well done, Hurley.
Wow. No, what's Hurley's big thing? I can't think of major Hurley storylines. He's always had these little things.
Yeah. I mean, now his big thing is he talks to dead people.
Yeah.
And that's
maybe
really
he just hasn't made any bad choices.
Oh, okay.
He's always pretty cautious.
He did sort of rescue the Lost Thieves at the end of season 3 when he came charging in with the van. That seems like the biggest thing he ever did as far as heroism.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Although that was against the others who were there to kidnap the pregnant women. That brings up so I don't know. Let me just throw that out there. Does the fertility thing have anything to do with all this? Where, when did that come into play? Is that just some auxiliary problem with the island and it's not really related to the stuff with Jacob, or is it? Any thoughts on that?
Yep.
You do have thoughts on that.
Tower is the goddess of fertility or something like that, right?
Apparently.
Yeah. So I feel like fertility has some issue. I don't know if it's simple as, the man in black is killing pregnant women somehow. He's doing something. Maybe he's claiming the fetuses. I don't know how far this show going to go.
Growing within you.
Yeah, literally, it's your baby.
It's a very evil baby.
Evil baby. It's going to bite you as soon as it gets teeth.
Until then, it will gum you.
It's going to gum you to death. But you're going to think it's so cute.
Yeah, it's just like a baby tiger.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna gummy. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man.
They bite your face. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's supposed to fit in with this story. So you're wanting to put that on Smokey somehow. Smokey decided to not let them have kids at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to think. Something like that.
That was just part of his plan to, get the people on the island killed off.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let him procreate. And I don't know why he has that power, but that's a weird thing to say. I don't know why he has any powers. So.
Yeah, I know. Add it to the list of powers he has that we don't know why he has them.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. It's. I don't know. Since I brought it up accidentally, I wondered.
It seems magical. I mean, apparently medical science can't explain it, so something's going on.
Yeah.
Medical science can explain everything.
I hadn't heard that. Is that in the news recently?
Yeah.
Wow. Things really have changed.
Medical science explains why that car makes that noise every time you make a left turn,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't think medical science had anything to say about that.
Surprising. They made a lot of advances in that field.
Clearly.
Yeah.
I need to pay more attention to medical science.
I think you should. We all should.
I know what I have to do after the podcast.
Medical science. The future is now.
I don't know what that means. It's crazy.
It means more than you know.
Okay. The future is now. I like that.
What else you got?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the others, because obviously this is really a story of how it came to be that Richard doesn't age and that he's the advisor of the others. But it isn't a story of the others. We really don't see how they developed. We don't know who built the temple. We don't know, how their cultural.
Well, the temple and the statue and all that stuff is a whole different ballgame.
That's older, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll probably, and you know what? Honestly, that'll probably be the beginning of like the origin story with Smokey and Jacob coming to the island.
Okay.
I bet we'll get all those answers, the hieroglyphs and all that stuff. I bet they'll get to that at the end.
Okay.
Like how he gets to the island, why he's in prison in the first place, and
besides
the fact that he's evil.
Right. Every time I see an episode like this, I think that all the answers are here. I sort of forget that this isn't the whole story.
No.
We're going to get more on this at some point.
Yeah.
More explanation. It is weird to me that the temple has like a fountain that heals you. Like, I don't know where that fits in. Like, did Jacob make that happen, or did whoever built that just, really, they were just really good at building fountains?
Yeah, they were really good at building fountains. They were able to design that health healing spigot that modern pool designers just can't figure out how they did it. They don't know how it works. It's like Stonehenge. They can get close, but they're not quite sure.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine the story with the fountain is going to be it's tapping into whatever energy is in the island, and it's just kind of they found like a hot spring that they found, and it's just kind of this magical thing, and they just kind of found it, and I think it'll be something like that. It'll be because of Jacob, but
okay. Yeah, that brings up another question. So that it connects pretty well with the idea that the island just kind of heals in general. Like it's like a focal point of the island's healing properties.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But do you think that comes from Jacob, or is that just somehow a property of the island itself?
Well, the fact that it discriminates, I think, means it's got to be from a person.
Okay.
Because not everybody gets healed.
Okay, right.
So I feel like it does have to come from Jacob.
Okay. I see.
I want to know the level of his omniscience. I want to know. It seems like he doesn't know what's going on unless he's there somewhere. But it's like, well, how do you know to heal someone? How do you know when someone's injured? How do you know? That you need to intervene if you decide you want to intervene.
Mm-hmm.
And cure Rose's cancer. Like, how does he know Rose has cancer? Does he even know that, or is it just auto heal? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like good people auto heal or something. Or, I don't know.
Maybe that's what we're supposed to think. Because you're right. When Richard shows up, he has no idea who he is, and so. There's not a sense that like Locke hits the ground and he can walk again.
Mm-hmm.
So like
exactly.
Jacob never had a chance. I mean, he did see Locke before that, but he didn't have a chance to really like see Locke and see what happened and like direct the healing towards him.
Mm-hmm.
It's and for Rose, like we have no evidence Jacob had ever met her before.
Yeah.
So maybe that is the idea. The good, Locke is a good person, and he just auto heals on Mega Drive. He's also a candidate, though. So maybe if you're on the candidate list, you get bumped up in the priority.
Candidates auto heal maybe, and everyone else like something else.
Yeah, they get sorted according to various like rankings.
Well, I'm just glad that after this healthcare bill, Jacob can't drop us from our insurance anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
A little political humor. Nice. Very topical.
Topical. What are you
Ripped from
gonna
the
do?
headlines.
Yeah.
I like
yeah,
that.
what
You
are
tied it
gonna
back
do?
to Lost, too.
It's not my first podcast.
There was a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Pick that apart, everyone.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, savor it. Yeah. I know the issue of Jacob omniscience is an issue. I mean, they've shown him being there at really opportune moments, which really suggests that he had some idea of what was going to happen.
Yeah.
At the same time, they've shown him being surprised by things. So there's a suggestion that he doesn't know everything that's going to happen, but he knows some things that are going to happen. You know, like, for example...
Well, yeah, and that's... I will just quickly say about Locke, which is one of the big things. He should have known... You know, Locke was in there at the island in the 50s, so he had an opportunity to at least see Locke, and
True.
if he can scan or whatever he can do, maybe like Smokey can do, then he can know Locke's past and know when to be where. That's one explanation of that.
That doesn't explain everybody, because not everybody time
travel. Doesn't explain everybody now. But a lot of people did go there in the 70s.
True.
So that still gets him to be able to show up at their opportune times.
True. Let me think. Does that cover everybody? Yes.
Sun didn't go to the 70s.
Sun didn't go to the 70s, but Jin did.
But Jin did, which might mean Jin's the candidate. I'm just saying. So who else? And Hurley was there. We didn't see Jacob go to touch Hurley before, though. Because it was Kate, Sawyer, Jack, Jin, and Saeed.
Saeed was after the crash.
Saeed was after the crash, yeah.
Yeah, so but still, Saeed was in the 70s.
Yeah, exactly.
So he could have found out.
So everyone that he touched was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Except for Sun.
Except Sun, but Jin was there.
So
he could have found out about the wedding from Jin.
Yeah.
So, all right, that covers it all.
Yeah.
I guess so. So you don't need precognition. He just needs to be able to sort of scan people.
Yeah, you don't need to know the future as long as, people from the future come back and do stuff, There is time travel involved still, but it's not on his end.
Right.
His end is a weird scanning thing or whatever.
Yeah, that becomes the weird part, why he can just sort of scan people and read their minds.
Mm-hmm. If he can do that. He didn't do that to Richard, but...
No. But Smokey can do that.
Smokey can do it?
So it's like, is Smokey more powerful than Jacob in some sense?
I don't know.
Wild question. Like, from what we've seen, I
guess you'd have to say no, since Smokey can't leave.
Can hold him there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jacob's more powerful in some sense, but, in terms of what we've seen them do, it seems like Smokey has more abilities than Jacob does.
More abilities? Yeah, maybe.
He's more multifaceted. It seems like... The main thing Jacob's got is the power to draw people to the island.
Mm-hmm. And the healing.
I forgot about the healing. He can make people not age, which is probably connected to that.
Yeah.
And he also can overpower Smokey despite his power.
What do you mean?
I mean, Smokey can't just kill Jacob himself.
Yeah. Well, we don't know why, though.
We don't know why. That's true. But I'm assuming it's somehow a credit to Jacob's power.
Okay. I'm assuming it has to do with the rules.
Yeah.
It could be part of his power explicitly.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with the rules, because Jacob doesn't really talk about the rules here at all.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
Well, why would he? Then Richard would know about the rules.
You're right. But it just seems like if there's rules in play, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'd expect him to say something about it. But okay. So yeah, maybe that's just down to the rules. But who made the rules? I mean, I don't expect you to know that, but I wonder who made the rules? Where did the rules come from? If not from Jacob himself.
The rules always existed.
The rules are just there. They're just like a fact. They're just a phenomenon.
They're a product of the universe.
Okay. The universe is just rule filled.
It is.
Rule abundant.
Yeah. Rulelicious.
Okay. Rulelicious. Sure. Okay. All right. So that's all I have to say about it.
That's it? That's all you have? You sure?
That's it.
All right.
Is that, I don't know. If I had more, I would say it.
So what scene are we on?
We are on...
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
So next scene, Richard returns to Smokey, gives him a white rock. Smokey says Richard will never see his wife again if he goes with Jacob, who can be very convincing. But he tells him if he ever changes his mind, the offer to join him still stands. Smokey gives Richard Isabel's necklace and vanishes. Richard buries the necklace near a cement bench. You want to go to the next scene?
Not really. I want to say a little bit about this.
Okay. Well, I figured we could just talk about the whole thing, but...
Oh, okay.
If you got some specifics.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the second scene is so much its own thing. Yeah. So first of all, I think the white rock ties in with Locke throwing the white rock from the cave.
Yeah.
I think that's. What do you think Jacob means by the white rock?
I think he means you tried to corrupt this guy into killing me, but he didn't. I win. The white rock means it's good. Like it's almost like a chess piece. It's like the white chess piece. It's like he's mine.
I see. I see. Okay. It's still really interesting to me that he says the same thing Dogen said.
About the how to kill him thing?
You let him talk to you.
Oh, you let him talk to you.
Yeah.
So you saying Dogen is the man in black?
You
heard it here first, folks. Unfortunately.
Ouch. I'm saying it's just curious to me that this story plays out again later. Like because the first part I'm totally on board with. Dogen heard this story from Richard and he uses it to try to convince Saeed to go out there. But when Saeed returns, he must realize it's failed. And yet he gives the same response that the man in black does.
Yeah?
Like that doesn't make sense to me. He should know it wasn't going to work. So why does he even bother with this you let him talk to you thing?
Well, because he doesn't want to say, "Oh, Sage, you're back. That must mean you found out that I tried to kill you." But it's like he's just
keeping up the ruse.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much. I would imagine that's the simplest explanation, that he's keeping up the ruse. He's not going to show his hand that just in case Locke didn't tell Saeed what Dogen was up to. Dogen doesn't want to say, "Oh, you failed. You're alive, and therefore you failed because I wanted you to die."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, Saeed already knew that Dogen wanted him dead, but I guess...
But hey, exactly. So shame on him for being talking to it, right?
Okay. All right, Locke, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Okay. All right, so this is Jacob saying... So did Jacob just prove Man in Black wrong? Like, is this the end of the experiment?
No. I mean, well, I guess it could have been. But I think it's not, because Jacob convinced him to make the right choice versus him deciding to make the right choice on his own, I guess.
Okay.
Otherwise, game over. We win. Yeah.
I see.
So
Jacob
I think he's
definitely
just saying.
interfered.
I think he's saying, look, this is proving my point. That's what
yeah.
the White Rock means. Is this is proving my point?
It's not the end of the experiment, but it's a point for me.
Exactly, a point for me. Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. I thought it was interesting that the Man in Black gives him the necklace. I know that the necklace is basically just symbolic, and so he sort of has to get it. But it's a little curious to me that Man in Black even bothered to do that.
God, I mean, you know, why does he do that? Well, Richard needs something to bury so he can come back later to dig it up.
Yeah, I mean that's the best I got. Like I can't provide a sort of good in-show explanation for why he did that. Like the necklace ends up symbolizing like the offer and the wife.
Mhm.
You know. And so like it seems like the only reason he gives it to him is so that it can serve that plot function.
Pretty much, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, that was easy. Okay. So, what was the other thing I wanted to say? For someone, when Man in Black let Richard go, he said, I'll let you out, but you have to agree to do whatever I ask you to.
Mm-hmm.
And here he finds out that Richard very much did not do what he asked him to, and he doesn't even seem angry. He's strangely magnanimous about it. This was again just as Jacob surprised me. Man in Black surprises me in this scene. Just saying, offer still on the table. Not making Richard honor his agreement when he let him go.
Well, he did do what he. I mean, he did. I don't know. I feel like you could argue he did fulfill what he wanted to do in some sense, which is to go attempt to kill Jacob. He didn't succeed, but he did go try. So I think he did fulfill his agreement on that. I mean, on that end.
Well, he instructed him not to let Jacob talk to him. So on that count, he failed.
Well, but okay, but that's. He also was, blindsided, and it's like, what if Jacob was standing on top of the statue and saw Richard from coming a mile away and started talking? I mean, the agreement isn't foolproof. That's my point. I think there's things that the Man in Black can't expect Richard to, compensate for. Things like, my example, ridiculous example of that. But so I think if you just say what he asked him to do was to go try to kill Jacob, he did do that.
Okay. So the Man in Black's a little lax about instructions. If you just kind of get the general gist.
That's like saying he told him to go kill Jacob, but along the way Richard broke his leg and ended up dying because he could never. And it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, you failed, but this other thing happened that caused you to fail. So it's like he could be a stickler, I guess, and say you didn't fulfill your agreement, but I think he could also be lenient and say, well, the agreement was for you to go do this, and he did go do it. He just didn't succeed. Right. He didn't say succeed at everything I asked you to do. That wasn't the agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
That's an agreement that I don't know anyone could really truthfully agree to. I mean, you can't, agree to succeed at everything. You don't know if you're going to succeed.
Yeah.
You can agree to try, but you can't agree to do it.
Yeah. But I don't think Richard had to let Jacob talk to him. I don't see that he was forced into that.
Well, Jacob knocks him to the ground. I mean, how's he going to stop her from talking?
Oh, well, okay. In terms of saying a word, yes. But in terms of having an extended conversation with him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he had to do that. I mean, I think that really was Richard's choice. But at the same time, I agree. I mean, I think that's the idea. He really did go out there intending to kill Jacob, and he was just disarmed.
Yeah.
So still, though, I'm just surprised how forgiving the Man in Black is.
Yeah, I mean, it's when the people are important, he can be very forgiving, and when the people don't matter, he would just kill them.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So it's because of Richard's importance.
And the White Rock may have also symbolized some sort of protection or something that Jacob has on Richard, or
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do think that's supposed to be the case.
Also, we've never seen Jacob Smokey acknowledge that Richard doesn't age, right? Or in terms of being surprised about it.
That's not true. Locke and Richard had a conversation about it when Locke was Smokey.
Oh, that's right.
At the end of season 5. Of course, at the time we thought it was Locke, but technically that was Smokey.
And is that what he said? Jacob gave me a gift?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
He didn't say Jacob gave me a gift. He said Jacob made me this way.
That's right. Jacob made me this way. The gift thing was later.
Gifts was later, yeah. Gifts was to Jack.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Man in Black does know that. Of course, he might just know that because of Locke.
Mm-hmm.
Because Locke knew that. Because he time traveled.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
The time travel or Locke?
The time travel.
Oh, okay.
You ready for the next scene?
Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yes.
So we're back to the present. Richard finds the bench and digs up the necklace. Out loud, he says he changed his mind, that he was wrong, that he changed his mind, and he yells if the offer still stands. Hurley appears, which freaks Richard out. Hurley tells Richard his wife sent him. She wants to know why he buried the necklace. Isabella saw him dig it up, and in fact, she's right next to him. She tells him to close his eyes, and Hurley communicates a heartfelt message from the beyond. Isabella's then gone. Richard puts on the necklace and thanks Hurley. Hurley tells Richard Isabella said he must stop Smokey from leaving the island or else they'll all go to hell. And from a distance, Locke sees Hurley and Richard talking. That's the scene.
Whoa.
So 2 things I want to say quickly. What's with this place with the bench? I don't know why there's a bench here.
It's just
out of nowhere.
It's a tree with a bench.
It's a tree with a bench. Yeah, those grow everywhere where I'm from. And the other thing is, this scene is from Ghost.
Yep.
Like, I've seen this before, and Hurley was Whoopi Goldberg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've never seen Ghost, but I'm well aware of the famous scene.
Yeah. No, it's so the same scene. It's weird. It's a little bit Stan and a little bit Ghost in Lost, I guess.
The thing that I always think is weird about Ghost is the fact that it actually has like a plot about like a guy, like some villain, and he I think he killed the guy for some reason. Did you tell me about that at some point?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing is the villain is a friend of Demi Moore's. And he, I think, is why he ends up being the reason why the husband, Patrick Swayze, dies.
Okay.
And because of something, I forget exactly why. I feel like it had something to do with the property, or it was some reason that wasn't that great. But yeah, he's like the reason it all happens. And then the plot is that Patrick Swayze appears to Whoopi Goldberg, and she's like this psychic and who was just kind of pretending to have psychic abilities, and then he shows up and it freaks her out because he's seeing dead people for real, and he convinces her to go help figure out because the wife is in danger. The famous line, "Molly, you in danger, girl." Love that line. It's pretty spectacular.
That's a line? Wow.
It's a line. Molly, you in danger, girl. Whoopi Goldberg, ladies and gentlemen.
Classic Whoopi.
Wow. And I like say what you will about Ghost. It's not bad. But anyway, so that's kind of the plot, in that he knows she's still in danger by whoever killed him. And so he tries to get Whoopi Goldberg to help protect the wife and make contact and all this stuff, and so that's kind of the gist.
It's like my impression of it is it's just like, he just died tragically. I mean, I guess that is what happened, but I guess in my impression of it, like the fact that he died, like how he died was not important. Like To me, it was just like a car accident or something. And like the point was like her reuniting with her, dead husband or whatever. And it was all about the after, from the beyond romance. Like that's what I thought the whole movie was.
It's really more about his tragic death, and he's trying to save her from dying. And it's like, can he save her?
Yeah. So
before.
The from the beyond romance is like a subplot.
It's the thing that they managed to make happen, but it wasn't sort of the point.
Yeah. Yeah, that really surprises me. I guess that's why I never watched it. It's not the movie I thought it was.
Mhm.
But yeah, you're right. This scene is totally that. I actually thought this scene was pretty good. This scene for me played a lot better than the first scene with them.
The first scene.
With
Isabella and Richard?
With Isabella and Richard.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't really. I mean, this scene was whatever to me. Because see, here's the problem: is she seems to think he feels guilty, or that he she seems to think that this whole thing about being in hell is because he couldn't get to her in time. But she doesn't know that he killed the doctor. And that's really what led him to go through all this. And that's kind of the guilt. I mean, he feels guilty about his wife, but he also feels guilty about killing that man.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like she's just kind of misguided in terms of what she's saying because she doesn't know the whole story.
I see. Mhm.
And it's just to think that's, just to kind of think that's weird. Like, cause she says it wasn't your fault that I died. Well, he knows that. That's not the problem here, lady. We got some other problems going on. Like, give me a wine bottle. Let me show you a metaphor real quick. Let me tell you what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
You need a cork and some wine.
Yeah.
A Merlot, if possible. White wine will belie the point. Can we get a nice red?
Mhm.
What else you got about this scene?
I guess I just bought into the drama in this scene more.
Oh, well,
maybe because Richard's gone through a journey by this point.
Mhm.
And it feels like a resolution for him.
And her ass just shows up now.
And her ass just shows up now.
He's been conflicted for, a couple centuries.
Mm-hmm.
And she just said, I'll show up now. I'll stop watching my soaps. Or, I don't know. What do they watch from the beyond? I don't know.
She needed Hurley, apparently.
Hurley's been on the island for quite a long time.
Well, yeah, it's true. It's true. It kind of seemed like he only started seeing dead people later, though.
Mhm.
I
wonder if they'll ever explain how these dead people are communicating. Like, it seems like they're not just around all the time. Like, they're coming from some other place to talk to Hurley.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's sentimental, so I don't want to make too much of it. But at the end, she says, "We are already together."
Mhm.
And I didn't know if that was supposed to mean anything more than just the sentimental part.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know.
Because it's like, is she somehow just hanging around the island all the time? Like, is that what we're supposed to think from that?
Then it's like, why can't Hurley see them all the time?
Yeah.
I feel like they shouldn't disappear. They should just walk away from them.
Yeah. Right. That's true.
But I don't know. So I don't know how this whole thing. Part of me wants to believe that Locke was pretending, was somehow making him see Isabella. Part of me likes that.
That would be really weird.
Yeah, it would be weird, but
he steps in
like
for
the
a
idea
sentimental
of Locke,
moment with Richard, and then tells them to stop him.
Well, the sentimental moment. I mean, they had a sentimental moment the first time. It was Isabella was Locke or Smokey.
But she said, he set up the idea that they were in hell. He had to stop the devil, and then he set up her death.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of
Yeah, but here's the thing: Hurley just told Richard that Isabella said, "If you don't stop him, we're all go to hell." So there again is another connection with Isabella talking about hell.
Yeah, that's true. But he's not saying they're in hell right now.
Yeah, he's not saying they're in hell. Yeah. But still, I mean, my point is, hell shouldn't. Why does she think hell exists?
I'm assuming she's using it metaphorically.
Oh, okay. Now it's metaphor again.
Yeah, because I don't think this is Smokey.
Yeah.
I don't think the people Hurley sees are Smokey.
I don't think the people Hurley sees are Smokey either. But I think if Smokey is standing a little bit distance away and Hurley is talking to a dead person, I'm suspicious.
I see.
We don't know the extent of his powers.
Yeah. Okay.
And he can make, other people, appear, and the only difference it would be, somehow Richard can't see.
Right.
Can't see that person.
Yeah, and when he appeared before as her, he could see her. And why would he have Richard not be able to see her?
So that he knows it's not Smokey. He doesn't, because he knows his wife is dead.
Okay. I think he came because Richard, called out to him.
Mm-hmm.
And
but he wasn't he like, I mean, I don't know how far away he was, but so are you saying he was just within earshot? Or are you saying he sort of supernaturally heard him?
I don't want to take a position on that. Because I don't want to say either one, honestly. But I do think that he came because Richard called, and he was prepared to, take him up on the offer. But then he witnesses, Hurley step in, and this whole thing happen, and Richard obviously changes his mind, and I think, Locke sort of sees that happening.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why he turns back, towards the camera.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see what happens. I just like the conspiracy theory of it.
It is such a conspiracy theory. It would be outrageous if it were true.
Outrageous?
Yes.
Why is that outrageous? It's pretty much what he does normally.
No.
Except people can't. Except in this one instance, someone can't see him. It's 95% the same, though.
No. A lot of the time when he shows up as people, he does not. They behave differently. They have very specific objectives.
Mm-hmm.
That they want to get across to the person. Right? They don't just sit there and talk like they're that person the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And the only objective she throws out there is stop the Man in Black. And I mean, if he's throwing that to them, I mean, okay, you can say that, but Occam's razor.
I feel like the difference here,
stop Man in Black should not come from Man in Black.
Well, of course, but here's the thing: like this is a character who is full of deceit and who is hopefully planning things in his favor. So I feel like it's not crazy that he would try to plan something like this, where he uses the image of Richard's dead wife to convince Richard to go back to him.
But she's not convincing him to go back to him.
Well,
she's convincing him to stop him from leaving the island.
Okay, sure, but what is that? But we don't know what
that's
that entails.
Different. The
though.
offer was all about going back with him and killing Jacob.
True, but I'm saying, of course, she's not going to say take him up on his offer. I just feel like it's. I don't know. Telling him to go. If she didn't say anything about Smokey, I would feel like your case is stronger. But the fact that she kind of is saying go have something to do with him, I think we don't know what that means.
Right. So because of your theory, I can't really talk about what I think, what I want to say about this scene, which is, it sort of suggests that, that the ghosts that Hurley sees are against the Man in Black. Mm-hmm. That they're sort of on Jacob's side for some reason.
Yeah, or at least they think he's evil and should be stopped. Yeah.
Yes, which Jacob thought.
Yeah.
Right. So, so when Hurley saw Jacob, you don't think that's Smokey, right?
No, I don't think. Here's my thing: the only time we've seen this is
so you don't think they're being consistent about?
This is a brand new case because we've never before seen Hurley talking to someone who's dead, translating that to somebody else, or communicating that to someone else, and then having Smokey be off in the distance. So this is a new scenario that I would not attach to any of the other ones. We did not see Smokey standing around when when Jacob was there talking to Hurley or anything like that.
Right, but we also had a character explicitly call for Smokey at the beginning of this scene, so there's a reason for him to be there. Oh,
I totally agree, and I'm just playing the conspiracy theory part of it.
Okay.
I'm playing devil's
advocate. You admit that my theory is at least plausible, right?
I think that's the most likely scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm crazy. Like it seems like the obvious explanation, and I feel like you're thinking this is like totally
it is the
wrong.
obvious explanation. I'm trying to go on the not obvious route and say maybe something else is going on here. That's why I call it conspiracy theory. Like,
okay.
The obvious explanation is what you said. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we were even there. That's why it seemed. I thought you were saying it wasn't the obvious explanation.
No. I'm saying what if this is what the Man in Black is doing?
Okay. That would be a giant conspiracy. I agree. It would be a huge twist. But New Year's Justin is going to stick with the face value.
Yeah.
If they do it, then you will win the day.
Yay, the day I won it.
But I do think the implication of the obvious theory is also a little bit strange, like the idea that the ghosts are against the Man in Black.
I don't even know. Whatever. I don't know what the ghosts want. They don't get a say. I don't know what they want. I would say they want what's best for their loved ones on the island, and that's usually to stay away from the Man in Black, so or to stop him. So I'd buy that.
Oh, so you think she's taking that position just because she wants what's best for Richard?
I'm saying that's what I can count on. I'm not saying that's why she's doing it. I'm saying I can count on that at least being why she could be doing it.
Okay.
I don't know their political what they think about what's going on the island. It's like I don't even know where they are.
Right.
Do all dead people just come to the island? Like that didn't seem logical.
Yeah, that is worth noting. Like we talked about the idea of like dead people. It does. So that's what we finally have an example of Smokey appearing as someone who did not die on the island.
Oh, that's right.
A confirmed example. I think.
So he just scanned them and
so he can.
So that takes out the confusion with some of the reanimations and stuff.
Right. So he is able, if he wants, if he can like get an image of a person, he can appear as them, even if their body's not lying on the island. Yeah. So that's sort of nice to know. Not that it's going to help, because I don't think Locke's changing anymore. But that's the other thing. He can't change. He can't do that trick anymore. That's another reason. That's another reason why it shouldn't be him. I forgot about that.
Why? What shouldn't be him?
He can't do that. He can't take the appearance of something. He can't change his face, and he's stuck as Locke. Yeah, but that means he can't make I know he can't change bodies anymore, but you're saying that means he can't appear as anyone else anymore? Yeah. Oh, I didn't think that was true. Yeah, because that's what Ben says. Like, why can't he just change his face? And she says he's stuck that way. Well, he's stuck in that body, but to me, I always assumed he could still appear as other people. The same way he can transform into Smokey, I feel like Smokey can transform into other people. Then what does it mean? What does it even mean to say he's stuck that way? He's stuck in Locke's body. Like, he won't be able to switch bodies. The same way he was in, the original Man in Black's body, and then now he's in Locke's body. Like, he won't be able to just be in someone else, like take over Ben's body or something like that and physically be Ben. But if he can appear as someone else, he's doing that with Isabella here, under your theory. Mm-hmm. He is, taking on the appearance of them. Yeah, he is appearing as someone else. Yeah, but he's not that someone else. He's not in her body. He's not in Locke's body either.
Well, I mean, he's in Locke's body to the extent that it's a physical body, right? That's what I mean. I mean, he didn't claim Locke's body, but I mean, he is in the physical form of Locke, and I feel like they're saying he can't change that to be sort of defaulting into the physical form of somebody else.
Well, I think that's true, but I think they're also saying he can't just appear as other people. Because if he could, then you know, Alana's response to Ben is sort of moot. Like, if he can still do that, it doesn't even matter if his default form is Locke. If he can still take the form of other things, then it doesn't.
Well, then
you know,
why
who cares?
why can't he do that then?
Well, I mean, since Jacob died, he can't do that. I don't know why exactly.
Because I thought they were just saying, you know, he did this whole thing with Locke and switch and whatever this whole thing was bringing Locke back to the island and all that stuff dead. I thought she was saying that made him stuck in that body. When he switched from whatever his default form was before to now looking like Locke, I thought they were saying, okay, well, that means he can't switch into anything else. He's stuck looking like Locke. But I didn't think that negated that he could make someone else see an image of something, appear as Alex to Ben if he wanted to at some point. Because I mean, I assume that because he could still transform into Smokey. So I thought, okay, well, that means Smokey can still transform into whatever else.
He definitely isn't ruled out from turning into Smokey.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think he's ruled out from turning into other people, and also like the people he turns into have a physical presence, you know. And so yeah, this would be like a new thing that we've never seen Smokey do before.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Which they still do that.
They do that. It's not, that doesn't rule it out. But,
telekinesis was 2-3 episodes ago.
Yes, I understand. It's not saying it's impossible. It's just saying, you know, that's what it would mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening anyway, but okay, we're supposed to be operating on the idea that he can't look like anybody else at all. Like he can't manifest any apparitions at all. I
think so. I think he's supposed to be done with that. I think they did that so that we wouldn't sort of have that problem if he could just appear as anyone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I absolutely know. That's what I think.
No, that's what you said. You said you know for a fact, 100%.
I mean, it's just okay.
I saw the affidavit. You signed it. It was notarized.
I don't want to go anywhere near something called an affidavit.
Anything else in this scene?
I always hated that name. I really liked the pullback. Like I think I see what you mean in that I thought the pullback to Locke was weird. Like it's a kind of shot I don't think I've ever seen them do on Lost before. Like, okay.
It's pretty weird.
I guess the closest thing I can think of to this shot is the shot where they show Locke in New York meeting Walt and then they go over to Ben watching them.
Something like that, yeah.
That's the closest thing. But still, like, there's something odd about this shot. Like, it doesn't feel like a standard Lost thing to do.
Yeah.
Because he's just watching, and they just talked about him, and it's like...
Like, are we supposed to believe that he can hear them from that distance, or something, and he knows that Richard isn't still has decided to not take him up on his offer? Like, I don't know if I believe that. Or he's supposed to read it from their body language or something. It's like I don't know what we're supposed to get from that scene. I just like the idea that since he was in the area, I just like the idea that he was somehow, you know, playing puppet master with those two over there.
When you put the specifics on it, I don't really like it either. I don't want to say that if you call out Smokey, he will hear you and respond wherever he is. Like that seems like a stretch to me. I don't think we have much to go on. I mean, except for I guess Ben like calling down the drain. You know, if that's sort of like some version of that. Maybe that's a crackpot theory. But still, I don't really like that theory. And I also don't like the idea that he just happened to be walking in the area. You know, that's a bit of a stretch to me. But at the same time, I do think the reason he's there is that Richard called him. So it's just like, I want to say that, but at the same time, I don't have a good explanation.
Yeah.
You know, I guess, okay, here, my explanation is that it's contrivance. You know, they wanted to show him watching.
He came to watch.
You know, he came to, oh gosh. I had to watch. They wanted to show that ominous shot of him watching from the background.
Yeah.
You know, and they thought it was, you know, cool, and I did like it, but it still is strange, and I admit that's probably the weakest part of what I think's going on here.
Yeah, the part you can't explain.
Weakest link, if you will. Yeah. I mean, I can explain it, but I don't like my explanations.
Yeah.
So I'm not willing to commit to them.
Alrighty. Anything else with this stuff? I just thought this scene was like, I don't know. I don't know why. I wasn't invested in the Richard Isabella stuff. She didn't, you know. I love you too. Oh, surprise.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's very.
He
standard.
waited all this time to get that from her.
Yeah.
You know, and she's wrong. He's not even worried about. I don't know. I felt like he wasn't even that concerned about the fact that he didn't get there in time. He had other problems.
Mhm.
He had other problems. Izzy.
I think he was concerned that he didn't get there in time, but it was well, as you said, that wasn't the only problem.
Yeah. Next scene.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I also thought Hurley was good in this scene.
Yeah.
I'm just in general sort of impressed with how much weighty drama they give Hurley these days. You know, like I really wouldn't have thought he could pull off scenes like this in season 1. You know, but
talk to another character.
Yeah, like, you know, they're putting a lot of weight on his part here, and I'm surprised. I feel like his character's come a long way to be able to like take part in this scene legitimately, and it doesn't feel like a joke or anything. You know, so yeah, I thought this scene played pretty well, even though I agree it's pretty standard stuff, and it's kind of it's probably overly sentimental and so on. Like, I agree with all that, and yet for me this scene worked better than the earlier stuff.
Yeah.
So okay. Anyway.
All right. Next scene, we are back in the 1800s. The man in black, Smokey, sits deep in thought. Jacob sits next to him, and Smokey sees that Smokey got the white rock. Jacob wonders why Smokey tried to kill him. Smokey says it's because he wants to leave. Oh, okay. And
I just told you that. Yeah.
And he says though someone else will take Jacob's place if he's killed, Smokey vows to kill him, to kill all those people too. Jacob gives Smokey a bottle of wine to pass the time, and Smokey says, sooner than you think, and then smashes the bottle. And then he eats the cork to prove the point about the cork being Jacob.
Wow. I hope that's a deleted scene.
Deleted scene, yeah. Corkalicious.
I've never eaten a cork, but it sounds really unpleasant.
Yeah, it's probably a little dry.
Yeah. Chewy, though.
Chewy.
I like that part.
All right, well, that's the show. Pretty much the same thing is that he basically says, he is going to try to kill anyone who tries to keep him on the island. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we have, I don't know what to do with that kid, and you can't kill him, and, the rules and all that stuff. But we definitely have the idea that he should in some way want to kill the candidates, or at least want to kill the candidates who actually have a chance of replacing Jacob. Like Saeed, I think, is out at this point. So he doesn't necessarily need to kill him. He may need to worry about Sawyer a little bit. But Sawyer doesn't seem like he gives a shit about replacing Jacob, so maybe not. But I guess I feel like Sawyer's more redeemable, I guess, than Saeed at this point. Kate, I don't know what to do with Kate. So I guess the main people he needs to worry about are the people in Alana's camp.
Yeah.
And I guess that's how they come into play. But yeah, but I'm wondering if he can leave the island before someone actually takes over for Jacob, if it doesn't even matter. Like,
yeah, I don't think it would matter if the wine has escaped.
Yeah. Oh, if the wine has escaped. That wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say it doesn't even matter if Jacob what did I want to say? It doesn't even matter if the candidates are still alive.
If he's off the island?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if he escapes, yeah, then it doesn't matter who's on the island fulfilling Jacob's role.
Yeah. So I guess since Jacob really didn't are we supposed to believe Jacob really didn't know that Smokey wanted to leave and that's why he wanted to kill him?
I'm really confused. Didn't he tell him before he wanted to leave and that's why he wanted to kill him?
He didn't. He didn't say he wanted to leave. He just said he wanted to kill him.
He said, okay, you can't mad about it, I want to kill you. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you'd think any prisoner wants to leave the prison, right?
You would think so. It should be obvious to Jacob. But he seems to not make these logical inferences sometimes.
Yeah.
Like the thing.
As long as I'm alive, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So again, like that. This scene is also why I wanted to understand the connection between Smokey and the evil.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
Smokey, the island, and the evil, the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, exactly. Because like, if Jacob's keeping him trapped there, like he should have a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it should be connected with what he was saying, but he didn't make that explicit.
Well, I think the reason is that he's trying to trap the evil.
Right. But I'm just saying that's why I originally wondered what the connection was between Smokey and the evil. So we sort of resolved the idea that Smokey is the evil.
I think he has to be.
Okay, so he's making him stay. But why can't he just tell Smokey, look, you're the evil that's going to infect the world? That's why I'm keeping you here? I don't know. I don't know if Smokey would really care about that, but, you know, I feel like Jacob is keeping him trapped.
Well, it seems like Smokey doesn't think he's evil, right? I don't think he's ever agreed that he's evil. So I feel like if Jacob said that, like, I don't know if he'd believe it or I don't know what he would say to that. I mean, does the devil think he's evil, or does the devil think he's the good guy?
I don't know. I don't know. So you think Smokey doesn't see himself as evil? But what I mean is, does Jacob understand? Does Smokey understand what Jacob thinks about him? Why he's doing what he's doing?
Why he's keeping them there? Yeah, it's weird. It's like, just let me leave. But it seems like he hasn't told him why he's there. But I feel like he has to know why he's there. Whatever the origin of these guys are, they should have said something to each other about why you're here. Like, he didn't just wake up one day and he was on the island.
Right. But yeah, exactly. Saying, just let me leave, you know, if he understands what Jacob's doing, why Jacob thinks he has to keep him there, he should know Jacob's not going to let him leave.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I don't know. Maybe he doesn't really think, you know, he probably doesn't really think that's going to change Jacob's mind, but the scene plays strangely. It's like, it seems like they haven't communicated enough.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They need some therapy, just couples counseling, and they really resolve this whole thing.
It would help.
No need to bring, you know, outsiders into this relationship, people from outside the island. Let's just handle this, you two guys.
You know, putting myself in Smokey's shoes, like being stuck in this island and wanting to go home, trapped by this Jacob entity. If I understood that Jacob believed that I was the embodiment of evil, and if I got off the island, my evil would spread over the entire world, I would at least understand why Jacob was keeping me there.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I didn't agree. I could at least say, okay, if I believe that, I might do the same thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think he that's why I think he knows why Jacob is keeping him there.
Okay.
He never
he
says,
does?
"Why are you keeping me here?" But he does seem to be asking, "Why won't you let me leave?"
Right.
But I think he knows why he won't let him leave, which is why he's keeping him there.
Okay. All right. So it's just playing out that way, but the stuff that they should know, they do know.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because I guess if you look at it from Jacob's perspective, if you look, both of them know the reason Smokey can't leave is because Jacob is there, and they probably both know. Jacob definitely knows this, but Men in Black probably knows this before Jacob says it in this scene, that someone else is going to take his place if Jacob is dead. So I think that goes back to why Jacob maybe asked the question, so you tried to kill me? He says, yeah, you expect an apology. And Jacob says, no, I guess I'm wondering why you did it. Well, he's wondering why he did it because he knows that the Man in Black should know that even if he's killed, someone else is going to take his place. So it's like, well, why are you doing this if it's seemingly for nothing? So I think maybe that's why Jacob asked him, why did you try to kill me?
Okay.
Because he's maybe thinking there's nothing to gain out of it,
Okay.
Someone will just take my place or whatever. So
at this point, who would that be?
Well, yeah. Well, see, I think that's what's interesting is if there's only two people on the island, if it's just them on the island, then Jacob is fine,
right?
Because Smokey can't kill him directly.
Yeah.
So you need at least a third person, right, on the island.
Yeah.
Which was Richard, basically.
Sure.
And he tried to get him to kill him. That didn't work. So now Richard is on Jacob's team. So, I mean, at this point, if Jacob died, I think Richard would take over. If Richard had killed Jacob, who would take over? I don't know. I mean, I guess Richard would have to. I mean, I don't know who else is there to do it.
Like, are they obligated to do that? Is it just whoever? If there's only one person on the island eligible, they're just sort of automatically sworn in.
Well, I guess that can't be true because Locke is trying to leave. So and there's tons of people on the island now. So I feel like it's not automatic. It's someone has to be in place to take over for Jacob and to know what to do or something. It's I feel like there is a windows of opportunity. So if you have the Jacob dead, then there is a window of opportunity to escape.
Yeah, okay. But on the other hand, it does seem like I expected Locke to just, I kept wanting to say to Locke, I just wanted to shake Locke and say, just go home already. Like, what's your problem? It does seem like he's trying to round people up.
Yeah.
So maybe there is some truth to, not being able to leave people behind.
Something.
Because, we still don't really know why the Man in Black is gathering people together.
Yeah.
Besides just to have, a personal army or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Sooner than you think.
Yeah, so, I mean, smashing a wine bottle, the symbolism is not exactly subtle. But it really, I thought this was a good ending.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked it. I like when they do these endings that are not, surprise plot twists. They're just, nice, dramatic endings.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I like this a lot. Obviously, I like this episode a lot more than you did.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it again. I'm just, thinking about everything we just went through. And there are a couple of sort of big things they bring up in terms of the very important parts of the show. But it's only a few of those. There's not a whole bunch that we didn't know before. The character stuff was okay. I didn't like Richard anymore from watching this episode. His backstory episode, I don't care about it, really care about his character any much more than I did before. Yeah, I don't know. This episode was just sort of okay for me. It wasn't, I don't know. Can all be winners, I guess.
For me, this was sort of it's not one of my favorite episodes ever, mainly because it's just so outside the scope of what Lost is normally. Like, it's very different, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Other 48 Days kind of episode where you just follow this other character in this completely different sort of world from, you know, the way the world that Lost is in normally. You know, it's a break from the Flash Sideways stuff. You know, so it's a completely different kind of episode. I thought Richard.
Well, it's an old school episode, which they've done before.
Yeah. But it's you know it's old school in terms of, you know, island history and a specific character and stuff like that. So it's like the Other 48 Days in that way.
Mhm.
You know, or, you know, Ben's on Island flashback or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
Like, those episodes are pretty rare. I thought the Richard character was good. I mean, he's not the guy that I thought he was when we first met him. His mystique is gone, definitely. But as a sort of more straightforward character, stripped of that mystique, I thought he was compelling. I bought into him. The Isabella relationship is underdeveloped. I agree with that. But I bought into him. Like, I enjoyed the segment when he was trapped on the Black Rock. That was a nice little sort of short story, just, you know, a series of incidents where he passes out and then wakes up and something new is happening. You know, I thought that was a really good section. And, you know, I really liked all this stuff with Jacob and the Man in Black again. And as I said, I like this scene at the end as well. So for me, this episode was just very dramatically satisfying. I really enjoyed watching a lot, and I can understand why you're disappointed in it. But I guess for me, the goodness of the episode, you know, outweighed those qualities for me.
Yeah, and I just didn't think there was a lot of good stuff. That's just my big thing. I mean, if this episode had come 2 seasons ago, it'd been spectacular or something. You know, our last season had been spectacular, but I just feel like at this point in the story, it didn't do a lot to push the story forward. You know, it still didn't even tell us what Richard is supposed to know to do next. But that's okay. Hopefully next episode. It's not a bad episode. I just didn't like it that much. You know, it could just be I was hoping to get a really good Richard backstory, and we got an okay Richard backstory.
Yeah.
You know, and that was one of the biggest mysteries on the show was what's up with this guy Richard, and it's really been like, well, nothing much is the answer, and him as a character before, you know, to me he's not that interesting as just a person. Like he's concerned about his wife, okay, and that all that stuff, and he gets to the island, he just kind of becomes a pawn in all these games, and I just as a character by himself, I feel like he's not. He didn't come off that strong to me. He just, you know, I mean, not that Jack or Ben or, you know, a lot of other people would have done a whole bunch of things differently if they were in his shoes and crashed on the island like that, you know. But to me, there wasn't a lot of things that stood out in terms of his character, you know. Part of it may have just been because they just kind of made him a simple guy.
Yeah, they did.
You know, he wasn't a dynamic person, so that's kind of part of it too. Yeah.
He's very much like an everyman kind of hero.
Yeah.
In this story, and he's trapped between 2 very strong personalities.
Yeah, exactly.
So he doesn't stay, but like, you know, I bought into him as a straightforward character. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was okay for me, I guess. And I guess I felt like it was although a lot of it was just confirming things that we already knew, I did feel like it really solidified some big issues about the island and Jacob and what's going on the show.
Mhm.
You know, so in that way I think it fit into the story.
It definitely fit into the story, yeah.
And it starts off strangely, but yeah, I don't know. Seeing the Black Rock and the statue getting knocked down, and that, like, I enjoyed that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I can understand. I can understand why you didn't like it. It's just, that stuff wasn't a hindrance to me.
Yeah.
I sort of let that go because I did find other things to enjoy. So anyway,
all right. Well, anything else about this episode?
I don't think so. I think that's it.
All righty. Well, we'll be back
it.
next week with I don't know who's. You think they'll do another flashback? Anybody else needs a flashback?
I'm assuming next week, I don't know, this isn't a spoiler. I'm assuming next week we'll go back to Flash Sideways stuff.
Yeah, how about that?
We may not, I don't know. But that would be my guess.
We should. It's about time.
Yeah. Yeah. And they'll probably push the on-island story. That was one thing. I mean, the on-island story didn't get moved very far in this episode.
Yeah, like I said, he still doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Right. I mean, he's supposed to stop the Man in Black, but that isn't anything specific.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if we're supposed to think that's the thing he's supposed to do next.
I mean, that's what I thought he was going to do in the first place. Well, that's what he said he's going to go do. Yeah, I don't know. What? I don't know what Jacob thinks Richard is supposed to go do next. I'm curious. That seems like Jacob could just appear to Hurley and tell those guys what to do next.
Yeah.
If he wanted to be hands-on.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seemed like, go talk to Ricardus. It felt like that was a contrivance to make him important in the story, like, so they would have an excuse to go into all this.
To go to his backstory, yeah. And it seemed like the backstory was supposed to prove or explain how he's supposed to, because usually in something like this, you go, what are you supposed to do next? I don't know. And you have the backstory. And in the backstory at the end, he realizes what he's supposed to do next.
Yeah.
But yeah, that didn't really happen.
Yeah.
Or we didn't at least see that moment where he realized.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think, unless you have to stop the Man in Black. That wasn't even his realization, though. He was just told that. Jacob could have told him that.
And by the way, we did not see Isabella. That's the other thing that made me think it was suspicious, because we didn't see Isabella say that. We saw Hurley say that.
Oh, yeah, right.
And it was like, well, when did she tell you that, Hurley?
Well, Hurley's not going to say that for Smokey's sake.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like.
So if you're saying Isabella's Smokey, and then you're saying Isabella didn't say that, then then it gets really weird.
What?
If you're saying Isabella is Smokey and Isabella didn't say that, maybe that works better.
I'm just saying it made me suspicious because we just didn't. I was just suspicious of what Hurley said because we didn't see her say that.
Yeah, right. I think they wanted to make it dramatic.
It's a very good, like, man, I would love to be in that situation where I want someone to do something, and I'm able to have their dead, wife tell them some stuff and be convinced that their dead wife is telling them stuff, and then I can just throw in the thing I want them to do, and they'll just believe it. Not that Hurley's doing that, of course.
Yeah, I really don't think
it's
Hurley's
such a great
that.
opportunity.
But yeah,
by the way, she also wanted you to give me that necklace. Yeah, she wanted me to pawn it. Yeah, but I'll totally give you some of the money.
I think like they did a couple tricks in that scene. Like they pan around to show her appearing, and they have Hurley say he'll translate, but then eventually they stop showing Hurley translating and just show her talking. Like I feel like that was just. But
the thing I'm talking about is afterwards, though, where she leaves.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, the way they staged the scene was a little bit, they were fudging it a bit to begin with. And then at the end of the scene, right, she disappears, and we never see her say the thing. But I feel like that's because Hurley gets to deliver the punchline. If she's already said it, we sort of lost the drama.
Well, why not just have her still be there and have her say, like, is she gone? No. She's got one more thing she's telling me. And then have him say the line. He can still say the line. It's just, to me, the fact that...
to have her be gone first?
To have her be gone and then to say she said one more thing. Well, when did she say that? Because you said she just left.
Yeah.
Did she say that before you even got to where Richard was, or did she say that when you first met her? Like, when did she say that?
Yeah. He doesn't make that clear.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, you said she was gone, but now you're saying she said something else, and anyway, it's a very minor point.
Yeah. I think they. So how would you have them do it? Like they. Like the way they shot it with Hurley, they sort of zoom in on his face when he says the line. So would you have them like cut back and forth between Isabella saying it in Spanish and then like how do you deliver the dramatic moment with both of them?
You do exactly the same thing they did, and even the shot where they pan past Hurley and she disappears can be the same. Telling us now Hurley is going to be talking. She's not going to be talking anymore.
Yeah.
And then when Richard says that she's gone, just have him say no. She's still here. And she's telling me one more thing.
Okay. You just want to change that line.
Yeah, just change the line,
okay,
and then it's like, okay, well, she's telling them there in the moment, and we can believe that because we just saw her talking.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a minor thing, whatever, but that's,
Yeah.
Keep your eye on Hurley, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, for all I care, he could be just saying that to Richard. I mean, I don't think that's, too devious a thing to tell Richard.
To go stop smoking?
Yeah.
Sure, that's not devious.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think it's, worth
to say it came from his wife, though, is the devious part, which is the part I have a problem with.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, I think Richard, he talked to Jacob about what the island's about and all that. That's what he should have realized. He should have realized that they shouldn't let the Man in Black escape because of what Jacob told him. That should have been the realization.
Exactly. That's how they should have tied it together. But it doesn't mean that's what, I guess, now, if what they do next is go after him, then yeah, that's if they don't find out anything other thing like, oh, Jacob told me I should go do this, like, if there's not some new thing that they do, but in the next episode they literally just go after him, then they should have just had that be his realization of him just remembering the great evil that
which he forgot about. Apparently.
Yeah, he forgot about.
He was ready to follow the evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're supposed to believe he decided that Jacob was lying and none of it was true and the Man in Black wasn't evil and he should just follow him. He should just listen to him.
All or nothing is not a good way to go for most things.
Yeah. But it seems like Richard it doesn't seem like he really remembered.
You're the one who likes this episode.
I do. See, I mean, I can say stuff like that about it, but it doesn't change the fact that I really enjoyed watching it. Like for me, like points like that they're only an issue if the episode isn't working for me as a whole. And this one did. So like stuff like that doesn't like really drop the episode much for me.
All right, well, you're the one who likes the episode. Just say that again.
Fair enough. You're right.
I also like it. I just don't love it.
You're right. Yeah, no, this was, I would say...
Your favorite episode ever? Fine, we get it.
I would say... I think I like Dr. Linus and LAX better than this. But it would be this one after those two.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Everything else is worse, huh?
For me, yeah.
What about... I'm trying to think what else was there. Yeah, there's at least 3 or 4 I'd put above this one.
What would you put above this one? I'm curious.
Sundown.
Oh, Sundown. Okay. Yeah.
LAX, Sundown. Probably The Substitute. Maybe. I'm kind of forgetting exactly what happens in that.
That was when Locker Cooch Sawyer. And there's the lock flash sideways.
Yeah, I did enjoy that. Maybe not Lighthouse, but yeah, Dr. Linus, LAX. I'd put Sundown there definitely. The Recon. Yeah, I definitely liked Recon better than this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Sawyer was just way more interesting, but he doesn't have the Jacob stuff. But what are you gonna do?
Is there any episode you didn't like better than this?
Yeah. So what would I put lower than this? What Kate does, maybe.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty much it. That's probably most
wow,
likely
so it's your
worst.
second least favorite episode of the season.
Yeah.
Impressive. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was rewatching scenes from Dr. Linus and Lighthouse. Lighthouse was really good too. Lighthouse will probably be right below this.
Yeah.
Sundown. I liked Sundown, but I don't know. It was depressing. I didn't really enjoy watching it very much. It was good, but I don't want to go back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Lighthouse there's something really pleasant about that episode. Like I was rewatching scenes from it, and it was just there's a really nice atmosphere they got going on that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones I watched like 3 or 4 times.
I remember
kept
that.
being able to watch it somehow.
Yeah. There was something going on in that episode. I really miss Dogan too. Dogan was a good character. I feel like I didn't appreciate him enough.
Yeah.
Like I was watching the scene with him and Jack, I was like, oh yeah, like he was good, and I don't know, I didn't really.
He kept trying to kill all our favorite characters.
Yeah, I guess that made him harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
But I really liked Dogan. He was good. That was a good one. I think Lighthouse would be next, and then probably Recon and Sundown. And The Substitute. What Kate does is clearly the worst. It wasn't that bad though.
It wasn't bad.
A lot of people really hated it. I really didn't think it was nearly as bad as what I was seeing people say about it. But
yeah.
But yeah, in terms of this is number 3, I guess, for me. And it looks like it's number. What are we on? Number 6. No, 7.
What are you talking about?
For you.
Yeah, something like 7.
Ranking-wise.
Yeah. If you count LAX as 1, yeah.
Yeah. It's tough because LAX is it's 2 hours, so it's just got an advantage. It was just, and it's a premiere. All kinds of shit was going on in that episode, so.
Yeah.
It just has a leg up automatically. But it was very good, so, It's weird. We've come a long way this season.
Yeah, we have.
I can't believe how much stuff has happened already. I'm dizzy.
You're dizzy?
Yeah.
Sit down.
All right.
Yeah, lots going on.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, like the grand issues of the show. It's weird to get to a point where that's actually being discussed. And not just minute things.
Mhm.
I feel like this episode really pushed us into that territory.
Yeah. No, they're getting to the end.
Yeah.
Literally.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
That wasn't supposed to be anything.
Right.
All right. Well, that's it for the podcast then.
I think so.
All right, guys. Well, we'll catch you all next week. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.